Good morning. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Babaka. It seems that your audio has not connected properly. You may want to restart your Zoom session. Good morning, Jamie. Would you like to do a mic check?
Sure. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank you. Have a great day. Good morning, Roger. Would you like to do a mic check? Good morning, Roger. Would you like to do a mic check?
Hello, this is Roger.
Hi, Roger. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I will mute it back.
Good morning, Supervisor Sunshine. Would you like to do a mic check?
Rhonda.
Happy Tuesday to you. It's nice
Hey.
to see your smiling face.
Thank you very much. I've gone crazy. It's just it's like the Joker now.
Yeah, we're all going to get through this, Supervisor, I promise.
Yes, we are. Thanks,
Have
Rhonda.
a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Good morning, Margaret. Would you like to do a mic check?
Good morning, Rhonda. How are you?
I'm wonderful, thanks. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good. Welcome to Tuesday's Board of Supervisors meeting.
Thank you. Good morning, Supervisor Wasserman. Good morning, all.
Good morning, Margaret.
Good morning, Mayor. Would you like to do a mic check? Good morning, Maria. Would you like to do a mic check?
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rhonda.
My pleasure. Good morning, Adrienne. Would you like to do a mic check? Good morning, Babak. It does look like your mic finally connected. Would you like to do a mic check?
Wait.
I can hear you, Adrienne.
Okay, I'm trying to find, well, at least you can hear me. Is that okay?
It sure is. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Now, what was the question?
I was just doing a mic check. We wanted to make sure you were able to speak when the time comes.
Okay, cool.
Thank
Good
you.
morning, everyone. I'm
morning.
gonna interject, and we'll have to stop with the mic checks because we're gonna get started with the meeting. As my colleagues come on, I wanted to make sure that all the presenters that are on the call understand a couple things, and that is that we have everybody knows we have a very, very heavy agenda. I'm going to ask for my colleagues' patience as we go through the consent calendar, because I think that's going to be a very meaty item. And also just to let presenters know that I've asked everybody presenting today to keep their presentations to 2 to 3 minutes outside of a couple of presentations. If you don't have slides, absolutely keep it to 2 minutes, or I will be interrupting you. If there's not a presentation needed, I will be asking at the beginning of each item if there's a presentation needed. And if there isn't, and the board would like to ask questions, then we'll put it in that order. I also wanted to alert the clerk that we're going to try to take a lunch break between either at 12 or 12:30 between that time frame. And then we'll do a time check as to the rest of the meeting. I'm also going to make sure that if at all possible, if any of my colleagues don't feel like things are going in the direction they want, just to let me know. That's totally okay. We can make some changes. I will also, on a number of items, ask that my colleagues limit themselves to 10 minutes, and then we'll go around the whole group if we need to, and then we'll come back, particularly for COVID, but any item that seems meaty. And I would just ask my colleagues to look at that 10-minute slot for themselves. That way we can make sure that everybody on the board gets a chance to weigh in on items that are important to them. And so to my colleagues, I'll just ask if there are any concerns about what I've laid out. I see none from Mike or Dave.
Supervisor Chavez, I have no concerns at all about that. I'm just taking the opportunity to let the clerk know that the host has turned off my video and I'm unable to turn it on. So I'm hoping someone can fix that for me.
Thank you for that. Thanks, Susan.
My apologies. It should be back on.
Yay, we can see you.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Simidian, is your video okay?
I believe it is, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I can see you. Thank you. All right. With that, we're going to begin our board meeting. And I'm going to, pardon me. We're going to now ask the clerk to do a roll call.
Good morning, Supervisor Ellenberg,
I'm here.
Supervisor Simidian,
Present.
Supervisor Cortese,
Here.
Vice President Wasserman,
Here.
and President Chavez.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I'd like Supervisor Wasserman to lead us in the pledge. It's giant shirt on.
Good morning. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the
United States of
America,
and
to
to the
this republic for which it stands,
One nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
for all.
We should cut a record.
I'm now going to move to our invocation, and we will turn to Supervisor Cortese for that.
Thank you, President Chavez. Later on the agenda, we have a adjournment in memoriam recognizing Cheryl Huitt. And in her honor today, I asked her caregiver, Adrian, to do the invocation. And Adrian, you are welcome to self-introduce a little bit better than I just did, but we're very grateful to have you here. And I'll turn it over to Adrian at this time.
Adrian?
Okay, here I go. I got it unmuted. This is my first Zoom meeting. Good morning, everyone. I just, this is unusual for me, but I want to let you all know how important Cheryl felt the disabled people was represented. It was very much her passion. I met her April 2010, and we didn't get along very well, but that did change over time. We learned to love and respect one another, and I worked with her for 10 years, and I'm missing her today. But she worked very hard on several committees, which drove me crazy. But I learned so much from her, and I learned so much about being an advocate. And I just want you to know that she was very passionate, and it meant the world to her to contribute and to help teach others about their rights and in truth. And I don't know what else to say. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. But it's really hard right now for me. 10 years is a long time to be with someone, to work with them. So I'm going through a healing process, and I'm just missing her very much.
Thank you, Adrian.
Mm-hmm. Let me just say to Adrian, thank you for having the strength to help us with the invocation today. We'll speak more about Cheryl for a portion of our agenda that deals with in memoriams. We'll recognize her then as part of the adjournment process. And I do want to thank you and all of the in-home support service workers in this county, well over 20,000 strong, who work day in and day out to take care of the most fragile, vulnerable, and oftentimes the most elderly in our community. In this case, where Cheryl was not elderly, but she necessitated at times 24-hour care. And I think that your true invocation was stepping up when her caregiving was cut on your own time to care for her 24 hours a day. You didn't mention that, but I wanted to mention it now.
Thank you.
Exemplary of all the great caregivers in this county, filled with compassion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And also I want to say that the personal PPE for our in-home support services employees is necessary. And I'm hoping that they will develop a way where we can get more protective gear to our IHSS workers. So we're in trying times right now, and it's really scary. And I can't wait to go back to work, actually, after I take this break and get back into the community and helping others.
Thank you, Adrian.
Okay.
And we appreciate you joining us. We're going to move to adjournments now, and we have 4 adjournments. I wanted to add one just as we begin to adjourn also with the support of my colleagues, also to adjourn in honor of the memory of George Floyd, the 46-year-old man who died pleading for his life and gasping for air as police officer Derek Chauvin knelt on his neck to pin him to the ground. Officer Chauvin kept his knee on George's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, including a full minute after the paramedics arrived on scene. George grew up in Houston's Third Ward neighborhood. He played football and basketball for Jack Yates High School. After high school, he played college basketball at South Florida State College in Avon Park, Florida. And he was the father of 2 daughters. Christopher Harris met George in middle school, and he had been the one to encourage George to move to Minneapolis to start a new life. George was laid off as a result of COVID-19. The night before George was killed, Christopher spoke with him and gave him information for contacting a temporary agency. He was doing whatever it takes to move forward with his life. The way he died was senseless. This is a quote from his friend. He begged for his life. He pleaded for his life. Courtney Ross, Floyd's other half, told WCCO, he stood up for people and he was there for people when they were down. He loved people that were thrown away. We prayed over every meal. We prayed if we were having a hard time, and we prayed if we were having a good time. I know every member of this board and members of our community agree that this was not just tragic, but an assault on the country's morals and values. And this was, unfortunately, not an isolated incident. We must be determined to end racism and build just communities and embrace the value of the humanity in each of us. And I know that my colleagues and I share our deep sorrow and regret for the loss of his life, to his family, and to others who've been so impacted by the trauma of seeing him killed. I hope with unparalleled strength and resolve that we prevent the suffering, this type of suffering, from ever being inflicted again. And I want to thank my colleagues for letting me have that moment of chairperson's intervention. We weren't able to put this on the agenda because of the timing of the incidents. Thank you to my colleagues. I'd now like to move to Bob Keeve. We have a number of us who asked to adjourn in Bob's honor. And I would, if you don't mind, I will go ahead and start and then have my colleagues weigh in. Jason Bennett, who's working with my office right now, had the opportunity to work with Mr. Keeve for years. And this was something he wrote that I thought was rather beautiful that I wanted to share with you. Today we adjourn in honor and memory of Bob Keeve, whom we lost on May 24th, 2020, at the age of 98 and a half. How do you sum up a lifetime that lasted almost a century? Here's a very partial list of people who shook Bob's hand during his lifetime: Babe Ruth, Winston Churchill, Dwight Eisenhower, and Jackie Robinson. Bob was born in 1921 in New Jersey and described himself as a Brooklyn kid. In 1933, he ran faster than any of the other kids hanging around the outside of the Polo Grounds in New York City and managed to grab a baseball that one of the New York Giants had hit out of the park during batting practice. Over the next 2 baseball seasons, he got that ball signed by Hall of Famers Lou Gehrig, Mel Ott, Honus Wagner, and the Bambino himself, as well as almost a dozen other players from the Giants, New York Yankees, and Pittsburgh Pirates. Last year, he donated it to the San Francisco Giants, and it is now on display at Oracle Park. How do you sum up 98 and a half years? Bob arrived in San Jose in 1967 at the age of 45. By that time, he had already graduated from Harvard, where he managed the campus radio station, spent World War II working for the Office of War Information in Madrid, Spain, where he wrote at 24 in Spanish what the country's standard textbook for teaching radio broadcasting has been for 30 years. He worked as a speechwriter for Dwight D. Eisenhower during Ike's first term. How do you sum up 53 years of serving a community and being a community leader? Bob bought KLIB AM in 1967. His Empire Broadcasting Company later added FM stations Clara and KRTY. From James Brown on KLAB in the 60s to Jason Aldean on KRTY in the last decade, Bob's stations provided the soundtrack to the lives of 3 generations in the South Bay. Beginning in the 1980s, KLIV became the only all-news radio station focused on San Jose and the South Bay. The station became a community resource in the aftermath of the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake, providing much-needed information to some of the areas that were hardest hit. Bob believed broadcasting was a public trust and provided free airtime to candidates for local office. Even the least funded candidate would have an opportunity to get their message to the voters. Bob was a tireless champion for all things San Jose. He was an active and passionate member of multiple civic groups, including the Rotary, where he served as president, the Chamber of Commerce. He always insisted on calling it that, even with its name change, the YWCA, and the Symphony of Silicon Valley. And when you drive past downtown San Jose on Highway 87 and see the Adobe sign in the building and the PWC sign on its building and all the signs on our tallest buildings, you can thank Bob Keeve for making many of us do that. He and I worked to make what was happening just starting when I was on the San Jose City Council. New York never left him, and he always hoped to bring neon to First and Santa Clara, and to turn it into our own version of Times Square. How do you sum up a life? By saying that giants do walk among us, and this one stood at 5'5". He wore a bow tie almost every day, and for 53 years, he gave us his best, the best he had every day, to try to make San Jose and the South Bay the best place to live, work, and play. And we were all very lucky to have him be part of our community. This is Cindy Chavez, and that is a personal opinion. I'll now turn it over to Supervisor Cortese and then to Supervisor Simitian.
Well, thank you, President Chavez. Thank you for that excellent tribute to Bob Keeve. I don't remember how far back exactly that I met him. I know I became a member of the San Jose East Rotary Club in 1986, and Bob, a longtime Rotarian, just a few years after that, became president of the Downtown Rotary Club, which was just happened to be the year that I decided to run for school board as an East Side businessman. So we encountered each other. He was instantly supportive of me in terms of my pursuits to serve on the school board. But my very first public policy disagreement of any significance just so happened to be with Bob Keeve during my first term on the school board. And one thing that I knew about Bob, and I don't think it was particular to that issue, I suppose others may speak in other forums about him in this regard at some later date. But when he had a disagreement with you over public policy, particularly if it had anything to do with commercial speech, he wasn't going to forget that disagreement for forever. And to his credit, we later found ourselves both serving on the Lincoln Law School board. And as law school board members, we very much enjoyed working together. And I know I don't speak out of turn when I say that. He felt that way too, because he told me that several times. So imagine now, this is decades after our significant dispute. I finally got up the nerve to ask him for a sidebar conversation, given our newfound relationship working together. And within minutes, he brought up the 1992-93 dispute. But to his credit, in what turned out to be, looking back from this day, retroactively, a tremendous blessing for me, he looked at me and said, I'm putting that behind me, I'm putting that behind us. And his ability at some point to make amends, to forgive, was part of his generous nature. One of the things that I'm not sure people know about Bob is his personal generosity, and I do mean philanthropic generosity. When the Lincoln Law School was struggling like so many organizations coming out of the last deep recession, there weren't too many angels around that could rescue it. Like most schools, depended on tuition and a few alumni donors. Bob wasn't an alumni or alumnus. He wasn't a lawyer, to his credit, and I am one, so I can say that. But he made the most significant personal contribution charitably to that law school in its history at that time, and perhaps ever since. I haven't been on the board now for a year or two, so I don't know that anybody's overshadowed his gift. I doubt it seriously. But I think that's something that, as quiet as he was, and his philosophy on generosity being evidently something that was very personal between him and those who were the recipients, the beneficiaries of his generosity. It just didn't get elevated. So who knows how many times in his nearly 99 years he did something like that, you know, whether it was passing a small gift off to somebody on the sidewalk in New York or Washington, D.C. or Silicon Valley, you know, or whether it was a big gift that in his own quiet way, he insisted he didn't want any fame or any recognition for. Bob probably did more for putting the city of San Jose consistently on the map than anybody I can think of, particularly for that extended period of time. As Supervisor Chavez spoke about, and as her staff member Jason Bennett knows, and I think all of us know, for most years that I can recall, the only hometown radio station that made it a point to cover strictly San Jose and Santa Clara County news day in and day out, regardless of how profitable it was or not, was Bob Keeve's KLIB station and his sister stations, that should be mentioned as well. So I don't want to go on any further, although we could, as Jason said in Cindy's comments, capturing Cindy's comments, how do you try to wind up a tribute about somebody who lived for nearly a century and who was impacting those around him in a positive way, I believe, every minute of the day during those nearly 99 years. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on his behalf, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you, Dave. Supervisor Smitty?
Thank you, Madam President. Much has been said, so let me just recall and reflect on the fact that Bob had a humility that he carried with him in his way of being that I think, quite frankly, belied his extraordinary accomplishments. He had a graciousness that I think belied his very firm resolve and determination. People sometimes thought that gentlemanly way was somehow indicative of something other than a very determined individual, which it was not. And I think that gentlemanly way of being sometimes masked a very mischievous sense of humor, which I particularly enjoyed in my interactions with Bob. I recall being at a Chamber of Commerce event where his country station, KRTY, was broadcasting live. And Bob, seeing me in my very suburban attire, asked if I would like to spend a minute chatting with the country disc jockeys. And I said, well, sure. And they didn't miss a minute putting me through my paces. To Bob's amusement, they immediately wanted to know who my favorite country artist was. And I could see Bob trying to suppress a smile as he felt sure I was out of my element. And I immediately replied, well, that would probably be Jerry Jeff Walker. And I could see Bob give the nod to the two DJs who pressed me a little bit, wanted to know if I had anything that was a little bit more old school in the way of artists or recollections from the country music world. And I said, well, you know, there's sort of a special place in my life and my memory for the song "Who's Gonna Take the Garbage Out When I Packed My Bags and Gone" by Ernest Tubb and Loretta Lynn. And at that point, they finally excused me, but Bob gave me just the sweetest smile in the world and said, "Joe, you certainly do surprise." And it was just his way of saying, thanks for being a good sport. And as I say, he had that wonderful sense of mischief that he carried with him through everything he did, and a gentlemanly way of doing it, but a person of absolutely firm resolve and real determination. And that lovely combination is what made him the very accomplished and contributing person that he was. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll take just 60 seconds. I wore this in honor of Bob's memoriam today. He and I go back 20 years. It was when he contacted me about his baseball with the Babe Ruth and authentication and the players that were on it, and his whole desire to get it into the Giants Hall of Fame. And everyone has said wonderful things and very true. And we could go on for days about Bob Keeve stories, that's for sure. But each year when I attend Larry Stone's annual event at his home, Larry has that bronze statue of the little baseball player. And Bob and I, we would stand next to it. We posed next to it often. And he enjoyed towering over it. And we had a lot of smiles. And each of the stories that each of you has told has been how Bob Keeve has complimented you. And the memories we have of Bob, who was a small in stature, but huge in heart, very powerful, controlled the media, all the rest. But he was a fair, F-A-I-R, honest, loving, devoted, dedicated, tremendous person all around. And I did not think he was ever going to pass.
Yeah.
And I was sorry to read and learn when he did. So thank you for that time. And God bless you, Bob Keeve.
Susan, did you want to weigh in?
Thank you. I have very, very little to add to all of your beautiful tributes. I just want to share that one of the really lovely things that Bob did that I had an opportunity to participate in was that he created a program at Rotary for Thanksgiving, where he invited 6 or 7 people each year to share what they were thankful for. And it sounds like it could be sort of a very superficial level thing, but what happened over the years was that people went really deep in a room of 200 of their colleagues and shared experiences of cancer, of vulnerability, of losing spouses and children, of just really substantive life events. And he brought to that club a new level of bonding and connectedness, and sort of gave everyone the freedom to be a little bit more authentic. So that's just a piece that I would love to add to the beautiful tapestry that you've all created today in his memory. Thanks.
Thank you. Lovely. Thank you very much, all of you. We will miss him. Mike, would you like to honor Al Howard?
Yes, please. Thank you. It is truly my honor to honor Al Howard. He passed away peacefully on May 3rd. He was 82 years old. Born in Alameda, California, he was proud to be a native Californian. He lived a rich and diverse life that included traveling the country on railroad boxcars and hitchhiking, leaving home at the age of 16 with only a $50 bill in his shoe. Excuse me. Al was a self-taught individual and loved reading books during his service on the USS Segundo submarine for 3 years. He had a curiosity about life which contributed to his numerous world travel experiences. Al always knew he wanted to own his own business, and in 1962, he opened his first tire store, Howard Tire, in Belmont, California, thanks to a 90-day loan of $10,000 from his maternal grandfather, which Al repaid in 60 days. Howard Tire expanded to 7 retail locations in San Francisco Bay and included the largest wholesale tire division in Northern California during the 80s and early 90s. When Howard Tire was sold in 1995 to Wheelworks, Howard Tire employed over 100 individuals. Al and his wife Jane, hi Jane, moved to Gilroy in 1980. Together they commuted to Redwood City to their headquarters until 1995. In 1998, thanks to his dear friend Ron Gurris' encouragement, Al opened Easy Clean Car and Dog Wash in Gilroy, which continues to operate today. Al was uncle and mentor to so many individuals and businesses in the local community. He was an amazing storyteller with an incredible memory for details. His stories were certainly, entertaining and usually ended with a lesson and life message. He was dedicated to his family and demonstrated an intense loyalty to friends over the years. He had a passion for this country and was active in the community, supporting local candidates and initiatives that he believed were in support of our constitutional republic. Many speak of him as just a nice man with a very special laugh. He is survived by his loving wife Jane, 2 daughters, Allison and Jennifer, who knew they were blessed to have a very special father, 2 sons-in-law, 4 grandchildren, and 1 brother. Brother's name is Dick, and a sister-in-law, Kathy, and some very close nieces and nephews. He was often seen traveling in the community with his beloved black Labrador, Indigo. Al's celebration of life is tentatively planned for July 20th. He will be sorely missed by family, friends, and the community. Embracing the tradition of the USS Navy, individuals who served on a submarine and memorialized with the following: Al Howard is on eternal patrol. We have the watch. Sailor, rest your oar. To plant memorial trees in memory, please visit our sympathy store. On behalf of the County of Santa Clara, I extend to Al's family and friends our sincere condolences. And big fella, I miss the twinkle in your eye. Take care. Take care, Jane. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Cortese, would you like to talk about Cheryl?
Yes, thanks, President Chavez. For those of you who were listening or watching during the invocation, you heard Adrian, Cheryl's caregiver, give the invocation today and speak about her. Cheryl Huitt, a powerful self-advocate for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities in our county, passed away on May 22nd, 2020. She was active throughout the community, serving on boards and volunteer positions at many organizations and agencies, including the advisory committee overseeing in-home support services in Santa Clara County. She was the chairperson for the State Council on Developmental Disability Central Coast Region. She served on the board of the Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. She was the chairperson for the San Andreas Regional Center Self-Determination Advisory Committee. She served as chair, vice chair, and secretary of the statewide self-advocacy network from 2013 to 2017, and on the board of directors at San Andreas Regional Center from 2012 to 2015. She recently served on my staff as a consultant on disability issues, thanks to an arrangement with the Independent Living Center. My own experience with her was that she was everything I've just described in the first part of this in memoriam in terms of a powerhouse. She had to spend her time in a wheelchair that made her no less powerful in any number of ways. And she was extraordinarily independent, as could be under those circumstances. You may have heard, or I know you heard, Adrian, her caregiver, closed by saying that PPEs are needed for in-home support service workers, for caregivers. That was the last communication that Cheryl conveyed to me as an initiative that she wanted our office to pursue. just literally just before her death on May 22nd. I would be remiss if I did not identify another issue that she conveyed about a week before her death, which was her concern, well beyond dismay, her concern about the hourly cuts to in-home caregivers that were coming down, particularly from the state level. She and many, many others in our community, as my colleagues know, and I think many people in the audience know, at times required round-the-clock, 24-hour help. And a cut of even 5% or 10% or 15% of those hours cuts off a lifeline for individuals who are experiencing or living the life of the disabled. I want to note that she also took volunteer positions on the VTA Advisory Board, the Valley Medical Center Patient Advisory Committee. At Stanford Medical School, Cheryl worked with the administration to include course instruction for medical students with disabilities. She was a native of Michigan. She earned a master's in social work there and worked for an independent living center in the Midwest before coming out here. Her leadership in the self-determination movement can be called her greatest accomplishment easily. She believed that all people, regardless of their abilities, should have a more active, equitable, and central role in the decisions made and the services they receive. With that, Cheryl helped shape self-determination policy and build awareness through the developmental services community. We'll miss her, we already do, deeply. We certainly encourage others to step up and attempt to fill her shoes. As we all know, and as my colleagues know, this is an understated, sometimes underserved aspect of our community that Cheryl would not let go of. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for sharing that. And I just wanted to add that I found Cheryl to be just a really tower of strength as it related to sticking up for other people, particularly the disabled, and having, I know we all had opportunities to work with her, and she will be deeply missed, and not just by us, but all the people that she was advocating for. Thank you, Dave, for sharing about Cheryl. Supervisor Simidian, you have our last in memoriam. You're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm gratified to be able to take this opportunity to ask that we adjourn today in memory of one of those wonderful Renaissance women that build community and do it year after year, decade after decade, often without an awful lot of recognition, quite frankly. And I'm talking about Kums, who passed away in April at the age of 86. Had been a resident of Los Altos for more than half a century, and who was seemingly ever present in the good works of the community. League of Women Voters, Girl Scout Brownie leader, helping with the schools and the city, but also in the category of thankless jobs, served 2 terms on our Santa Clara County Planning Commission. And she was an environmentalist before environmentalism was a thing, as one of her friends once said to me. She brought not just a real belief in her work, but she was in fact trained as a chemist, graduated Phi Beta Kappa from Stanford with a degree in chemistry. That informed her work on toxics and water quality. She had an extraordinarily lively and curious mind, was a Navy wife at one point in her life, and, traveled about, took it all in, spent a couple years in Singapore, and made that a project in terms of cultural awareness, and wrote a book about trees of Los Altos. I mean, she was just, as I say, one of those extraordinary people who are so wide-ranging, not only in their interests, but in their giving. She married her high school sweetheart, Clyde, and had a large and loving family. And so I do want to take the opportunity today to extend our sympathies, our condolences, and to let them know that Ann's good works were the subject of our contemplation and appreciation today. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to just share with all the families that we recognized your family members today, how sorry we all are for your loss. What I would like to ask is just for a brief moment of silence in honor of Mr. George Floyd, Mr. Bob Keeve, Mr. Al Howard, Ms. Cheryl Huitt, and Ms. Ann Kums. Just a moment of silence, given how much we've lost in such a short period of time. Thank you, everyone. We don't have any commendations or proclamations. We're now going to go to public comment. And this is to speak to an item that is not on the agenda today. If you speak to an item that is on the agenda today during this time, I will ask that you not do it later in the day. I'm going to give a moment for people to sign up to speak to public comment, and I'll review with my colleagues the after public comment, we're going to take some time to go through the consent calendar so everybody's very clear on what's on consent. Then we have a number of public hearings. The first set, items 8 through 15, obviously we will take first. We will then move to items 16 and 17 not to be heard earlier than 11 o'clock. Then at not to be heard earlier than 1 o'clock, we have our COVID report, and to ratify the agreement from Hello Luna and the SSA report on food and supply. I'm going to ask that we move the agenda around that allows us to hear 18, 19, and 20 as part of the consent calendar. So we'll just give one more minute for folks to call and weigh in. I'm going to cap our public speakers at 15 for this morning, and I'm going to just unless we have more public speakers that would like to sign up now. All right, seeing none, I will cap this at 15, in part because I know it's hard for people to get on. I'm going to ask the clerk to begin taking comments on public comment.
All right.
Each commenter, I apologize, we'll get 1 minute. And like you said, we'll cap at 15.
We currently have 11 speakers. First up, we have Denise Marchu. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Hi, Denise, are you there? We can come back to Denise. Our next speaker is Devin Conley. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Mr. or Mrs. Conley, you have a old version of Zoom. I'm unable to unmute you. Sorry about that. Let's see. Our next speaker will be Carlton Allen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carlton Allen. I'm an LVN with this county. I have spoke with you guys many times. As an African-American male in this area, I wanted to talk about, and I've spoken to the leadership at the health and hospital system, but in this short 1 minute, I can't go into, it's not just the police beatings, but it's the demotion of African-American managers and the mistreatment of African Americans and how easily this county discounts African Americans in this county when we say there's discrimination. This county needs to step up and understand you guys can be as mad as you want today, but I've been living with rocks thrown at me and being called the N-word my whole life. And just because you don't call me the N-word, but you demote me from a manager position down to a staff, I asked somebody reach out to me so we can discuss this further. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Denise Marchu. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin when you start speaking. Denise, are you there? All right, we'll move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Cecilia. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you for extending the eviction moratorium, looking into other limits on evictions, and extending the payback period to a time period that considers that many tenants are still out of work and not receiving any financial assistance. We sent a letter yesterday to you all and to local representatives talking about the in-law Omar's bill to cancel rent with various organizations such as the NAACP of Silicon Valley, San Jose State Human Rights Institute, Asian Law Alliance, Siren, Community Homeless Alliance Ministry, Affordable Housing Network, Standing Up for Racial Justice, A Sacred Heart, Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, Serve the People, Tenants Together, Maiz of San Jose, Young Women's Freedom Center, Community Agencies for Resources and Advocacy and Services, Santa Clara County Wage Theft Coalition. All of these other groups signed on to the letter.
Our next speaker is Buckley. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi.
Buckley, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Buckley and I live in District 4, and I also want to take this moment to address the board about the current solidarity actions happening here and across the U.S. to protest the police murder of George Floyd. I urge you to see this moment for what it is, historical and critical, and an opportunity for you to take a stand against racism and solidarity with the Black communities who have had to shoulder the burden of systemic racism for the last 400 years. And this is an opportunity to commit yourselves in both policy and action to anti-racism. Now is the time to show your constituents that Black Lives Matter. What actions are you taking as a governing body to affirm that Black Lives Matter? How are you addressing the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on communities of color here in Santa Clara County? We need to invest in the things that we know make our communities more safe. That is access to healthcare, quality education, childcare, nutritious food, housing, and community mental health. We've seen again and again that this is what keeps our communities safe.
Our next speaker is Cole Cameron. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, everyone. This is Cole Cameron. I just want to say that I heard Carlton speak earlier. We have a Black housemate that has been with us for 10 years out of Harlem. So I know that story, and I appreciate a balanced approach to what we can do for them. I'm a part of the cadre board, and so I know we're doing a lot in that territory and what we can. I appreciate a balanced approach for those that are instigating some of these, what are starting out as peaceful and turning into real violent situations that really isn't needed by anyone. And I hope that not only a thanks to all of our police, fire, and EMTs, et cetera, but also to look and see what we can do to get those, a lot of them being out of towners, under control and let the peace continue. Thank you for your time and all of your service to all of us in so many ways, and look forward to more later.
The next speaker is Ariana Malagon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Dr. Ariana Malagon. I'm an OBGYN resident physician at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. I'm one of the elected delegates at the for the Committee of Interns and Residents. I am here to talk about the negotiations that we've had for several months with the county and share my story with you. I feel very fortunate to be serving the community like Santa Clara County. However, I wasn't prepared for the economic difficulties I would personally face as a physician by living here, with the rising cost of living, 5% net increase every year, and the massive burden of student debt as it continues to consolidate. It is unfathomable that other local residency programs have housing stipends, and that the hardworking residents of Santa Clara County who have committed their training years to the public county hospital not be given the same benefits. Without a fair living wage and housing stipend, the Santa Clara Valley and its patients will unfortunately lose out on dedicated residents who cannot afford to live here. We are asking for a fair contract.
Our next speaker is Maimoma. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, this is Maimona Afzalberta, Vice President of the Franklin McKinley School District and Special Education Teacher in the Allermock School District. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Digital Equity Coalition. Honorable Board of Supervisors and staff, I thank you for continuing to prioritize Supervisor Cortese's memo on addressing the digital divide. I know many of you have invested significant time and efforts to support digital equity, and there's no greater time to act with urgency. On June 23rd, I hope you will prioritize digital equity by investing in the devices, resources, and long-term infrastructure collaboration by accounting for these resources in the county budget. There are increasingly challenging times, and digital equity will ensure all community members have access to vital information and resources they need to live and exercise their civil liberties. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Liz Gonzalez. I'm with Silicon Valley DBUG. Good morning, everyone. My colleague Cecilia mentioned the letter.
Liz, can I stop you just for a moment? Liz, can you speak up a bit? Could you reset her time?
Okay,
Liz,
hold on. Sometimes this microphone does not work. Can you hear
yeah,
me?
you just have to talk a little bit louder. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, my name is Liz Gonzalez with Silicon Valley DBUG, and my colleague Cecilia earlier mentioned the letter that we sent in to ask to implement a local version of HR 6515. We're still getting additional sign-ons, including the San Jose Peace and Justice Center, Jewish Voice for Peace South Bay, and HR 6515 cancels rent by creating a landlord relief fund. A policy that cancels rent in our community falls within the emergency police powers of the government to protect the health and safety of its constituents, directs any available federal, state, or county funds towards families who are at risk of homelessness by allowing relief for rent, streamlines the process whereby landlords who have already been informed by their tenants that they cannot pay rent can directly access the relief themselves, and stabilizes the housing insecurities that tenants and landlords face. We asked the Federal Affairs Task Force to look into it. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Veronica. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Veronica, are you there? Veronica? Veronica, are you back? All right. We'll go to the next speaker. Next speaker is Salvador Mora. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, I have to speak on the same issue over and over again. I'm asking the personnel board and the board of supervisors to direct Jeff Smith to have the personnel board meet, at least for their business meetings, via teleconference. I've been reinstated to this day 10 months ago by the personnel board from termination, and yet nothing has been done. I'm owed 23 months worth of pay. Mr. Smith does not return any of our correspondence. On May 13th, our union lawyer sent Mr. Smith, James Williams, and Greta Hansen An email, again, no response. I also emailed Mr. Smith last year 3 times, September 10th, 20th, 24th, no response. His office, I have met with people in his office, they've not responded. Treat people fairly, with respect, and do what you need to do. Have the courage and decency to at least respond.
Next speaker is Wesley Mukayama. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Wes, are you there? All right, we'll move on to the. Oh, there you are. Okay.
As a chair of the Behavioral Health Cultural Competence Committee and as a member in the 1960s of CORE, Congress on Racial Equality, and one who marched in Chicago, I support the call for injustice of African American males and hope that this county can support the injustice for peoples of color. I do understand what goes on when police are overly active. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, everyone. Scott Largent, just kind of waking up downtown. I've been sitting here looking over all the different part numbers on all the projectiles that are used against our own people that what I considered in the beginning was a civil and peaceful protest. We do have the ability to pull the bad apples out. The PD's not stupid. They can put undercovers in the crowd and they can figure out who's really causing the problems and then allow everybody to demonstrate properly. I was shot 4 times with rubber bullets. I look over some of these impact rounds, these little 40 millimeter ferrite canisters, these blast grenades. I mean, they just brought it all. And then our sheriff's department had to come in there and clean up the mess of San Jose PD and restore order. And I was kind of right there in the front. It might have been a stupid thing to do, but I'm glad I got to document what really is going on. The 800-pound gorilla San Jose PD is out of control, okay? And you guys need to start speaking about this and stand up for our community.
Our final speaker is Denise Marchu. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Denise, are you there? I'm unable to hear Denise. That concludes the speakers. Oh, Supervisor Chavez, your microphone is off.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to do now is move to approving our consent calendar. And our consent calendar, I'm going to ask the staff to read through it. I'm then going to begin with Supervisor Cortese on your side and just walk through the consent calendar. Here's what I would like to request. If there's any item that requires a clarifying question, that's like one clarifying question, fine, we'll leave the item on consent. If I sense this is going to be a little more back and forth, I'm going to ask to pull the item off consent and continue to go through the consent calendar. If you want to give direction during the consent calendar that's clear and everybody can understand and we can just vote on it as part of the consent calendar, then we'll accept it as part of the consent calendar. I do want to remind my colleagues that we have approximately 55 items on the agenda today. And so if we can put it on consent, great. But if not, don't worry about it. We'll figure out a way to address it. So with that, I'm going to ask the staff to read what we now have on consent. I will then go to Supervisor Cortese, Supervisor Ellenberg, Supervisor Simidian, and then Supervisor Wasserman, and then myself for clarifying questions, additional direction, or additional items to be put on or be taken off consent. With that, I'll ask the clerk to begin on the consent calendar. I will also remind public speakers that if you would like to speak on consent, this would be the time to raise your hand.
We have a request from President Chavez to consider item numbers 20 and 22 concurrently. Item number 20 is to receive report relating to food supply and data trajectory, including the daily dashboard tracking of food distribution and necessities provided by the City of San Jose. Item number 22 is to approve referral to administration to report to the board on August 25, 2020, with a work plan and timeline to create a comprehensive system-wide food, agricultural, and health access initiative, including convening with public, private, and cross-systems partners, inclusive of the Santa Clara County restaurant industry, with engagement by the County Department of Environmental Health as appropriate and/or necessary. We have a request from President Chavez to add item numbers 23, 25, 29, 30, 31, and 32 to the consent calendar. Item number 23 is to approve referral to administration and county council to report to the board on September 22, 2020, with a legal analysis of options to create a Santa Clara County public internet utility company and determination of how the county can work in partnership with VTA and Caltrain for use of public transit properties and right-of-ways to future-proof internet service for underserved community members and small businesses. Item number 25 is to approve referral to administration to report to the board in August 2020 during the budget hearing with options for consideration relating to methods by which the county can provide funding from the EMS Trust Fund to school districts and other entities that participated in the county's automatic external defibrillators initiative for maintenance costs and support the efforts of these organizations to identify external funding for these purposes. We have a request from Supervisor Cortese to delete item number 27. Item number 27 is to approve referral to administration and county council to report to the board by June 23, 2020, with options for consideration relating to how the county can help facilitate the access of the COVID-19 disaster relief assistance for immigrants state funding. We have a request from President Chavez to add item numbers 29, 30, 31, and 32 to the consent calendar. Item number 29 is to approve referral to administration to appropriate the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, or CARES Act funding that will preserve and extend operations of high-quality child care programs impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic for the children and families in Santa Clara County. Item number 30 is to approve county sponsorship of Hispanic Foundation of Silicon Valley in the amount of $10,000 from the Supervisorial District 3 fiscal year 2019-2020 budget to support the Hispanic Foundation College Success Center. Item number 31 is to approve county sponsorship of Lincoln Law School in the amount of $20,000 from the Supervisorial District 3 fiscal year 2019-2020 budget to support Peer Court. Item number 32 is to approve county sponsorship of NoaVet in the amount of $1,000 from the Supervisorial District 3 fiscal year 2019-2020 budget to support kids' COVID cards. We have a request from President Chavez to consider item numbers 36 and 37 concurrently. Item number 36 is to receive report relating to completion of an assessment on the transportation needs of clients in accessing county services. Item number 37 is to consider recommendations relating to employee transportation demand management, or TDM. We have a request from President Chavez and Supervisor Ellenberg to add item numbers 39 and 40 to the consent calendar. Item number 39 is to consider recommendations relating to the fiscal year 2020-2021 inventory of budget proposals. Item number 40 is to consider recommendations relating to budget inventory items for fiscal year 2020-2021. We have a request from President Chavez and Vice President Wasserman to add item number 41 to the consent calendar. Item number 41 is to consider recommendations relating to the Empower Home Buyers SCC program. We have a request from administration to hold item number 42 to June 23, 2020. Item number 42 is to receive report from the Office of Supportive Housing relating to recommendations to the acceleration of 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond Development. We have a request from President Chavez and Vice President Wasserman to add item numbers 46, 40, 48 and 49 to the consent calendar. Item number 46 is to consider recommendations relating to the new jail facility design and construction project, capital project number 263-CP16003. Item number 48 is to approve job specification and amend classification plan to add classification of translator. Item number 49 is adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.119, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, adding 4 half-time translator positions and 12 translator positions in the Social Services Agency, and amending the salary schedule to add the classification of translator. We have a request for administration to hold item numbers 50 and 51 for June 23, 2020. Item number 50 is to receive report from the Office of the County Executive relating to bridging the digital divide. Item number 51 is to receive report from the Office of the County Executive relating to community health and business engagement team. We have a request from Supervisor Cortese to remove item number 85 from the consent calendar. Item number 85 is to approve delegation of authority to the county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate agreements to provide stipends to individual DACA recipients participating as fellows in the County New Americans Fellowship Program in an amount not to exceed $10,000 per agreement for a maximum of 15 agreements in each fiscal year, and a contract term that starts no earlier than June 2, 2020 and ends no later than October 1, 2020. We have a request from Supervisor Simitian to remove item 100 from the consent calendar. Item 100 is to approve the first annual work plan for the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring. We have a correction to item number 101AI, correcting Supervisor Wasserman's reappointment of Mark Griesdale, spelled Grisedale, to the Fish and Game Commission, seat number 3, effective July 1, 2020. And we have a correction to item number 102, correcting Supervisor Wasserman's nomination of Dr. Ria, spelled RIA, Paul, for reappointment to the Santa Clara County Health Authority Governing Board of Directors, seat number 7, effective July 1, 2020. This concludes the revised consent calendar update.
Thank you very much. I was wondering if you could read it again. No, I'm kidding. Thank you. You did a great job. That's a lot of work. So what I'd like to do then is I'll begin with Supervisor Cortese and see if there are any changes to the consent calendar in addition to those that have been relayed by our clerk, or comments to it.
The only comment I have, President Chavez, is that on 85, what I'm looking for when we get to that item in its regular turn is some sort of a presentation. That program, as you may recall, has always been endorsed by the full board, but it was initiated by referral and so forth from my office a couple of years ago. We're not clear on what the work plan is, how it's going to be conducted under COVID circumstances. There's just been no direct interaction with us on that. So I know in the interest of time, that's a big ask today, but the delegation looks like it starts June 2nd, which is today. And I don't know, I'd be more than happy to hear that item on the 23rd or have it come in committee first, but I just don't know how to do that when they're asking.
Yeah, we'll pull it off and hear it today. There's the 23rd is even a bigger meeting, so.
Even a five-minute presentation should be enough, I think, to answer a couple questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Ellenberg?
I'd like to keep item 23 on the regular agenda, please.
All right. Nothing else?
Nothing else, thanks.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of items. I would, forgive me, could the clerk share with us again what the proposed disposition of item 27 is?
There was a request from Supervisor Cortese to delete item number 27.
Thank you very much. And then I'd like to ask, Madam Chair, that I be recorded as an abstention on items 30, 31, and 32, please. Again, that's an abstention by Semidian on 30, 31, and 32. Also an abstention, please, on item 40E as in Edward, 40E. And then on items 92 and 93, I would like to be added as an abstention as well, just to express my concern about the fact that there are two items here that amend the salary ordinance to reflect deleting and adding various positions as proposed in the county executive's fiscal year 21 recommended budget, which of course is a recommended budget we don't yet have and won't have, as I understand it, until June 15th. I think it would have been preferable to see the proposed changes in the totality of the CEO's recommended budget. I understand everybody is scrambling, but this is a concern that I've raised in terms of our adjusted schedule, in terms of the board's ability to maintain its responsibility or meet its responsibility with respect to budget decisions. So I'll be an abstention on items 92 and 93 by virtue of my concern there. And if you can just bear with me for a moment while I review the rest of the consent calendar, because as you indicated, Madam Chair, we have a lot of moving parts. Thank you. I believe that covers all of my items at this time.
Great. Thank you very much. And I know this is chunky, so if anybody needs me to slow down, please let me know. On item 29, I'm very excited about, this is the child care funding. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. I almost forgot about you. I apologize.
I was going to wait till after you were done. No problem.
Please.
I had comments on 23. It's already been pulled, so I have nothing else.
Great. Item 29 is a child care funding that's being put forward by myself and Supervisor Ellenberg. I'm very excited about it. I did want to broaden the look for resources beyond CARES to include FEMA, which I'm sure we should probably meant to, and also to look at general fund, especially if there's opportunities for matching funds. Do you have any concerns about that, Supervisor Ellenberg?
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And also, I just wanted to emphasize the issue around equity and access, particularly as we're focused on low-income families, making sure that a part of the consideration is a real emphasis on hard-to-serve communities, which is also in the document, but I just wanted to emphasize that for myself. On items 39 and 40, these are all of our inventory items, which I really appreciate my colleagues being willing to put on consent because it's a lot of joyfulness there. Item 40X is a grant that we're making or recommending to the wheelchair group, and the wheelchair group's overnight camp was canceled. So I want to ask staff to work with the Far West Wheelchair Group to have this apply to whatever day camps they need, given that there's been a change of their circumstance in partnership with the city of San Jose. Do I have any objections from my colleagues on that? Thank you. On item 130, this is the Child Advocacy Center, and I'm really excited about this. I recognize that the timeline for the build out of this center is impacted by COVID-19. I'd like to request that this item come to the Children's Family Seniors Committee with a new timeline in the next month or so as they start to understand the impacts. Any concerns about that from my colleagues? I know we all want that to move very quickly. And on item 43, this was also added to consent. I just wanted to confirm that we are, James, taking option A here, given the governor's stance on the moratoriums. Just to confirm that, I'm sorry, I'd like to add it to consent. This is the eviction moratorium And unless any of my colleagues would like to pull it off, then I would recommend, based on staff's report, that the staff gave us an option of A or B, and that we would be taking option A.
Yes, item A is the only applicable item given the governor's extension of the executive order. Item B is no longer necessary.
Thank you. And Supervisor Semidian, are you comfortable with that, being on consent?
Madam Chair, I do think it would be helpful to leave the item on our regular agenda just because of the potential for confusion given state orders, county orders, local action, and the sort of last minute adjustments that have been needed to make. I don't think it need to take a long time, but I do think having clarity at the time will be helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll just pull it right back off and not put it on consent. Let me just look into my notes real quick and see if there's anything else. I think that should take care of it. Anything else from my staff on that? No. All right. All right. So that is a lot. I'll give folks a moment to sign up to speak on the consent calendar. If there are any members of the public who would like to do so, this would be the time to do that. I see only one person on this slate of items. I'm just going to give a minute more. All right. As I begin to call on the public speakers, I'm going to limit the speakers again to 1 minute, but if our staff would like to begin calling those speakers, please do so.
Next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Scott Largent. Doing a little multitask gig this morning. You know, I was on the laptop earlier and then I switched over to the smarty phone to log on to our Zoom meeting. And for some reason it keeps kicking me off. You know, it talks a lot about, you know, different updates and things. And my phone does have the automatic updates. It's a newer Note 9 phone through Samsung. I should be able to get on here and do what I need to do and participate. And that's just not happening. You have tech support, every single one of you. So when something doesn't work and you can't log on, bam, you just look right over, snap that finger, press that button, and everything's all good. There are things I wanted to talk to on the consent calendar. I would suggest you guys stop toggling everything to 1 minute, stop combining items, and we need the opportunity to speak. And last meeting, that's all you guys did. You sandwiched everything together. You barely gave anybody any time to talk. And that's what's going on right now.
The next speaker is Cole Cameron. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I just wanted to thank everyone for your support of Dave Cortese, Supervisor's proposal on item 32, NOAA Vets program of thanking all of our heroes throughout the Valley. Appreciate all you're doing and just amazement of the territory you're covering. And so I want to thank you for your efforts, your staff, Rhonda, Colin, Peggy, and others that I'm sure are there as your support and the tech service the other gentleman just mentioned to make this all happen as we continue doing the best we can. Thanks again. And that's all I have to say. I'm complete.
The next speaker is Lorraine Zeller. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, hi. I just want to make sure that I'm speaking at the appropriate time. It's on item 47. Okay, I'll go ahead. I'm speaking as an Access Ambassador and also as a member of our MHSA Stakeholder Leadership Committee, and I'm asking you to direct our Behavioral Health Board to recruit and engage stakeholders in a special committee that will review and oversee the MHSA planning process to ensure it's done in accordance with MHSA law and values. According to the bylaws, one of their mandated duties is to review and approve the procedures used to ensure citizen and professional involvement at all stages of the planning process, not just ideas.
Our final speaker is Wendy Mahaney-Gurahu. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you so much for having public comment today on items for consent. I'm calling in on behalf of Jolene Smith, CEO of First Five, Santa Clara County, around item 29, high quality childcare. We really want to advocate and make sure that folks understand that family childcare homes are small businesses in and of themselves. In a large way, they are the infrastructure for large business for families to go back to work. They are currently now closed at 80%. The last recession, 30% closed. In our survey, families, childcare home providers have said at 67%, they feel if they don't get support, they will not open back up. It is important that they have a stabilization fund so that the infrastructure is still there for economic relief and recovery for families and children to participate, in particular families that need childcare going back to work and working families and families with children of need. This on top of everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is our last speaker on the consent calendar. With that, I'm going to see if there are any other comments from my colleagues. Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion from Supervisor Wasserman, a second from Supervisor Ellenberg. May I get a roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes. Thank you, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, colleagues. I know that was a lot, and to staff as well. There's a lot of hard work that went into that, and just because it's on consent, don't get your feelings hurt. I'm sure we'll torture you in a way in the future, so thank you. Congratulations to all that good hard work. We're going to now move to our public hearings. These are items 8 through 15. I'm going to begin the public hearings now. So we'll begin with item 8, which is a public hearing to consider any protests or objections relating to the county's lighting service area fiscal year 2019-2020 preliminary assessment report. We'll begin by asking whether or not the administration has a presentation or would like to just answer questions.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Harry Freitas, Director of Roads and Airports. We don't have a presentation. We're prepared to answer questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues on this item? I see no questions. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers from the public? I see none. Are there any protests or objections? Are there any protests or objections? I'm hearing none. That concludes the public testimony portion of this public hearing, and the public hearing is now closed. Are there any further questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, is there a motion for the resolution approving assessments for the county lighting service area?
So moved.
We have a motion from Supervisor Wasserman, a second from Supervisor Simidian. May I have the roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, colleagues. I'll now move to item 9. This is a public hearing to consider the resolution approving the engineer's report and levying assessments for the vector control district. I will begin by asking if the administration has any additional information they'd like to present that was not in our written materials.
Good morning, Joe Zintek, Director of the Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency. We don't have any additional information and we're here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Do any of my colleagues have any questions at this time? Seeing none, I will now go to open the public hearing. Are there any speakers from the public on this item? Seeing none, are there any objections or protests? And I see none or hear none. That concludes the public testimony portion of the public hearing, and that public hearing is now closed. Colleagues, any further questions for staff? May I get a motion on the resolution?
Move approval.
Engineers, thank you. We have a motion from Supervisor Simidian, a second from Supervisor Wasserman. May I ask for the roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes, that passes unanimously. We're now proceeding to item 10, which is a public hearing to consider any protests or objections to sewer service charges for the County Sanitation District numbers 2 and 3 to be collected on the county tax roll fiscal year 2021. We will begin by asking whether the administration has any additional information that is not in our packets in the written material.
Good morning, Harry Freitas, Director of Roads and Airports. We don't have a presentation. We're prepared to answer questions. Thank you.
Great. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. Are there any comments from the public? Are there any protests or objections? I see no speakers on this item. I will now, that concludes the public testimony portion of the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. Colleagues, are there any additional questions?
Move
Seeing
approval.
none, we have a motion to approve the resolution from Supervisor Simidian and a second from Supervisor Wasserman. I'll now ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese,
No.
Vice President Wasserman,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right, that passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 11. As the Board of Supervisors, we now proceed to item 11, which is a public hearing to consider the consolidated plan, funding, recommendations, and annual action plan for CDGB and our home funds. We will begin by asking whether or not there's any additional information outside of the written materials presented to the board that should be presented now.
Good morning, Consuelo Hernandez, Acting Deputy Director with the Office of Supportive Housing. No additional information, but happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Consuelo. Are there questions from my colleagues? I see none. I will now open the public hearing. Are there speakers on this item for our public hearing? We have no speakers on this item, and that concludes the public portion of the public hearing, and that public hearing is now closed. Seeing no questions from my colleagues, I'd like to ask for a motion for actions.
Madam Chair.
5. Mm-hmm.
I'm happy to make a motion to approve, but I do have a brief comment, please.
And I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
1 through 5.
Thank you. Just wanted to indicate there has been some change in funding that affects the city of Los Altos. I've talked with county staff about it. I appreciate their efforts to work through the issue and just want to highlight the issue for the record so that that effort continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've got a motion in a second?
Yeah, I'm just looking at my own notes about what Supervisor Simidian just raised. Yeah, I'm remembering this now. I'm the chair of this, so I was trying to remember what the challenge was there. So we have a motion and a second. And any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes, that passes unanimously. We're now moving to item 12, which is a public hearing to consider acquisition of real property for a public park purpose as part of the Coyote Creek Parkway as part of an exchange with the city of San Jose. Staff, are there any additional information that you would like to provide that was not in our written materials?
Don Rocha, Director of Parks and Recreation. We don't have any additional information, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I will now go to questions or comments, clarifying questions from my colleagues. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if either Dr. Smith or Mr. Rocha could tell us whether or not they could live with a 2-year delegation rather than a 4-year delegation, which is what is called for currently in the item. That seems like an awfully long delegation of authority for what should be a relatively straightforward matter.
Don Rocha with Parks, yes, we can.
Thank you. Any other
Thank
questions?
you, Madam.
You bet. Are there any speakers from the public? I see none. That concludes the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Colleagues, are there any further questions for staff?
No. Motion to approve.
Is the motion to approve the resolution with the addition of 2 years instead of 4 years delegation of authority?
Yes.
Thank you. With that understanding, I'm happy to second.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Wasserman, a second from Supervisor Simidian. Are there any other comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Item 13, colleagues, bear with me. We will now hold 3 public hearings for one purpose: to approve the revenue bonds for the new Central Fire Headquarters. As a Board of Supervisors, we now proceed to item 13, which is a public hearing to consider a resolution authorizing the issuance of the Santa Clara County Financing Authority of not to exceed $34 million aggregate principal amount of lease revenue bonds for fire district facilities. Sorry, don't say that 4 times fast. We will begin by asking whether the administration wishes to give us any information that is not already in our written materials.
Good morning. This is Paul McDonough, Debt Management Officer in the Finance Agency. I have no additional information for the presentation.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have any questions or concerns at this time? Seeing none, I will now go to the public hearing. We have one person who wants to speak on the lease revenue bonds. Mr. Beekman, this would be on the lease revenue bonds for item 13.
Next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Blair Beekman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to quickly remind yourselves in creating this bond situation for the fire department county-wise to please be considering work with Santa Cruz County and this upcoming fire season. Just to prepare yourselves, I feel I need to do that at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now close the public hearing as I see no further comments. Colleagues, are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a motion for the resolution.
So moved.
We have a motion from Supervisor Wasserman, a second from Supervisor Simidian. And I'd like to ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. That passes unanimously. As the governing board of the Santa Clara County Financing Authority, we now proceed to item 14, which is the public hearing to consider resolution authorizing the issuance and sale by the Santa Clara County Financing Authority of not to exceed $34 million aggregate principal amount of lease revenue bonds for the fire district facilities. We will begin by asking whether or not there is any additional information that is not in our written materials from staff.
This is Paul McDonough again, Debt Management Officer in the Finance Agency. No additional information.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers on this item? We do not. Given that there are no speakers on this item, this concludes the public testimony portion of this public hearing, and the public hearing is now closed. Colleagues, are there any other questions? If not, I'd like to get a motion for approval.
So moved.
a motion from Supervisor Wasserman. May I have a second, please?
Second.
A second from Supervisor Simidian. I'd like to request a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Smitty and I.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. I'm now, as the board of directors of the Santa Clara Central Fire Protection District, we now proceed to item 15, which is a public hearing to consider a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale by the Santa Clara County Financing Authority of not to exceed 34 million aggregate principal amount of lease revenue bonds for fire district facilities. Is there any additional information the staff would like to present that's not in our written materials?
This is Paul McDonough again. No additional information.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, we have no public speakers on this item. Given that there are no public speakers on this item, I'm sorry, I will now open the public hearing. We have no public speakers. I'm now closing the public hearing. Colleagues, are there any further questions? Seeing none, may I get a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
We have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg, a second from Supervisor Wasserman. We'll now request a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Smitty and I.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, colleagues, for that quick work. We'll now move to item 16. This is our Respite Care Service Program. And item 17, our Continuum of Care program. I think they can be heard together. Actually, probably not. Let me go with item 16 first, and then we'll go to item 17. Item 16, do we have any public presentation from staff?
Good morning, Supervisors. Dan Little, Assistant Director, Acting Director with the FCS. No presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues? I'm going to start with Supervisor Cortese.
None.
I see you, Supervisor Simidian. I'm going to go down the row here. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yeah, I just want to quickly thank administration for getting this before us. I noticed that the report did not have an allocation request attached to it. So I'd be glad to make a motion to receive the report and ask for the allocation request to come back to the Board of Supervisors for approval at our next meeting.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? I will second that motion. We'll then go to Supervisor Wasserman and then Supervisor Simidian. I'm sorry, Supervisor Simidian and then Supervisor Wasserman.
All good, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. My question, just for staff, and forgive me, I feel I'm misunderstanding or unable to understand the language of the recommended action talks about the receiving a report relating to the evaluation component of expanding the respite care services program, but the report itself, it did not quite strike me as about the evaluation component. What dots am I not connecting here?
Supervisor, I think that language was included in there as the overall just assessment to provide you with this information to make your guys' arguments to assess if this meets the needs that have been presented before the board. So not the evaluation component that was presented in the prior report.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this item from my, I'm sorry, Supervisor Wasserman, you're all right? Yep. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Mendicucci, any comments?
No.
Thank you. We have a motion, we have a second, and what I'd like to do is ask for a roll call. Oh, I'm sorry. We're gonna go to the public speakers and we'll do a roll call vote. And I'm gonna ask staff to begin calling on our speakers. We have 7 speakers and I'm gonna cap this one at 10. Thank you.
The next speaker is Robin DeQuinn. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Robin Keene. My husband Don and I became foster parents 18 years ago, often caring for medically fragile children. Since we began this journey, our own family has grown by 15 grandchildren scattered around the United States. I'm sending this message today because we cannot continue to dismiss the value and importance that respite care provides to every single foster care family. Without respite and adequately paying respite, we cannot continue to serve our community and these vulnerable children. Respite care provides foster families the ability and opportunity for much needed rest, relaxation, or the ability to go to the doctor or the dentist. Adequate respite care allows for practical and emotional relief and sometimes much needed family time. I can personally say that these thoughts are shared widely by the foster families here in Santa Clara County. I'm asking you to approve respite item 16 today.
The next speaker is Katie Taylor. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Katie Taylor. I'm a resource parent in Santa Clara County for the last 6 years now. I'm going to make this short and sweet. The report to me looks very similar to the last report we did. I don't really see any differences. To request that the respite item number 16 be approved today. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ruben Moreno. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Ruben Moreno. I'm a social work supervisor with the Department of Family and Children's Services for almost 25 years. And I'm asking for the board's support with the request from our resource families. The resource families are the backbone of our department. Without the resource parents' support, their hard work in dealing with our traumatized youth, this department would be ineffective in providing the reunification outcomes that we do. Our resource families obviously do not get paid, they get reimbursed, but if you considered that a resource parent worked 16 hours a day, that's 480 hours in a month. Our resource families get $1,000 per month. That works out to about $2 per hour. That's less than I made minimum wage in 1985. So I would ask that you support our resource families. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sandra Orlando. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My husband and I have been Santa Clara County foster parents for 21 years. Please consider the following points. First, please hold DFCS accountable for making much needed improvements to the respite program. I'm skeptical about the report stating that there are 185 placement-ready homes willing to provide respite. If that is the case, then we need to improve and approve the respite item number 16 today. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Vanessa Payne. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Payne, and I am a social services analyst in the Child Family Team Unit. I am disheartened that I find myself before you yet again, pleading for relief for our resource parents that can and should be provided through respite. The board has given clear instructions to the department, yet the response is the same. Where is the money going to come from to pay for this? However, before you on the next agenda item is the plan to contract out the Welcoming Center, which has far more reaching financial obligations. Before investing in something new, shouldn't we first meet our obligations to our resource families who already provide care and support to the most vulnerable children in our community? I ask the Board of Supervisors to please hold the department accountable and remind them that we must first meet the needs of our resource families. Thank you.
Next speaker is Maggie Cocaine. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Maggie, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We need a respite item 16 budget approved today. Respite is a necessity, not a luxury. Abused and neglected children in this county need caregivers. Caregivers will not open their homes unless they receive the support that they need. With increased respite, I would take a sibling set today, knowing that if I get overwhelmed, I can seek respite. But respite is currently lacking, so when I receive a call from DFCS asking me if I could take in a brother and sister with behavioral health issues, I will say no. I will not put the children in a position where I risk having to put a 7-day notice, which is essentially a rejection in the eyes of the children because I lack support. In turn, they will be placed out of county with an agency that is hours away that is more than double the cost of a local RFA home. Please reduce the trauma to our children and save money by approving item 16 today. Thank you.
The next speaker is Afton Murphy. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Afton Murphy, and I'm a resource parent in San Jose. Without the respite program, I don't know how we would have made it through the last 3 years of fostering. We've utilized respite in times of desperation, travel for essential trips, and also for a simple reset. Caring for yourself as a resource parent doesn't come easy. We put the needs of our kids before our own every single day. So we can make sure they feel love, safety, and security. We sacrifice ourselves every day as we parent children who have experienced hurts that are incomprehensible. It's an incredible burden to carry. Respite has simply allowed us to breathe more deeply, knowing that our kids are being well cared for while we care for ourselves. Please hold the department accountable for the budget allocation directive made at the last board meeting. We need respite item 16 approved today. Thank you.
The next speaker is Shannon Araujo. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
One more 7-day notice. Today I came to live at a new house. I'm 5 years old and I'm mad. The new lady says that she's my foster mom, whatever that is. I just ignored her. She tried to give me some new weird food. It smelled funny, so I threw it on the floor. She told me it would be okay and asked me what I would like. I just couldn't think, so I didn't say anything. It was too scary to sleep in a different bed, and I got up 5 times and ended up sleeping on the couch. The new foster lady fell asleep on the other couch, and she said she had to make sure I was okay. When I woke up, I couldn't get to the bathroom fast enough, so I peed on the couch. I felt bad, but she said she would clean it. Pretty much every day was like this for a couple weeks, except for now I know what I want to eat. The foster lady takes me to see my mom and dad. Sometimes that scares me though too, because I remember how that my mom used to hit my dad and my dad would hit her back. And it got scary, so I hit my friends in the new house too. Today she told me I will have to move. I will have to go to a new home. It's not my fault, but she couldn't give me what I needed. So she packed up all my new clothes and toys, and the social worker man took me in his car. I wonder if in this house I will have people that want me to stay.
Our final speaker is Carlos Arreola. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Carlos, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good question. Is this in regards to item number 21? I'm a little lost, sir. Or item number 26?
No, this is item 16.
Okay, I will come back when item 21 is ready. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. So that is all the public speakers we have on that item. We have a motion to bring this back to our next meeting with the ability to take action on the finances of this item. Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg, for that motion, and I made the second. Is there any more discussion on this item? Seeing none, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Semidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Mike, you're on mute.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 17 is a continuum of care services, and this is I believe a report from staff.
So good morning, Bob Keeve, Director of the Social Services Agency. Dan Little here with me to do the presentation. Based on our last report, we got a sense very clearly that there was still some confusion over what the continuum of care is looking like. So we thought we'd spend some time today walking folks through that again. And I know there were some specific questions around the Welcoming Center. We can focus on that. And in the interest of time, we can continue through the whole system or just defer to your questions. So we'll jump in on the Welcoming Center piece, and then we can kind of go from there.
Bob, what I'd like to do is if you could do the report as requested by the board last week. And then the question I have is, do you have any slides for that item, or is it just a verbal report?
Let's see. Dan, did you have any presentation? Okay, so just verbal.
I'm going to recommend that then the report be very short, because I think part of the problem has not been, you haven't been telling us what's going on. It's that we haven't seen it. And so if you can go ahead and make a quick report, then I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for questions.
Okay, sounds great. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Supervisor. So Dan Little, Acting Director with GFCS. Going into, I think some of the questions that have come up around the Welcoming Center specifically. The goal with the Continuum has been to shift from the prior model, which was based on a congruent care service plan, where the service was delivered outside of a treatment continuum, to developing very child-specific, child-centered, individualized plans, where that engagement with that youth starts from day one within that continuum. So I think the first step we did was we broke out the old rake that was at NBORG and developed the satellite site model so that we can have children receive individualized care while we're doing any kind of placement searching for them. The next component of that is this build out that we're calling the continuum of care, which the Welcoming Center is really the portal into that continuum. So the Welcoming Center really is the gateway into the further services. So in the new world, if we have a child who is removed from their parents during an investigation, during that investigation, a social worker engages the family identifies grandma as a potential placement option, but grandma is not available till later in the day. Child is going to go to the Welcoming Center, where both the providers as well as DFCS and behavioral health will meet with that child to do the initial assessment component, while I have other staff going out to do the assessment and engagement on grandmother. Grandmother's approved. She can then go meet the child at the Welcoming Center, can meet with staff there to get kind of an update on what's been going on with their grandchild. Then the child can transition to placement. So in another scenario, we could have a child who does a removal. There's not any relatives identified. They would go to the Welcoming Center. They may be there for a little bit longer this time. Our placement staff, behavioral health staff, and then the provider staff are going to engage with that child. Provider staff can start doing some of the clinical assessments. Our placement staff can start doing some of the engagement and assessment to find out kind of what level of care does this child need. DFCS will then be responsible for locating that placement. But I think in this new model, we're going to be doing that with immediate feedback and information from the clinical staff that are on site as to the level of care that child's going to really do well in. So that child's at the Welcoming Center. We ultimately find a foster home, and maybe this child has more of a trauma history, so they're going to need a little bit higher level of care. So we would locate maybe one of the newer intensive treatment foster homes, who then can come to the Welcoming Center, meet with the staff there, understand the needs of the child, and then the immediate stabilization service group as part of the continuum can help transition clinical services into that home to help that child transition to that home. So that would be an option. The third option and scenario to go through, I think, is really what hits on what was happening at the receiving center, which was children that had pretty acute needs that were bouncing around from placement to placement, and they end up getting stuck at our county receiving center. So for those youth, we may have to do a little bit more work to identify some of the underlying needs and the response required to support that child. So in that sense, that child's going to be at the Welcoming Center, again, getting engaged by DFCS staff, behavioral health, and the provider. More work's maybe going to be done on developing more of an overall kind of psychosocial assessment, more of a window into really what's happening with this child and how do we best support them and what level of care do they need. And for that process, it may take a little bit longer. So in the new continuum, if a child is going to be, as in danger of being at that Welcoming Center longer than longer than 24 hours. One of the components is a transitional foster home. So if that child looks like they're going to be at the welcoming center for any length of time, they can transition on the same campus to an actual transitional foster home that can help care for that child while we're still doing some more assessing. And then we can transition into one of the higher levels of care if that's needed. So I think that's the difference.
Yeah, Dan, I'm going to stop you because I think there are a lot of questions even about the written report, and I appreciate the presentation. I think this is complicated, and so one of the reasons that, and I'll just say this to everybody who's listening, that with Zoom, the reason I'm sort of pressing on people to get slides is that it's very difficult to get to understand the issues that are most important, even from the written reports, which is why I was recommending that we do slides and not just kind of, because unfortunately, I think what's being done here is a little bit of a re-explanation of something that you've tried to explain to us before. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the public comment, and then I'll just let the board ask questions. Is that all right with you both, Dan and Bob?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Yes. So I'm going to go to public comment, and after public comment, I'll come back to the board for feedback and input.
All right, we currently have 5 speakers. Next speaker is Vanessa Payne. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Payne. I am a social services analyst in the Child Family Team unit. As part of my role, I am on the leadership team with Department of Family and Children's Services that includes the director, managers, supervisors, and social services analysts. Contracting out of the CAICI, which is known formally as the RAKE, and what will now be called the Welcoming Center, to Seneca has not been discussed with the leadership team. While I do not expect to be privy to all decision-making, this is a significant matter that warrants further discussion and transparency with stakeholders. I asked the Board of Supervisors to please hold the department accountable for having transparency with the community and with social workers that are going to be directly impacted by any change that we're making. And I want to ask that we not put a Band-Aid on things and that we really have a welcome center or a receiving center that really meets the needs of our children, and we're not here 2 years from now talking about the same issues. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maggie Cocaine. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I am a resource parent. Do not contract out the responsibility of caring for our county's children. The Welcoming Center will be the initial contact that abused and neglected children have with the county child welfare system. We need in-house staff that are experienced, reliable, and accountable. Even though Seneca might appear cheaper, it will cost more in the long run if the agency fails and the children will suffer more trauma. I've personally dealt with Seneca when visits were outsourced. My foster child needed transportation to visit his dad, but both DFCS and Seneca kept passing the buck and pointing fingers at each other. The responsibility of the children cannot be passed back and forth with no accountability. Please bring in an independent auditor to oversee the receiving assessment and placement of children and require meaningful stakeholder input. Thank you.
The next speaker is Katie Taylor. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Katie Taylor, resource parent. I have a number of questions about the Welcoming Center. One, I'd like to know why this is better outsourced than run by a DFCS. And also, where will this center be located? It says in the report that they're qualified for 8 children. If there's over 8 kids, where will those kids go? It also says that DFCS assessments are only happening, by DFCS staff until September 1st. After September 1st, the CBO will be providing those assessments. Where's the DFCS staff going to be reassigned, or what's going to happen to those staff after that point? What education and training are the CBOs going to require their staff to have to do these assessments? And why hasn't the Welcoming Center proposal been presented to any of the stakeholders? Thank you.
The next speaker is Sandra Orlando. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
you. Please decline the proposal to outsource the receiving center services. The DFCS report states the Welcoming Center will replace DFCS caring directly for children. However, the continuum of care model that they describe really should start with the social workers who remove children from unsafe situations. They should then turn them over to coworkers who can comfort and care for traumatized children, while others do the necessary work of assessments and placement. Keeping this process in-house makes more sense and supports the new model that the department is proposing. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
So Robert Aguirre here. I have more of a recommendation than a comment to be made. When these meetings were being held in the Board of Supervisors chambers, the actual agenda was being projected and it would show what item was being discussed. And so anybody could walk in at any time and know exactly what was going on. And a lot of times there's a lot of other things that are being discussed that may not pertain to something that you're interested in. And you can walk out, you can walk back in again. You can always keep an eye on what's going on. But right now with these virtual meetings, there's nothing like that. And I would suggest that you provide another window that would actively show what item is being discussed. Because like right now, I'm not really even sure what I'm commenting on. But like I said, this is more of a recommendation than a real comment on whatever subject is being discussed. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ruben Moreno. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Hey, Ruben, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, board. This is Ruben Moreno. I'm a social work supervisor. I've been with the department almost 23 years. And it's recently come to my attention that this county intends to contract with Seneca or other agencies without a request for proposal to operate the Welcoming Center. I'm very concerned about that. I think that over the last several years, we've heard a lot of very serious complaints about mismanagement at the rake, about staff safety, as well as the safety of the children that have been staying there. So I would ask that we, carefully, that we slow down this process, that we really carefully think and involve our stakeholders, particularly the staff that would be directly impacted, our resource families, because we really need to come up with a plan that's going to be very successful and meet the outcomes for the safety outcome for our children. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Shannon Araujo. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Shannon Araujo. I've been a foster parent for about 8 years, and I'm very concerned about outsourcing the receiving center, now called the Welcoming Center. I believe that we had a hard time keeping people accountable that were in-house, and when we are looking about outsourcing, we are going to have even more trouble keeping the outsourced teams accountable. We struggle with the the services that we get from these places already. And I'm a little concerned that if we don't get together and come up with some really good solutions, we're going to end up in the same boat shortly, probably within the next 6 months, when there is to be a sudden influx of children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Matthew will be our last speaker on this item.
Our final speaker is Matthew. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Matthew, are you there? I'm not hearing anything from Matthew.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to now go back to the board and I'm going to start with Dave and see if there are any questions.
I guess I just have a general question, but we're hearing a lot of concern about what people are referring to as the outsourcing of the Welcoming Center. at its genesis, if you will, the concerns that I had expressed, and I think you could join me, Supervisor Chavez, at the time, were really about that first 24 hours. And, you know, there were other concerns beyond that that I won't go into at this time. We don't need to rehash any of that, but there was certainly a lot of focus on that first 24 hours. From my standpoint, I'm still not entirely clear how the outsourcing model creates more accountability in that regard. So I'd just like to frame that as a question. You know, how does it? Why wouldn't folks who are arguing that, you know, a committed 24-hour turnaround in-house program would be more accountable than, you know, a welcoming center that's essentially run by our outside partners. Can you just talk about that one more time, Bob, or whoever your designee is?
Sure. Dan, feel free to chime in. And I mean, I think the main distinction that we've been trying to make with adding this element is what Dan was speaking to earlier. In the instance where we know we have an immediate placement lined up, we would begin that work, and our staff would be the primary on that situation. Where we know, where we can see a situation is going to go beyond the 24 hours, which is where we've had the significant difficulty with the receiving center. What we're able to do in this is to do that handoff immediately so that kids are in an appropriate care setting. And what I think that offers is a variety of different things. And one of the things that we have said is missing as part of our model was really any meaningful therapeutic services. And what we're hoping to get out of this particular piece of having the welcoming center is to immediately have those services available for folks who are going to be staying with us any longer than the 24 hours. So I don't know that it's an issue of accountability and differences there. As Dan said, our staff will work side by side in concert with the providers. Nothing changes in that respect. So I don't think there's anything in particular about outsourcing. It's just an issue of adding a dimension of care that didn't exist, which is why kids were overstaying in our receiving center. So the point of the welcoming center is to create a service that fills that gap so there aren't the overstays.
And through the chair, so I appreciate that qualitative distinction and why that is driving your decision-making or recommendation. When I say accountability, I guess what I'm trying to say is, so what happens as I'm concerned that the qualitative benefit, which is obviously critically important, will overshadow some of the initial concerns about length of placement in a temporary setting. And that's where I'm concerned about accountability. I'm really just asking, I'm not asking you, are you accountable? Because I know you are. I'm asking in terms of systems, where's the switch in the tracks at that point? You know, who calls that? I imagine there's some concern about, you know, the people who are speaking, the people who are testifying today, none of us on the dais are the actual board members or the accountability keepers or the gatekeepers for these organizations. You'll have a contract with them, we will. But what triggers then, hey, we know this is a nice, comfortable therapeutic setting, but it's been too long. That's what I want to know.
Right. So, Dan, I don't know if you want to speak to the particulars of that aspect of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good thing that we're going to have to keep an eye on, because I think no matter what we build, we need to make sure that child care, that individualized care is at the center. And I think length of stay in any program is going to be vital. You know, I think that would be the same as if we had, you know, if we still operated the Enborg, or if we operate Keiki, or if we operate a welcoming center, that that care plan really needs to be tailored around that child, and we need to monitor the outcomes. I know that one of the things that we're developing too is a oversight and evaluation component. So I think this is part of that we're also going to be looking at is how do we ensure that we're hitting those important benchmarks, and that initial 24 hours is so critical to that long-term success of that child. So that's the work that we're doing with the providers, that any of the providers we work with. I know right now we're focusing on the welcoming center and these other components, but anything that we build that involves the care and supervision of the child, we need to have these benchmarks built into them.
Yeah, I guess, and I don't want to overuse my time as we're trying to all be judicious here, and I want to hear what my colleagues have to say on this topic and others. But as somebody like several of my colleagues who served as president of the board and had the opportunity to sit there after board meetings and sign contracts and go back through and review them even more closely sometimes than I was able to before the meetings, it seems to me what I'm asking for is that it seems to me that there really just needs to be language that's very clear, language of termination, language of clear remedies that can be moved on and are expected to be moved on our side immediately in terms of any breach of those requirements that really force us down this path in the first place. So that's what I'm looking for. I appreciate the affirmation I'm hearing that yes, we do need that kind of accountability. At least that's what I think I'm hearing from you, Bob and Dan. But maybe that's part of what Supervisor Chavez is saying, not having slides and not having things in front of me. I'm not really clear where that button is to that you push, metaphorically speaking, to get the remedy that you want to immediately move us away from any degradation in the 24-hour placement policy and anything else that's going on. So I'll stop there. I think I've voiced my concerns and then wait and see what happens with the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Dave. And I'll just remind my colleagues that we're going to be a 10-minute for every item, and then we'll come back around. And I appreciate, Dave, you hit right on it. Susan, and you're on mute.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have a few questions. First, the report in laying out the 4 therapeutic levels of care has a cap on each one for a number of days or a number of months. And I'm concerned about capping the length of stay. This appears that it would build in greater instability for an already traumatized child. And I'd like to know what practices we've built into the operations to help step down, and whether there are any reasons for capping other than cost.
Hey, Supervisor, that's a really good question. I think the rough caps are really there for some of the budgeting projections that each of the programs in them will have built in that individualized care component, so that if we need to extend beyond, there's the ability to do that for each child. So that will be there. There won't be a hard cutoff that at day 60 somebody has to discharge if that's not appropriate. The second component is a crucial question too, which is what we're trying to build into this continuum is that piece of the continuum, so that as children are going to, some days are going to need more support and they need to go up to a different level, and hopefully the goal is that they transition down to lower levels, and within that they can move freely within that continuum and still continue that coordination of care, no matter kind of where they're physically placed.
Well, that movement back and forth, of course, makes me a little bit nervous as well. Would it be back and forth with the same staffing or the same families or the same supports? My underlying concern to all of this is stability for the child.
Right, and I didn't mean to present it in a way that like day to day they're going to be moving from level to level, but I think if they come in today and they're assessed to need a certain level of care and they go into one of these like an intensive foster home, that has a scope of service then to meet the needs of that child, and the hope is through that program that child can get to a place where maybe they don't need that level of care. So when they're ready to go to a lower level of care, then that provider can then help assist with that transition to a different home when that's appropriate.
Great, thanks. I want to make sure I have an opportunity to get to all of my questions in the 10 here. This question is about staffing. The report outlines that the Welcoming Center staff will complete CAMs and pathways to the well-being mental health screening and referral forms. BHSD will complete CAMs for kids who don't enter the Welcoming Center. Can you clarify who exactly is staffing operations at the Welcoming Center? Is it county? Is it or DFCS, or is it Seneca?
So the actual on-site staff that will be responsible for the physical Welcoming Center and the services there would be Seneca staff. County staff, so DFCS and behavioral health staff, will be on site as needed to do what our required assessments and our required contacts.
So Seneca will be both the assessor and the placement director into their own programs?
Seneca completing the CANs and the pathways assessments, that's per the current protocols that we have with the providers that do specialty mental health, that they all complete those assessments. The placement component is where we're at phase kind of 1 of our build out for the continuum. The plan is not that every child that goes to the Seneca Welcoming Center has to go to a Seneca placement. When they go to the Welcoming Center and through DFCS assessment, behavioral health assessment, and then the Welcoming Center's own observation and assessment, we determine what's the best fit for this child. We may find that intervention is with another provider. So that would be the goal, is to help transition to that service that would be appropriate for that child.
Yeah, so that sort of ties into what Supervisor Cortesi was asking about oversight. I would think that the oversight component should be the Juvenile Justice Commission, since they're the statutory authority to provide oversight, or they were to provide oversight at the rate. Now that there is no more rate for inspection, would the JJC be the oversight for this portion of the continuum of care services?
And unfortunately, Supervisor, I don't have a good answer for you on officially. That's something I can follow up on to see if that's what the route should be. But we do need oversight. I think we would need oversight. We would need to be able to report back on what's happening.
We need oversight. We need accountability, and again, with Seneca providing the staffing the facility, I'm concerned about us contracting out to the extent that we don't have eyes on the process regularly. Where's the actual physical Welcoming Center? Is that the same as Keiki?
No, the physical location is on First Street, where Seneca has a couple buildings there.
And that's the place that can accommodate 8 kids at a time?
Correct.
What do we do if we have more than 8?
Well, I think we are going to keep, for the foreseeable future, we do have the leases for those scattered sites. So I think while this is all being built out and while we're developing the evaluation process, we are going to have to keep that resource available, both as a safety net. But I think to your point, to make sure that in this build out that we've estimated the correct capacity for the needs that we have within the children that we serve.
Okay, so sticking with Seneca and their role, will they be providing the family finding services?
Yeah, right now we do have a contract with Seneca for family finding. That's also something we as county are bringing internal to kind of relaunch this year.
Yeah, does Seneca have access to all of the same databases that DFCS does? CLEX, Lewis, CPLS, I think there's some others, CWS, CMS.
That has been a challenge. I mean, that has been a challenge, I think, getting access, the same level of access that we have. So I think we've had to create some workarounds, but we do have DFCS family finders on site who are also doing this.
You know, Seneca may be an outstanding provider, but I really am having concerns because at the end of the day, these services are mandated by state and federal law to be provided by counties, which is why we make sure that there's funding allocation with the mandates.
If I can
If we're going to
clarify
outsource the services, we really have to make sure that there's appropriate oversight and that we remove any potential areas of conflict. And I think I'm about out, so I'll stop there with that comment, but want my concerns to be reflected on the record today. Thanks.
Thank you.
So if I can just respond real quick, there's no contracted out service that are mandated for us. Where we have any of our mandated services or still stuff that we're doing.
Thanks, Daniel. When I process all of this, if I have additional questions, maybe we can talk offline again. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you. I just want to return to the single issue I raised months ago when we first began this conversation, or this iteration of the conversation, and it goes to the issue of evaluation of the program, because we were talking about so many sort of new or different approaches to replace what we viewed as a broken model. I think my two previous colleagues have spoken about oversight. I guess the way I would come at the question, though, and I know we got an off-agenda staff report on this, but essentially on the issue of evaluation, I took it to be we're working on this. So to ask my question very directly, a year from now, how will we know if this has worked well or not? What is the evaluation mode or metric that we'll use to ask and answer that question?
Supervisor, that's a great question. I do know that there's another file that I think is in progress. I'm sorry, I don't have the date that it's actually being submitted, that is going over the evaluation, the proposed evaluation process and protocols in collaboration with the Office of Research and Evaluation and external evaluator. So there will be more details submitted in, but a year from now, I would expect that evaluation procedure will be in place. And we will have, at that point, have data to evaluate progress at that point, to either continue on with the progress that we're doing or to make course corrections.
Well, I guess, Supervisor Chavez was gracious in her remarks, if I may characterize her remarks that way earlier, in terms of, acknowledging that we've heard some of this before, but we're trying to wrap our arms around, all right, where are we and what does it mean? That's my recharacterization of her earlier comments. And I understand that the staff is, literally in real time redesigning the model. I get that. But I think you're going to continue to get these questions about oversight and anxieties about approaches until and unless there's a clear explanation of here's how we're going to handle the issue of evaluation. And it seems to me like we still haven't quite wrapped our arms around it. So I'm agnostic on the issue of using a contractor in terms of accountability. But I'm absolutely still firmly of the view that we need to have a well-defined, clearly articulated evaluation process that really does allow us to identify sooner rather than later whether these changes have had the desired effect. I'll let it go at that, Madam Chair, given the time. Thank you.
Yeah. If I could just respond for a second, just to share, when we had talked earlier on this, we had said we had an outline for how we were going to approach this, which was working with Casey Family Programs, and they had agreed to help support the design of the evaluation, as well as potentially putting some resource towards that. Since that time, there was a change of heart on their part because they've refocused their energies in terms of working on the COVID response. So in that time, what we've done is we have reached out to other folks, including RDA, and have had conversations with them. They've put a proposal together for us. And what we've decided, partly because of cost, but partly just because we get to your earlier point of who should do this, we want to do a partnership evaluation with them. And that's what we're in the midst of negotiating. But we do have a program, we do have an evaluation design from them, and we're just finalizing that. And we'll be happy to share that with you so that you can see where we're at. There's been a lot of thinking that has gone into this. And what I would say is just some of the simple components of what we're talking about on the assessment front when we're doing things like the cans and the other evaluations. Those are going to serve as some of the baseline of evaluative tools that we work with traditionally and working on with the care of kids and evaluating their progress. So at a baseline, we're collecting some of that information as part of our programs and our requirements under the state's rules for child welfare. And that will feed into that program design and be piece of the evaluation. So some of it is going to be around outcomes of improvement of health that the cans will indicate, as well as just other outcomes around placement and return to families and things like that.
Well, let me see if I can pin you down a little on this, Mr. McCutcheon, and appreciate the response. So if at every opportunity I ask the same question, which is a year from now, how are we going to know whether or not this has worked well for our county and its kids? When do we think there's going to be a clear and specific answer to here's what the evaluation process and tools and metrics will look like?
Sure. I think in terms of the process, we have a good idea of that, and we want that kicked off with the kickoff of Seneca's services, which we're shooting for July. So the framework and the execution of the agreement with, if it is RDA or the evaluator that we choose in partnership with our research division, we'll have that in place as that takes off at the beginning of the year. And then the evaluation intervals will probably kick off at that 6 and 12-month intervals and then go from there.
All right. Well, I look forward to asking you the question yet again and again. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Bob. I know a lot of this goes through CSFC, but Bob, how do we compare to, I hear about this issue so much, and I don't sit on the committee that it's dealt with so often, and I thank those supervisors that do. Bob, how do we compare to the other larger size counties? Where would you grade us? Are we in the middle of the pack? Are we trying to be perfect? Are we at the bottom of the pack? I guess I just don't understand, since this is something the county has done, it's one of our core responsibilities, why there seems to be such an issue. I know it's complex, I know it's evolving, things change all the time, but I imagine anything that we're subject to, that we are subject to, other counties are subject to.
Yes, absolutely. We're not unique in the challenges that we're facing. And what I think this boils down to is what we've said is that each jurisdiction has a handful of high needs kids that the systems haven't been built to deal with adequately. The continuum of care reform and the development of the short-term residential treatment programs that the state has been working on was in large part the goal to move the system in a direction that was going to provide more effective care. And I think as we have shared, the challenge has been in that transformation. And I think that the state has shared its concern that it hasn't gone as initially planned. And we had shared that with you guys earlier, where initially all group homes were supposed to be sunsetted, as a period of a couple years ago. And the state keeps extending that deadline with the acknowledgement that there's been lumps and bumps along the way. Together with our community providers, they have realized in our partnership is that this short-term residential treatment model isn't the complete solution. So where I think we are a little bit different in terms of other counties is that we did go ahead and remove all of our kids from group home settings. And we've worked very aggressively to have our kids placed as quickly as possible into resource families. We've made a lot of headway with that. But what that has left is where there is a gap in the treatment system, that's where we've had our challenges, and that's where kids got backed up in our receiving center. In terms of the overall assessment, I mean, the feedback that we get from the state is that we're pretty further ahead than many other counties. What I would say is the model that we're using with Seneca is one that they've been working with first with San Francisco. So I would say San Francisco is ahead of us in the sense of getting this system up and running by a period of 6 or 9 months to do this particular system of care piece. And I would say we're close on the heels of that. And I would say we've provided it before, but we've provided the census from other counties of just where they sit in terms of the capacity they've built, but also kids that they still have in the group home setting. So I think there's some good news along with this. It's just that we have some pretty tough growing pains.
Thank you for that clarification. That's it, Madam President.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for their very thoughtful points. And actually, Supervisor Wasserman, I think the question you're asking is a really powerful one, because there are certain items that I continue to bring back to the board because I think they are a core responsibility of ours, and that they're not working, irrespective of how other counties are doing, they're not working the way we all want them to, including the staff. And an example of that is something we actually heard on the agenda a few times when we were talking about how to make sure that childcare providers were receiving vouchers and that were appropriate. And we finally found out that the organization that was doing that fell apart. And so sometimes when we can't get things resolved, we bring them back because they're so important. And what's really critical here is these children literally belong to each of us. And so the reason I'm bringing this back to the board is that as a single board member, and I know this has been true for Supervisor Cortese, we certainly could continue to dive into this solely in committee. But given that the role we play in children's lives who we remove from the home, that those children are like our own children. That's why we've been bringing it back to the full board, so that the board has an opportunity to weigh in and better understand the challenges that we're facing. But I appreciate the question, because in some ways what you're saying is, wait a minute, we've been talking about this for a while. Why isn't this resolved? And that's that's I think where we're all trying to get. So I just have a few things that I would like to raise. One is that I would like the SSA leadership to convene a stakeholder meeting with our frontline workers, our foster families, and our resource parents, and our CBOs on the issue of this, of making sure that we have a cohesive plan, and so that the group understands the decisions that have been made relative to Seneca and the division of labor, and that the staff be prepared where new and better ideas come in, that they get inserted into that process. And even though it's during COVID-19, I think these meetings have to happen relatively quickly. Second, I just want to reinforce the point that Supervisor Simidian raised about this outside set of eyes. I think he earlier referred to it in an earlier meeting about facilitation of our transition, and now is really diving into the evaluation component. And I think that's right, that we want to really make sure that we can be ahead of the game in terms of understanding what's happening in our system. And then finally, at the June 25th Children, Seniors, Family Committee meeting, I want to make sure we address all of the feedback and all of the concerns that have been raised by my colleagues before we bring this back to the full board. And that is making sure that we are transparent and clear about all next steps, the role of our staff, and the role of our partnership with all of the providers that weigh in on this issue. And that we make sure that the families and partners, that our benchmark for families and partners is that we're really focused on what it takes to succeed. And then lastly, I just want to say on the family finding, I cannot emphasize enough and I know you all are working to this, but I cannot emphasize enough the significant importance of bringing family finding into our organization. And I know you all are working toward it. I am very concerned that that's one of those systems that I think has to be leveraged internally. So those are some requests I'd like to make. So as the maker of the motion to receive the report makes that motion, I'd like to have these directions included, including those raised by Supervisor Simidian relative to evaluation, and the questions that both that actually all of our supervisors have asked, that they be addressed in our 25th meeting, and that then we'll strategize about what to bring back to the board in chunks that the board would be able to receive and understand and be able to process. So with that, may I ask for a maker of a motion that addresses the discussion we just had?
So moved, Dave.
Thank you. We have a motion from Supervisor Cortese. May I get a second?
Second.
A second from Supervisor Wasserman. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'd like a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Allenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. And I do want to thank the staff. They're working really hard. This is just, these kids are so important to all of us. I think that's why we're staying on top of this the way that we are. All right, it is now a little after 12. What I'd like to do is take one more item, see if we can't get an item wrapped up at 12:30. This next by 12:30, and if not, I think this item can move forward relatively quickly. I'd like to move to item 21. Supervisor Cortese, this is the $5 million to the Community Foundation for the Financial Assistance Relief Fund. If you'd like to introduce the item, we'll see if there are any questions from our colleagues. I'm going to give just a minute for people to weigh in on this item. So if folks who want to weigh in can do that while we proceed on this item would be great. So item 21, Supervisor Cortese, would you like to give the opening comments to that?
Yeah, let me just introduce the item in brief. This is a referral to the administration to take necessary actions to expeditiously allocate $5 million to the Silicon Valley Community Foundation to support phase 2 of the COVID-19 Financial Assistance Relief Program for Santa Clara County residents. That's a program that the Community Foundation has been not only the fiscal agent, but essentially the repository for. As a board will remember, this board unanimously agreed earlier in the year to contribute $2 million to this same relief fund. Individuals over and above that contributed several $1 million, in excess of $10 million in private and other public funding sources. And the program itself continues to provide vulnerable low-income residents in Santa Clara County with immediate relief, financial assistance, help to pay rent, and other needs that are identified through the Community Foundation's process and through the community-based agencies like Sacred Heart Community Service and so forth that are a part of that system. I will stop there and pause for additional remarks or questions.
Would you like to make a motion, Supervisor Cortese?
That would be good. It's a pretty straightforward. I'd just make a motion now. Thank you.
So we have a motion. I'd like to make the second since I co-sponsored that item. Then what I'd like to do is go to public comment, and then I'll come to the board for feedback. Unless anybody needs something clarifying. Susan, I saw you leaning in. Did you want to speak before the speakers?
No, I'm happy to wait. Thanks.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to cap the speakers at the number that are on our screen now. Actually, because I made a huge error in doing this because I'm gonna mess our time up. I'm so sorry, colleagues. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, we're going to cap the speakers that at Sarita. And that gives us 14 speakers on this item. And I'm doing that for my colleagues who have asked me to remind them of that. This will be the only item we take before we take a 30-minute break. I will let the staff know that are planning to be here at 1 that that we'll start it when we come back, probably at about 1:10. All right, so staff, could you please call the speakers?
The next speaker is Chad Bojorquez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, first of all, for expediting this item before the 1 o'clock. And also thank you so much for your support of our COVID-19 financial assistance response so far. Just to recap, we have collectively raised $25 million. In the first phase, we assisted over 4,000 residents of Santa Clara County with $11 million of financial assistance. In the second phase, which these funds would add and assist 5,000 more individuals, we already have 21,000 applications on the interest list. We are assisting extremely low income households who don't have access to either federal stimulus or state unemployment. So our most vulnerable individuals and families in Santa Clara County. And just to give you a perspective of how we've made the system more efficient, we have 7,000 applications out now, which is 3,000 more than we assisted in the whole first round. So we're improving through the help of over 70 partners across the county. Thank you.
The next speaker is Pancho Guevara. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Pancho Guevara from Sacred Heart Community Service. It's a pleasure to be able to speak on this item, and thank you for your incredible leadership, especially for families that are ineligible for other forms of assistance. And this fund is a critical lifeline to so many folks that have been waiting for some sort of assistance to be able to make sure that they are able to be stable and be able to provide for their families during this really critical time. And a lot of folks are out of work and dramatically impacted. One of the unique characteristics of this particular initiative in this phase of funding has been the planning process that involved many different organizations. Over 36 organizations were able to contact over 300 immigrant families and asking them for their feedback on how to construct this. And as Chad noted before, that we have over 70 organizations that are involved in deploying these resources to many of our most vulnerable residents. So your investment plays a critical role in making sure that resources are getting out quickly, efficiently, and safely to families in fear.
The next speaker is Ann M. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. This is Ann M. with Silicon Valley Community Foundation. I'd like to thank the board for your tremendous response to COVID-19. Our foundation has been proud to distribute grants and work closely with Destination Home, Sacred Heart, and an array of nonprofit partners that have been providing essential services. Thousands have already been assisted, yet there are still thousands more on the wait list. The requests for help are increasing, yet fundraising for COVID-19 is starting to taper off. The need is dire, and it will take close to $400 million to close the gap for our undocumented neighbors who have lost earnings. Let me share a story with you. Mark worked at a restaurant in Gilroy and is the father of 2. His wife is quadriplegic, and due to COVID-19, his restaurant had to close, leaving him with no income. He was assisted through these funds. They are providing a critical lifeline to residents who are desperate. Thank you so much for your consideration of this request.
The next speaker is Jan Stokely. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Jan Stokely, Executive Director of Housing Choices. We're one of the 70 community partners working on this effort to bring much needed resources to households with that have been affected by COVID and are not eligible for unemployment. As you may know, we provide housing support services to people with developmental disabilities who've been referred to us by the Regional Center. We serve adults with developmental disabilities like Cheryl, who you honored today. She was a resident of one of our apartments. But more than half of our 1,500 referrals from San Andreas are families of kids and adults with developmental disabilities who, even before the crisis, were living in overcrowded, unsafe, unhealthy, and unstable housing. Now their needs are so much greater, and we're pleased to support an effort, particularly to help the families with undocumented workers survive and get through this difficult situation. Thank you for all you're doing and for all your support.
The next speaker is Mark Fischler. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Mark Fischler with Parents Helping Parents. It's nice to see all of you. And let me just say that I've never been so grateful to live in an area where people care about one another and people believe in science. It's become quite evident in the last couple of months how important that really is. Parents Helping Parents is also one of the 70 partners of Destination Home. And I have to tell you, raising a child with special needs is challenging under the best of circumstances. Over the last 2 months, it's become even more dire. PHP's 5 busiest zip codes are in East San Jose and Gilroy, and that is why this program is so important for us, because we are receiving literally hundreds of calls like the ones you've already heard about, where these are people that are trying to do the best with their children and have lost their income and really have no other place to turn. So appreciate your support of this effort. Thank you.
The next speaker is Esther Prowlis-Diekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Esther Prowlis-Diekman. I'm the Executive Director of Next Door Solutions to Domestic Violence, and I'm speaking today in support of allocating $5 million to the fund. We have seen since the beginning of the shelter-in-place order a dramatic drop in survivors of domestic violence reaching out to us. We were greatly concerned, but it appears that they were navigating job loss, not being able to feed children, and violence became secondary. As we've been able to get help through this fund for our clients, we're starting to see the call shift. 70 to 80% of callers that are coming in are reporting that they need safety planning. Violence and abuse has been escalating, but I think it speaks volumes that people need to feed their kids, need to survive, need to pay rent, and that becomes more important than their own physical well-being, their emotional well-being. So we absolutely need these funds. And we look forward to continued discussion and more funding where possible. Thank you.
The next speaker is Perla Flores. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. I want to first thank the supervisors for all of your support so far and your continued support, and really proud to live and work in a county that cares so much for its residents, and particularly the underprivileged individuals. Community Solutions is a partner in providing financial support to individuals impacted by COVID. And in the span of just 3 weeks, we processed over 100 applications and checks worth over $260,000 to support individuals impacted by COVID. And utilizing funding for domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking survivors, we processed over $30,000 worth of financial assistance requests for gender-based violence survivors impacted by COVID. Individuals like Maria, who was living in a household of 4 individuals, and all 4 individuals were furloughed because of COVID. And Sandra, who was furloughed from her minimum wage job due to COVID. So thank you so much for your support, and we look forward to continuing partnering to support our community.
The next speaker is Paris Scott. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin to speak.
Pars Equality Center is a nonprofit, community-based organization and a proud grassroots partner of Destination Home's Phase 2 COVID-19 financial assistance program. Pars has specifically tailored legal and social services for the Iranian, Afghani, and other Middle Eastern populations. These communities have always been underserved and underrepresented, not only in Santa Clara County, but in the entire nation. With this administration's Muslim travel ban and extreme vetting of immigrants from the Middle East, our communities have been suffering long before the pandemic and are now desperately in need of language-specific guidance and support that only PARS can provide. Pars's emergency fund program was depleted 2 weeks after the shelter in place, and we had to turn away clients who needed money to pay for rent. Now, thanks to Destination Home, we can once again reach out to our members who trust us and believe us when we say that there is no strings attached to this money, and it's only there to help them in these times of need. However, like Pars's emergency fund, Destination Home's funding is almost gone, and we still have many more members on the verge of homelessness. Please vote in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Next speaker is Allison Brunner. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. I am Allison Brunner from the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We urge you to support the allocation of $5 million to support phase 2 of the Financial Assistance Relief Program. At the Law Foundation, every day our team is fielding incredibly high volumes of calls from low-income tenants across all areas of our county. What we hear is alarming. We hear desperation, we hear despair, we hear stories that are worse than ever before. The very same families who were struggling to make ends meet before the crisis are now being forced to make the impossible choices between paying for necessities like food and medicine or keeping a roof over their heads. This incredible program has helped put critical funds in the hands of thousands of people with no other access to relief. But the need is far greater. If we fail to act, we will see even more forced into the streets. This pandemic has had a profoundly devastating impact, and we thank you for all that you're doing. Please support this fund now.
The next speaker is the WVCS administrator. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Josh Stello, and I'm the Executive Director of West Valley Community Services, and I'm here today to request your support of item 21. We serve the West Valley region of Santa Clara County, which is fairly affluent, but as you all know, poverty and COVID-19 know no zip codes. Since March, our demand has skyrocketed. We have had a 500% increase in demand from the same period last year. We've had lines snake down the block for food and assistance, and our phones ring continuously with requests for help from people that are without food, without income, and without hope. We help folks like Saul, who along with his wife held down 2 jobs before COVID-19, and now unable to pay rent, he's worried that he's gonna have to spend his last $200 on boxes so the family can move. Today, I ask you, our county's incredible leaders, to think about how this virus has already disproportionately impacted our community's most vulnerable residents. I hope you will vote yes and bring light and hope to a community that is truly fighting for survival. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tom Myers. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Tom Myers, Executive Director of Community Services Agency in Mountain View. And I'm also this year the chair of the Emergency Assistance Network of Agencies. And I am speaking, of course, to support item 21. All of us in the Emergency Assistance Network have seen an incredible increase in the needs that are out there in our community. And at CSA, we have seen an inundation of people who are looking and seeking assistance from us. One of the nice things about this new round of assistance from Destination Home is the emphasis on reaching those who are in the 30% or lower AMI category for income. That's incredibly important, and it's forcing all of us to create coalitions like we are with the Day Worker Center here in Mountain View to make sure we are reaching those people who are most in need. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Sherry Burns. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, President Chavez and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Sherry Burns. I'm the Executive Director of Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. Thank you, Supervisor Cortese, for your beautiful memoriam of Cheryl Huitt this morning. She was an extraordinary woman and advocate. Today, I'm speaking in support of item 21. During the pandemic and sheltering in place, the overwhelming majority of calls and emails to our agency since late March have been a request for rent assistance, general financial support, and food access assistance. Our local 211 INR agency has fielded 200 to 300 calls daily for referrals to CBOs. Again, the overwhelming majority of requests have been for rent assistance, utility bill assistance, and food access. Since March, SVLC has focused our attention on providing temporary housing assistance for persons with disabilities who are unhoused, rent assistance for older adults, and people with disabilities who are at imminent risk of losing their stable housing. We need to help our small businesses, landlords pay their mortgages and stay afloat. We need to help our families maintain their affordable housing. We support this measure.
The next speaker is Maria Mirokin. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I am the Executive Director of the Day Worker Center of Mountain View, and through our history has been serving the day workers and their families, and never that now it's more important to continue supporting them. I'm one of the organizations, representing one of the organizations who is working with Destination Home to achieve that goal. And I really strongly urge you to support this increase in the funding and continue looking for more opportunities to continue support this community. I believe the importance that you are giving to this item really speak very loud about your priorities, and I'm so proud to be part of this effort. So here in Mountain View, we are witnessing the increase in needs in our community. So I strongly request your support, yes, for this effort.
The final speaker is Sarita Kohli. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. This is Sarita Kohli from AKI. AKI serves a very diverse group of community members coming from all across the county. But one thing they have in common is that the overwhelming majority of them come from low income or very low income households. And the impact of this pandemic on them has been truly devastating. Our clients mostly work in service jobs all over the county, which they have lost or have reduced hours, and are now faced with having to make difficult choices between paying for food or rent. Through the work that we are doing with Destination Home and Sacred Heart and the homelessness prevention system, we have seen firsthand the tremendous surge in demand for direct financial assistance over the last 2 months. And as this crisis is showing no signs of abating, the need is only growing. So I am urging you to please support the proposal as you have done and stepped up and shown leadership in taking care of the most vulnerable members of our community. Please continue to do that. Thank you.
Now, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. That is all the speakers on this item. I'm going to go back to the board, and Supervisor Ellenberg, you were next. Then I'll go to Supervisor Simidian and then Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. I think this referral is a really good one, and certainly direct cash assistance to our neediest families is probably the most efficient method of economic recovery. I want to ask a couple questions to Dr. Smith and just take this opportunity to look at a bigger issue, which is that I'm really concerned that we have not yet budgeted for economic recovery expenses. We definitely need to devote resources to support economic recovery. This is just a very small piece of that. And I don't like making decisions in the dark. So Dr. Smith, first question, do we have a clearly defined budget for economic recovery and response efforts?
At this point, the recommended budget that the board will get will include some assumptions, but the assumptions, as I've said before, are based on reimbursement from the state and the feds and revenue flows that are at risk. So we have, go ahead.
Reimbursement is a little bit different. I'm asking what we expect the cost of economic recovery will be and the cost of our response, separate from what we're reimbursed for. Do we know that?
Okay, I guess I'm a little confused. When you say economic recovery, do you mean paying for the COVID response in terms of the county government or the entire county?
The entire county, what we are doing in terms of our services, anything within our purview to respond to the health crisis and the attendant economic crisis.
No, we don't have such a budget at this point. It's too early for us to assess what the cost will be.
Do we have an estimate of what amount of money will be needed to fully move us out of the shelter in place?
At this point, I would say no. We're still projecting shelter in place to some extent will continue for a while. And as you know, there are a number of people projecting that there'll be another spike, which will put in another uncertainty into the calculation. So I don't think I could honestly give you a cost estimate of getting to the point where the shelter in place is lifted completely.
So that concerns me. I'll save most of that for the public health officer's report, but the fact that we don't have a specific costed out plan for all of the actions that we can take to move us out of shelter in place is not satisfactory to me. Again, I'll ask more about that this afternoon, but what this brings me to is that I don't know how much money we have to spend. I don't know if you're going to come back to us, Dr. Smith, and recommend laying off employees. I don't know how much our recovery will cost. I want us to fund whatever is necessary to put every guardrail in place so that we can fully reopen our economy. I want us to do whatever needs to be done to get people back to work, which of course, side note, includes getting school-age children back to school and little ones into quality childcare programs. I want us to meet the basic needs of residents whose suffering has increased as a result of COVID-19. And what makes me nervous again is not knowing what amount of money we have to allocate. I am supporting this referral today because I know that the need is immediate and dire. But I don't want to continue feeling that we have to make piecemeal decisions and fund things in the immediate sense out of our general fund dollars before we have a full picture of the needs of every resident of our county. The money that we contribute today will absolutely be helpful. It's not nearly enough to be transformative. And I think that really needs to be our primary, I hope will be our primary guidepost when we get to our budget discussions sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Ms. Ellenberg. I'm going to move on to Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share many of the concerns Supervisor Ellenberg articulated. I understand, again, as I've said, why we're on a very different budget timeline this year than we have been historically. But and of course, it's because of the really significant budget hits we're about to take. But it does put us in this very difficult position of being asked to make allocations when we don't really know what our financial wherewithal is to make the allocations. And, you know, truth be told, with a booming economy these last several years, we've been fortunate as a board to be able to make good ideas real because the funding has been there for the most part. But it's not going to be the case going forward. Let me just ask Dr. Smith, I mean, you know, we've not been forced during these boom years to confront the trade-offs. I mean, so if the number is 5 million or some other number, where does that money come from, and what does it not allow us to do? I mean, that's a question that I think we're going to have to keep asking and answering in the months ahead, because we're going to need to prioritize. And to Supervisor Ellenberg's point, I mean, this is clearly a priority, but I'm struggling here with the notion of, I mean, we did 2 million the last time, and we're delighted that that generated a leveraging effect from other givers. I'm not sure where the number came from today. Maybe Supervisor Chavez wants to speak to that in a minute. But Dr. Smith, what are the financial implications here?
Well, at this point, the only place it can come from is general fund. Obviously, if we get reimbursement later on from FEMA or another CARES Act option, that's an option in the future, but I can't honestly tell you that right now anything's available except the general fund.
And I mean, again, absent a budget, and I don't ask this critically, I'm just trying to think it through. Absent a budget, how do we know what dipping into the general fund does or doesn't preclude in the future? I mean, from your prior comments, I would gather that you're telling us that the general fund is not particularly robust at the moment and doesn't look to be for the foreseeable future. Yes, no?
Right. The general fund is not robust and is going down. But as you know, Supervisor, the challenge every year is for the Board of Supervisors to set priorities. And so there will, by necessity, as we go through the budget for this year and for the next 3 years, need to be things that are taken off the table. We're starting by getting rid of unfilled funded positions and eliminating some projects and bringing in one-time funds from reserves. But that won't deal with the $300 million deficit. And as we said last week, if we get to a $300 to $800 million deficit or $600 million deficit in the future years, clearly we won't be able to continue with that kind of relatively easy approach. I can't predict the future, but we're in a challenging position. And, you know, I would advise the board priorities, obviously, at this point, are trying to rebuild the community and provide services to those who are in need. But it comes with a trade-off financially.
Yeah, I guess if we go down the row, Madam Chair, I'll have the chance to hear from we'll all have the chance to hear from Supervisor Wasserman and from you, Supervisor Chavez. I'm curious to sort of have this conversation in the larger context, because I think we're going to have to confront it sooner rather than later, and I'm afraid it's sooner. We gave, I think, if I remember correctly, $2 million. I think that was the sum the last time to leverage. The dollar amount today is $5 million that's been proposed. It's hard to know if that's, quote, the right number. I'm sure that we could hear arguments for the need to be substantially greater than that. And then again, we're hoping that these funds leverage. I'm also, I'm not inclined to think that a month from now or 2 months from now, this need will have gone away. So the funding and the amount seem a little ad hoc. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I mean ad hoc as necessary in the literal sense of it as necessary, because no one has to make the case to me that it's necessary. I'm just, I'm sort of wondering if there's a way to do this in a more thoughtful framework, and maybe the uncertainty of the moment simply doesn't permit that. But as I say, I look forward to hearing from Supervisor Wasserman and Chavez and my other colleagues if they want to weigh in again. particularly on this issue of the amount and trade-offs and so on. I would ask, however, Supervisor, we did get some concerns in my district about the fact that the prior effort distribution was, as I understand it, centralized through Sacred Heart. And that's not to be anything other than appreciative to Sacred Heart for taking on that very challenging role. So I want to say thank you. But I think for folks who were used to going to our EANs, our emergency assistant network providers, that were local to them, if they weren't part of the process, that perhaps provided some buffer or delay, so I just want to ask, whatever we do today, if there's a dollar amount that's approved, that it go with clear direction to make sure that folks who throughout the county who are appropriate beneficiaries understand how to access the funding, and that folks who have worked with one particular worthy nonprofit aren't in some way disadvantaging others. I'll let it go at that.
I will respond to that, but I'll wait till my turn. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. Through the chair, please, to Dr. Smith. Dr. Smith, what would you say the odds are of this type of an expense being reimbursable by the federal government, whatever COVID related? I know we're submitting tens of millions of dollars of requests. We did with the state, got turned down on some. We're doing to the federal. What is it looking like now that we're into day 75 of our shelter in place? And the reason I'm asking is Supervisor Chavez used a term a few items ago, core responsibilities. So I look at that. I look at this list that I actually printed out, Jeff, that you provided a couple of weeks ago. And at the bottom were discretionary resources, least to most discretion. And I look at these county services here where we have the most flexibility to cut funding from. And to me, again, using Supervisor Chavez's term, they're core responsibilities to me. It's part of the Santa Clara County mission. On the other hand, okay, I know when I first got here, supporting the homeless population, we were able to prove that we actually save dollars by providing housing with services than doing nothing. That may be the same instance here, where if we provide this funding leveraged many times more with other agencies, that will ultimately provide the county of Santa Clara where anybody and everybody, regardless of circumstances, can access our services. So I'm interested, two questions, please, Dr. Smith. One, what do you think the odds are at this time of this expense being reimbursed? And two, do your experts feel that this particular expenditure will actually save us more than it will cost? And last but not least question is, I'm interested in what San Jose's contribution is to this particular program. Thank you.
Well, the honest answer about the projection is I don't know. I don't think I can make any kind of honest assessment about whether FEMA or CARES will pay for it. I know that the CARES Act gives us lots of discretion, so that's up to the board. Whether what you're asking, I think, is if they're going to pay specifically for this. I can't really give you an honest answer, yes or no. In terms of preventative services versus ongoing services, yes, it's clearly proven that $1 invested in prevention is at least $7 to $9 saved in ongoing services. And so these kinds of services are prevention services. In terms of what's San Jose putting in, I don't have an answer for that either.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll defer to you and what comes next.
Great. So let me start with the main point that's being asked about, like, how do we know what the impacts of the actions we're taking today are? I really have been struggling with that, as you all have, as we've been going through this pandemic, and now to lay on top of it this significant civil unrest. Frankly, I'm concerned about a second peak, and I'm also concerned about natural disaster as we get into fire season. I think there's a lot for us to be responsible for and wrap our arms around. So I absolutely understand that there could be a hesitation about how we invest. I think the challenge that we have is that we know we have people who are at risk of being on the street. We know we have people who are not able to meet their basic needs right now. And really, we have a lot of people that are relatively hard to reach. And so one of the points I want to make is to something that Supervisor Simidian raised, and that is, how are we working with agencies across the counties? Right now, there are 70 partner organizations that are involved in this effort. The Silicon Valley Community Foundation has done an unbelievable job in raising money. The SiliconValleyStrong.org investment has raised a lot of money as well. In fact, some of that you all have helped raise, that I've helped raise to put into that pot. I do not believe, so period. I think as it relates to the city of San Jose, we can certainly reach out to them and talk to them about a challenge grant, but this resource is not just for the city of San Jose, it's for people across the counties. So that's number one. And we're not asking any other city to match funds, which I'm more than happy to do if we think that's actually a better way to engage more resources. What we have been doing in partnership with the Community Foundation, as you all know, is looking for mechanisms to support their efforts to get corporate partners to invest more money. And I think at last count in our county, we were close to $30 million, give or take, including the investments made by the County of Santa Clara, the City of San Jose, and then through private donations. So what I would just say to my colleagues is that I too feel nervous about a number of the recommendations that I've been making, but I also feel like it's an emergency, and I don't know how long we can wait to get the answers we need to create comfort. I think the answers we're looking for are much more grounded in the idea that we want to have strategic investments, and I don't disagree with that at all either. I just feel like it's not going to be light enough outside for a while for us to know exactly where we're placing our feet. I think it's going to stay dark a little bit longer, and that's really why I'm asking us to move forward on this. I hope I was able to answer most of your questions. What I'd like to do is, we have a motion and a second on the table. I just want to see if there are any other comments or questions before we take an action. Yes, Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Madam President. Two things. One, when I was asking about San Jose, not only are they 50% of the population, and I would have to guess perhaps where at least 50% of the individuals who need the most help reside. I was thinking about a couple of weeks ago, it was brought up by our county executive about the dollars that came from the federal government, and something like 158 million, I think, went to San Jose at the time. And we made an appeal to have the next wave of money go more towards the county that's providing the lion's share of the services. So when I brought up San Jose, I brought them up as compared to the other 14 cities, because to my knowledge, they're the only ones that received 100 million plus from the federal government for COVID-related expenses.
Fair point.
So,
I think that the reason I would still say we haven't had conversations with other cities about contributions is that I think you're 1,000% right. The city of San Jose, based on its size, got more CARES money. I also think, though, that some cities have been more active in terms of investing in their nonprofit partners right now than others. And any kind of money that we could offer could also leverage more engagement. That's really what I meant, but I appreciate your point.
Thank you. The other comment I wanted to make, because you made the comment just a moment ago, and a few other people did previously, and I'm sure we'll hear more about it with Dr. Cody and our COVID items. But we talk about, if a second surge comes, you see this rioting going on and the high-fiving and the yelling and the screaming in people's faces without masks on. I wouldn't be surprised if in a couple of weeks we have an increase in cases. But God help us if whatever amount of increases we can't manage with our current PPE and hospital beds. If we go backwards, the conversations we've been having for the last 30 days are going to be prolonged. So doing something now, I think, is important. Where I would join in with a couple of other supervisors is questioning the dollar amount. And at this time, for instance, could $2.5 million go in now and $2.5 million later? Is there a benefit to that? Or, Madam President, is there a detriment to that?
Well, I think the detriment is you can help less people now. And I would like to decouple the discussion about the second wave is not only related to the uprisings right now. I think we're seeing around the globe, irrespective of uprisings, that we're seeing a second surge in a number of places. I think that the point you raise, and I do think that discussion is better had in the next item. I think the question you're asking about whether or not we should do a different amount of money, I think the answer to that is who knows? I mean, I'm looking at this because I think we have such high level of desperation. I'm very concerned about civil unrest beyond the challenges that we're having relative to discrimination and race in our country. We are having another, I feel in the areas that I represent, a very palpable level of agitation. And I think that part of our responsibility is making sure we can pull as many people across the finish line as we can as we pull out of COVID-19, and creating enough space for the health officers to make sure that we've pushed that virus down far enough that as we reopen, that we're going to be in a safe environment. So I think this investment makes a ton of sense for any number of reasons. But if folks want to look at a different amount or a different approach, I'm not really open to it. I mean, I think this is the minimum. Actually, initially, I wanted to bring something forward that was more in the $10 million range, because that's how concerned I am about the needs of the community and the concerns I have about frankly, people not having food or paychecks or other things for an extended period of time. And even with our reopening, and the timing of that is still very challenged. So if folks want to make another request, I do just want to make one point, and this is a very important discussion. We're at 12:50 right now. I'm just managing the calendar for the rest of the day. I would like to take more comments, but I think if there's direction that from other board members, this would be the time to make it.
Could I follow up, Supervisor Chavez, on a comment you made about concern about, confronting hunger and the need for paychecks? I share that concern. I have to believe all of us do. My concern is what happens in some month in the near future when Dr. Smith leans forward and says we can't afford to put the money on the table for a service that is, in our collective judgment, indispensable to the community. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Forgive me if I didn't say it clearly.
You did.
No, let me finish, Madam Chair. We've been blessed to have a budget in the last half dozen years that allowed us to do good things, not without limit, but pretty close sometimes. And we're not going to be there. And so I am sitting here asking myself, if I care about these people as I feel we all do, then how can I be sure that the money will be there a month from now, 3 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now, if we are sort of not asking ourselves what the capacity is over a period of time longer than meeting to meeting. So that's the anxiety that I'm feeling, and please be assured it's an anxiety I'm feeling on behalf of the the folks we all want to do right by.
Supervisor Simitian, I think you were clear the first time. I didn't disagree with a single thing you said. And I don't think anything I said, I hope, made you think I didn't think we all here care about our communities dramatically. Like here's the best thing about serving on this board for me is you all are super smart and super committed to the neediest in our community. That's really not the issue that we're discussing right now. The issue that we're discussing is the comfort level in spending now, not understanding what's before us. And I think that's a fair question. I have the same angst. I have the same, to be honest with you, I know all of us go to sleep each night thinking, are we protecting people who are locked in their homes with abusers, children who are being sexually assaulted, whether or not people are going hungry, whether or not they can pay their bills, whether or not people are moving away, whether or not we have businesses closing down that we're never going to get back, whether or not we have people moving away that are never going to work here again. I think, and a million other things that I know we all go to bed thinking about. So I get it. This is a very honest tension. And I don't, this isn't me being judgmental. This is me saying, if there's an alternative, I'm open to it. If there's another direction, super open to that too.
I'm just trying to make sure that as we all confront the urgency of the moment, we confront as well the urgency of the moment that will be before us in the mid-year, in the late year, and in the years ahead. That's my concern, Supervisor Travis.
I share it too, Joe. I don't have any. Yeah. So this isn't being wise. This is being I'm responding to what we all are feeling as urgency. So we have a motion and we have a second. Are there any more comments on the motion? Supervisor Wasserman.
Yes. I'm going to be supporting the motion. And I want it to be very, very clear that this is all about, in my mind, about prevention. I heard Dr. Smith say 7-1. I think going forward, we need to really draw a line in the sand about suggesting, recommending, be it referrals, be it whatever it is, about going out beyond what we all feel is our core mission to do. We do not know, we don't know what we don't know. We do not know what our income is going to be in 3 months, in 6 months, in 9 months. We don't know what our expenses are going to be in 3 months or 6 months or 9 months. We don't know what our reimbursements are going to be. We don't know any of that. I quite frankly don't know what the balance is in our checking account right now. I know what my own balance is. I'm talking about the county's balance. And we're sitting here writing checks that I don't know, what does that leave us with? What does that do to this list of Dr. Smiths? Because the county, we are the only ones who provide the medical examiner coroner, the DA, EMS, pretrial services, Office of Sheriff, probation, public defender, behavioral health, clerk of the board. The county is the only one that does this. So I'll be supporting this because it's going to prevention. I'll be supporting this because I'm hoping it'll be reimbursed somehow through our COVID reimbursement request. And I'll be supporting this with an amendment, if I may, to the motion maker and the seconder, that we reach out to the city of San Jose with the dollars they receive from the federal government that can be used to reimburse COVID-related expenses. And this is certainly one.
Is that acceptable by the maker of the motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And it's acceptable to me. But ironically, the city of San Jose is sending us a letter concerned about our communication and about how well we are about our damaging the economy. So we'll switch letters with them as we move forward. So thank you for that. So we have a motion and a second with an addition to send a letter to the city of San Jose asking for to make a similar contribution either out of their CARES fund or their general fund or whatever sources they have. Is that acceptable, Dave?
Yes, it is. Yeah, and I think, excuse me.
And that's accurate? Okay.
I think in general, that's what we should do with San Jose for COVID-related expenses, since they got money for COVID-related expenses.
Madam Chair, before we go to a vote, I wonder if the maker and the seconder would be amenable to including direction to staff as well to provide some of this provide some clarity or direction to the extent it's possible as part of our August budget discussion about just sort of what the future does look like along the lines of the questions that have been raised by at least a majority of this board during the discussion today. So that when we have the discussion in August, it's not a simple here's what the budget is. It's a here's what the budget is, mindful of expectations and future predictions about what the second and third year out are looking like.
May I make a recommendation? Yes, they heard that. Let's discuss that as part of COVID-19. I want to put a ribbon around this part of the discussion. We've held staff for about 30 minutes longer than I intended. But I understand Supervisor Simidian that we should have that discussion under COVID-19, which is coming up right when we come back.
All due respect, Madam Chair, it's a budget request, not a COVID-19 request. So if we could get the maker and the seconder just agree, I think that it would be more appropriate at this time.
What that has led to is other board members wanting to weigh in on this particular topic, which is why I was trying to move it to the other, understanding your discomfort. And then we'll ask.
I'm fine with that additional direction to continue to take the issue up later. And if you're fine with that, that'll move my second. I'm fine doing that.
Thank you. And I know this is an issue that Supervisor Ellenberg has raised at each meeting, which is why I saw her light go off and saw Mike lean in. And that's why I was not trying to close you off, Supervisor Simidian. I really was just trying to get the staff a break and know that we have hours more together. Okay.
Nevertheless, he persisted.
I can see that on a shirt soon. All right. So we have the motion has been amended to include reaching out to the city of San Jose for their contribution and also looking at a multi-year budget projection as part of the August budget discussion. Is that accurate, Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you.
And Supervisor Wasserman? And Supervisor Ellenberg, I had heard you many times on this, so we're just going to, on that issue, so we're going to make sure that that's acknowledged that the board's been raising that topic. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. May I get the roll call, please?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. To the staff, I just want to apologize. My timekeeping is not as good as I thought it was. So we're going to break. It's 1 o'clock. We will all be back at 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, they won't let me off. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. And I'm going to ask the clerk if you could take roll to begin the second half of the meeting.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Here.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian present.
Supervisor Cortese.
Here.
Vice President Wasserman.
Wasserman present.
President Chavez.
I'm here. Thank you. We're now going to move to item 18, 19, 20, and 22. And what I've asked the staff, and I'm going to ask our clerks to do this too, that I've asked for each presenter to present for 2 minutes. There's one exception, and that's on the food supply, because that is an item that the board hasn't heard before. With whatever slides they have, this is for item 18. This is the COVID report. I'll ask all presenters for that COVID report to stay through the end of it. I'm then going to open up the discussion for my colleagues. On item 19 is ratifying the agreement with Hella Luna Health. I am leaving that on, but if you want to ask your questions under item 18, that's fine. And then items 20 and 22, one is the SSA report and food supply and data trajectory, and then the other is a referral from Supervisor Simidian and I. And I think the items are closely linked, although we will be voting on them separately. With that, I'd like to turn item 18 over to Dr. Smith. I'll remind folks that I'm going to be looking at the time, and I would ask the clerk if you could just keep the time up, not to rush people, but more, sometimes it's hard to know how long you've been talking, just so people can see that, unless they need the screen for a slide. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I just will introduce the discussion today about where we stand with regard to COVID. At first, we're going to have Dr. Cody, our public health officer, and James Williams, our county counsel, discuss first where we are in our response to COVID, and then secondly, some details about the order that was just released yesterday and will be in effect starting Friday. After that, we will have Dr. Marty Finsterscheib talking about our status with testing. Next, we will have Key Lee giving some introduction to the issue of isolation and quarantine, and then we'll end up with Evelyn Ho, who is going to talk about case identification and tracing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah and James.
So Dr. Cody and James, you might be on mute.
Mentioned, I'm going to begin. We do have some slides. I think that the clerk of the board will be bringing those up shortly. How do we tell if they're up?
One moment, they're not quite up yet. We are working on that.
Thank you.
Dr. Cody, are you comfortable beginning?
Sure. I guess I'll just begin while the slides are up. I think just to just to start and set the stage, I just want to acknowledge that we're all in our community and really across our country, all in a very challenging place that many of us have not ever experienced before, and that this COVID virus has had a really significant impact on all of us. But in our county, I would say that we're actually quite fortunate. Clerk, if you could, whoops, I think we've lost the slides. We'll go to the first slide. But what I was just going to say is that locally, we are quite fortunate in that we have made very significant progress in suppressing the virus here in our county. We also know that public health is really about ensuring health very broadly in every sense of the word, both from diseases like COVID, as well as from the social and economic impacts on health as well. And so for all of these reasons, we've chosen to be measured in how and when we'll reopen, and we will plan to continue with a phased and methodical approach to how we ease restrictions, and we will be watching the data very closely as we do so. We are doing this, as I mentioned before. If you could go, I'm on the first slide. One more slide forward. Well, we'll catch up to the slides. So as we reopen, we will be doing so as soon as we know that it's safe for sectors to be reopening. And as I've talked about before, can you hear me?
Dr. Cody, could you hold on 1 second? Could I ask the
Of course.
Could I ask the clerk to get to slide 3? Perfect. Could you, and then go ahead, Dr. Cody.
Okay. So as I've talked about before, part of the rationale for going in a phased approach here in our county is we want to know that it is actually safe for a sector to reopen before we reopen. And part of the reason that we are taking this approach is that we want to be able to protect our most vulnerable communities. And to do that, we have to keep the overall transmission as low as possible. We are committed to working with community and in community as we do our work and move forward. So to talk a little bit about why are we reopening? Why are we reopening the various sectors and activities that we will be doing so on Friday with the amendment to the current order? Our indicators and all of our data around the prevalence of the virus and where and how it's being transmitted are telling us that we can take this next step and we can do so safely. So just to review where we are, our rates of infection countywide are quite low and they've been stable for some time. This is true, and this is very important in the communities where we are most worried, where we have had most transmission and higher rates of hospitalization. We have done significant testing and outreach in these communities and seen that the positivity rate is very low, and that is very reassuring to us. In addition, we have successfully contained outbreaks in skilled nursing facilities where we have a lot of very vulnerable residents, and we've also seen that our systems are able to detect outbreaks, and in doing so, we know that we can contain outbreaks. Our hospitals remain well within their capacity to treat everyone, COVID and non-COVID patients alike. And the guardrails that we've talked about that we need to have in place, which is testing and case and contact investigations, that infrastructure is ramping up well. We know that our testing rates have been increasing, and Dr. Fensterscheid will go over that more. And our positivity rates have been decreasing, which is good news. The case and contact investigation, our goal was to be able to increase our capacity at a faster clip than our demand. And so far we've been successful in doing that. So this really sets the stage to enable us to take yet another step further in reopening sectors. And I'm going to turn it over to James Williams to just walk through those changes that will be occurring on June 5th.
So on June 5th, we have amended the order to allow several additional sectors to open up. You can see on the slide a chart of, first of all, on the left-hand side in these three kind of buckets, the things that have already been opened, and it's actually quite a few types of activities. And then on the right-hand side, the items they'll be opening on the 5th. All of these categories, and I think this is a really important point that we've repeatedly tried to emphasize, all of these categories are subject to social distancing protocols, and in addition, sector-specific criteria that may be applicable, and those are outlined in the order itself and in guidance and in appendices. At this point, we think that actually, even now, but certainly by Friday, the vast majority of activities will be able to be open, subject to these protocols. Some of the most significant items, just to highlight for the board, and then I can answer questions later, include outdoor dining at restaurants and in-store shopping retail. So we had curbside retail previously, but this allows in-store shopping. And all manufacturing, warehousing, and logistics, whereas previously it was those categories associated with manufacturing and logistics for retail. In addition, on the childcare front, while we already actually had childcare significantly open, this opens it to all and not just those who are working in categories where
James, James, I just need you to speak up a little bit. Thank you.
Sorry. For the childcare, I was saying that this opens things up not just to folks who are allowed to work under the order, but in addition, everyone else. And then also increased activities in terms of outdoor recreation, but also outdoor ceremonies, religious gatherings, and so forth with a 25 person limit. So those are some of the biggest categories of changes. But I think what this chart really shows, bigger picture, is the overall volume of things that are open. And again, subject to those social distancing protocols. One important thing I just want to emphasize again in this forum, with the last order, not the one for Friday, but the last order, we made a significant revision to those protocols, including a COVID-19 check and a visitor summary sheet. And those new protocols were designed to be more user-friendly, to be clearer for employees and for the public, and to provide a much clearer signal given its increasing importance as so many categories are open. And so we are continuing education and outreach to make sure all businesses, including those that were already open as essential businesses, but all businesses have those updated protocols in place. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Cody.
So just before I turn it over to Dr. Finsterscheib, I wanted to talk a little bit about what's next. If you could go to the next slide. And just to put this into context, I think we need to remember that although the rates here in our county are quite low, and we have suppressed the virus significantly, we are not an island, and there are some concerning signs elsewhere, both in our region and across California. And this is a virus that can take off very quickly. So if you don't really stay on top of it, the transmission can escalate. Our goal remains to continue to contain this virus, suppress it as much as we possibly can while we reopen. And again, this is a strategy that we've been in what we call mitigation, which is like this, overall suppression, but we are now in a very good position to be able to pivot to be more focused in how we control the virus. And that enables us to continue our reopening, which has enormous benefits for all of us. But to do that, we really need everyone to stay on it, and we need everyone in the community to continue to do their part, and that includes our healthcare partners and our healthcare facilities who really contribute to testing. And if every single sector that can is not doing their part to continue to test everyone who needs to be tested, it's going to be a challenge to continue to maintain the progress that we have to date. So we know that this pandemic continues. It will continue to pose a risk. And the risk is mostly, of course, to those who are most vulnerable. We also know that this virus is a sneaky virus that can, once it takes off in a community, it's very challenging to sort of put it back in the bottle. So we are gonna stay on it. So the opening that our amendments are enabling this Friday are pretty significant. And I think that we're going to need to give ourselves at least 3 weeks to assess what the impact of this move and additional activity will be on how the virus is spreading in our county. But as I've mentioned before, I think that we have made really good progress on these 3 key guardrails that we need to maintain our progress, and that is adequate testing in in the right places as much as we can. Our contact investigation and case investigation and contact tracing, and of course the supports that we need for people to safely isolate and quarantine. So next, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Fensterscheid to give you all a little update about the first of those 3 guardrails, testing.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cody, and thank you, members of the board. Do we have our slide? We have 1 slide on testing, but anyway, while that's coming up, I will say that our testing capacity continues to increase. There it is. We gave you a very detailed summary last week of our progress, so I won't go into some of those specific details that we already talked about. But if you look at the graph and look at the end to the right, you can see that we've at least on a single day, and again, the data is delayed and it comes in slowly, but you can see that we hit that line, and that line is the 150 tests per 100,000, which is the state indicator goal. So we have made that mark, and our numbers will continue to increase with time, especially as we push out our message to the community and the demand continues to increase. And again, as Dr. Cody mentioned, although our testing is available throughout the county, we will continue to focus on our areas of highest risk where people live, who are basically on the front line, and places where we know we have seen cases and our likelihood of finding additional cases lies. Our testing van, just for your information, because we talked about that previously, it had been up in Mountain View. It had its first run a week ago at the Tropicana Shopping Center on the east side, and then for the second time, it was at the Tropicana Shopping Center last Friday. We tested 447 people at that event. We found 3 positives. That positivity rate is about a 0.7 positivity. That doesn't mean anything other than we found 3 positives, and we're certainly in the right area for just that event. The overall positivity, again, as was mentioned, it remains low, and it varies from around 1 to 3%, depending on where you go. The surveys that we did at the testing site, again, this is just an example, but at Tropicana, shows that a number of frontline workers did show up. And we have evidence that a number of them were construction workers who took advantage of this testing site. That's exactly what we want to happen. Also, feedback from the community at that site was extremely positive. The community expressed to us their gratitude for being there, although we're very happy to be there, and that's our job. But they were very happy to have a site that was available to them where they live in their community. That was a walk-up site. They didn't need to pay for anything. They didn't need an internet connection, so they were happy. Additional testing units, as I had mentioned before, are being planned, and we will report back to you as those get situated in areas, again, of greatest need. And as I had mentioned, we have 46 sites, so we're just talking about a few of them, but we have testing available all over the county. Testing continues to provide a very important means for protecting people and their families, as well as giving us some very important information for evaluation of our containment efforts. Our current challenges, though, continue to be messaging out into the community to get people tested, who are especially those who are on the front line. Other than VMC, we still need to see more testing available at our hospitals and their associated clinics. So we're working with that. There are a number of barriers, but again, that's our challenge within our community to work to get additional testing available at those sites. And our community partnership clinics are also gearing up at this point, and we should see those numbers increasing. So I'll stop there, and we can answer questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fensterscheid. Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Key Lee, Director, Office of Supportive Housing. I'll just provide a few quick updates on the Isolation and Quarantine Support Program. As we tried to express to the board last week, the county and its partners have been operating a version of an isolation and quarantine support program since the shelter-in-place order. That program has centered around providing motel rooms for people who need to isolate or quarantine away from the home. As of yesterday evening, the total number of households, COVID positive persons or households who have utilized the programs is 63. And over half of those households were housed or had some form of permanent housing. We are trying to expand that program by adding sort of two other components. The first is supportive services for people who can stay in their own homes, but who need some support. And the other, I think, significant component is the rental assistance for persons who can be in their own home or who still need a hotel motel. We are probably going to execute the contract for the rental assistance and some of the care coordination tomorrow morning or the end of day. And we hope to have the sort of new program or the pilot program in operation no later than Monday morning, June 8th. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Evelyn Ho to give you an update on case investigation and contact tracing. Let me go to the next slide. Since our last update last Tuesday, we've continued to make steady progress in our expansion of our case investigation and contact tracing staff. As of today, we have 94 individuals who are available to perform contact tracing. An additional 85 are in training, and we expect to have 179 individuals live for case investigation and contact tracing by Monday morning. We are currently in week 2 out of 11 of our weekly onboarding schedule. 18% of the time has elapsed. And in that 18% of the time, we're already at 21% of our staffing progress toward our goal, even though we had anticipated a slower ramp up in the early weeks, toward our goal of having the close to 1,000 workers by July 27th, 2020. Currently, we have on the right-hand side, you can see the list of contact tracers, leads, clinicians, and data entry folks who are in training and ready to go for next Monday. And we will continue to be onboarding individuals weekly. But what I wanted to point out today in particular was the pipeline that we've built behind those who are activated already. So with 301 county employees have been identified to be reassigned for case investigation and contact tracing. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. In addition, we've made a request to the state for additional state employees who the state is hoping to redeploy and reassign to Santa Clara County. We have requested 500 contact tracers from their workforce and are pending how they will roll out and deploy those workers to us. And finally, and we are really proud and inspired by our community's response to volunteering and in the request for volunteers. And we have 962 people who've gone through multiple steps of enrolling as a volunteer, where they've committed to being able to provide, most of them 32 hours to 40 hours a week of volunteer service for at least 6 months, some of them with a 20-hour commitment as well. And that's been a really tremendous response from our community. And so they are also in our pipeline for continued deployment. As we've mentioned before, we do not need all 1,000 workers right now. And so we will be adding and bringing folks in through training, about 100 or 150 people at a time per week. And so while our actual numbers will vary from week to week, from our projections and even from our actuals to date, because there's some degree of variability and attrition that occurs along the way, we have well-established pipelines for ensuring that we will have the workforce we need to meet that goal of nearly 1,000 workers. And I want to remind everybody that that goal of 1,000 workers gives us fairly ample capacity for a large number of cases and contacts as we continue to see the case counts change day to day. Regarding the information provided to you through a separate document on the county disaster service workers that have been identified, I wanted to draw your attention to a couple points regarding that document. There were 301 county DSWs that have been identified for case investigation and contact tracing throughout the county. In addition, as of a snapshot of today, there are an additional 156 county workers who are already working within the Emergency Operations Center. So this one of only 7 shifts in the EOC, and a large number of individuals are rotating through all the time. So the total number of employees working in the EOC is larger than the 156. 156 is what we are seeing today. And the number of staff that have been deployed does not include staff deployed for the EOC as disaster service workers who are not assigned to the EOC or contact tracing. For example, a disaster service worker assigned to backfill a person in the EOC is not counted, and there may be other disaster service workers not accounted for on this list. Additionally, the Valley Medical Center number does not include approximately 200 staff working in their command center and on testing activities. And the Department of Corrections has an internal contact tracing unit that's also staffed with 20 employees. These numbers are a work in progress, and we'll continue to refine the reporting and collection of these numbers that are currently collected large part manually, and we can provide updates as needed. And if we can move to the next slide, I wanted to just explain a little bit of the training that we provide for contact tracers, as that's been a question that has come up. For our contact tracers, there's a multi-step training process to ensure that workers, the county workers, state workers, as well as our volunteers, are well equipped to do the work. And so the components of the training that we ask of them to do is fundamentals on contact tracing and COVID, a platform training to use our web-based platform, privacy training is ensuring the privacy and confidentiality of all the information that is gathered through this process is critical to our ability to elicit this information from the public and work with them. And finally, we do a post-training skills and knowledge assessment to ensure that those skills are met. And if additional training is needed, we provide practice cases that allow contact tracers to continue to refine their skills. And if you can go to the next slide, additional training related similarly is added for supervisors and team leads in our structure. The 3 additional trainings on the bottom include a Salesforce supervisor training, a special leads and management training, and they get additional hands-on experience as a contact tracer first before they become a team lead. And so in addition to the weekly onboarding plan, we are preparing to respond quickly to sudden spikes in new cases should they occur. And we are identifying an additional workforce of county employees who may not be able to be reassigned long-term for case investigation and contact tracing, but will be trained and remain on standby for surge needs should a single-day spike in cases suddenly exceed our capacity. We hope to identify and train an additional 100 county workers who could be deployed for a couple days at a time with just 24 hours notice to have that additional nimble surge capacity within our system. Haluna Health is providing the operational oversight, onboarding, training, scheduling, workforce management to sustain this very large workforce. That the operational management of 1,000 individuals over the course of a year is a significant undertaking. However, public health will retain the technical oversight, the workflows, policy, and guidance efforts, and will work closely with the Haluna Health management team and their staff to ensure that the contact tracing workforce is implementing all changes in guidance and policy. Finally, we are working with our communications team to get out important messages out to the public, asking the public that if you get a call from us, please do answer. The purpose of a case investigation and contact tracing call is to help to make sure that you have the health care you need, and if you are a case, and the ability for you to keep your families and neighbors healthy and safe. Your data will be kept securely and confidential and will not be used for any other purposes other than the COVID response. We're happy to provide additional detail and information, especially this Thursday at the forthcoming Health and Hospital Committee. I'll end my comments there.
So supervisors, I'll try to add a few little comments afterwards. One issue that came up with some of the public was the question of why we didn't have a press conference yesterday to announce the new order. And the answer to that question is we thought it would be basically tone deaf to have a press conference right after major violence and injury in the community. So we intend now to start our proactive outreach with both our PSAs, our online FAQs and online question and answer, as well as communicating directly with businesses who would be involved in the issue. We've already started the notice to the city, to the mayors that something new was happening, and we'll continue to explain to them the details of the order. This will require ongoing outreach, and the PIO department's in charge of making sure that happens. So with that, I think we're open for questions.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do with my colleagues is, one, I appreciate very much the detail of the presentation and want to give all of my colleagues an opportunity to weigh in. If I could ask the staff, unless my colleagues need a particular, actually go ahead and leave the slides up just in case my colleagues have a question about the slides. I'm going to start with Dave. I'm going to remind folks that for this section, we're going to give each board member 10 minutes. And so I'm going to ask the staff to be very concise when you respond. Then we'll go back through with a second 10 minutes if necessary. So I'm going to start with Supervisor Cortese and then come back across.
Pass on my time, Supervisor Chavez. I may not need to come back at all. Thank you.
Thank
Until
you.
a subsequent item.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thank you. For about the past 3 weeks, we seem to be at a standstill on the indicators. Cases and hospitalizations look good. PPE still has some gaps, but has certainly improved. But testing and tracing capacity hasn't really substantially increased. We still got about 100 tracers trained and ready and are doing about 2,000 tests per day. Some officials have stated that mitigation is our only option. And I'm wondering, Dr. Cody, is it possible for Santa Clara County to shift from mitigation back to containment without bringing on a huge surge of cases? Or does the idea remain that we have to have some shelter in place until there's a vaccine or a treatment?
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. What I can tell you is that we in the public health community are not going to give in to this virus. And we in the county have stood up a remarkable infrastructure. Our testing has increased, and not only has it increased, but we've become more nimble and more able to test the communities where we have the most concern. We've been able to rapidly identify people who need to be tested. We're also standing up the infrastructure to ensure that they can safely isolate. So I think that because the the shelter in place has been successful in suppressing the virus, at least for the moment, to a very low level in our county. We do have an opportunity to pivot towards containment. And we are growing our infrastructure at the moment faster than the virus is, the transmission is growing. And so our goal is containment, which will enable us to safely reopen more and more and be able to resume our lives. It's going to look a little bit different than it did before. We are still going to be needing to wear face coverings. We're still going to need to maintain social distancing. We're still not going to be able to gather in large groups as we had in our previous lives. But I think that if we can stay on containment and have the community as committed as they've been, we will be able to both protect people and safely reopen.
And so thank you so much for that. What would trigger us then to be able to move back to containment, given where we are on the indicators with the first 3 met, the testing, even though we're not at 4,000, I understand we have capacity to be there. We've got sufficient contact tracers and are continuing to build that up. What is the trigger point at which we can move back to containment?
So what we're doing right now is both, right? So what we're doing right now is containment with the testing and case investigation and contact tracing. But we're not an island. We know that the virus is still circulating. So we still do need some level of shelter in place. Although, as James detailed, we do have quite a bit that is open and quite a bit of activity has resumed. So it's sort of like a gradual transition, but I suspect that there's probably not anywhere in the world where we're going to be able to go back to our lives in late 2019 absent a vaccine and its widespread uptake.
Sure. So as of Friday, the majority of businesses will be able to be open and operating. At some point, and it may be this Friday, there will be more people not sheltering than sheltering, but we'll still have an order in place. Hypothetically, and this is a question I've been asked by my constituents numerous times, what would you expect to happen if we lifted the entire shelter in place on Friday and just encourage people to be safe in their interactions? What would you tell them? And now you are telling them.
If that were to happen, there would be no way to assure that we could protect our most vulnerable communities. Those are communities where there's poverty, crowded housing, a number of people working in low-wage jobs where they don't have any choice but to be exposed to a lot of exposure to the public and therefore higher probability of becoming infected with COVID. And these are primarily communities of color. And so that's not really, something that I think that our values would accept, which is why we need to continue to do both. We need to continue to suppress the virus as much as we can through all of the work that we're doing and support the infrastructure for containment.
So in order to support particularly the communities that you're highlighting, it is critical that we have the full infrastructure in place with contact tracers and isolation support, correct?
Yes, and the idea, as Evelyn pointed out, is that we are scaling the workforce faster than we anticipate the virus will grow. So we hope that we have more capacity than we need. And the same goes for testing. That's also sort of scalable so that you, when you see a a community or a population or a setting where we're worried that there's accelerated transmission, then we increase testing in that area, find cases, break chains of transmission, and then we can scale it back a little bit, and that's a containment strategy.
So I'm going to shift for a moment to Dr. Smith, because in my mind, the separation of your roles is that you set out the orders, and then the county executive implements whatever needs to be operationalized in order to meet the indicators, the expectations of your rules, et cetera. So to Dr. Smith, if it is the size of the workforce and the size of the trained workforce and the attendance supports for people that may need to be removed or isolated or supported in some way, if that's what's standing between us and a more relaxed shelter in place, why are we continuing to hope that we'll get volunteers? Why are we not directing our resources first and foremost to getting the staff to the contact tracing staff and the partners to do isolation support at 100%? Why are we not moving quickly there if that's an impediment to loosening our orders more quickly?
If I could just jump in for a moment, this is Dr. Cody again. I just want to, so we've set goals for ourselves of 4,000 tests a day and 1,000 contact tracers, and that's to get us energized to reach towards those goals. But it doesn't mean that once we get to 4,000 that we're okay, and it doesn't mean that maybe we could be doing 2,000 tests a day and we'd actually be fine. It's really a scale. And the same goes for the team of case investigators and contact tracers. If we don't have a lot of growth in cases, we might need half the capacity that we're building.
So
I hope that
Cody,
helps.
I imagine I'm hearing it on a different level, being more deeply engaged in the work and understanding what you're doing. But from the public perspective, it's an incredibly frustrating answer, because now people are hearing, well, it's an indicator, it's a goal, but we might go sooner, or we might go later, and the goals are not really, the indicators are not really measurable lines, goalposts. I don't have the analogy that we need to meet. It seems to be softer, which I think will continue to increase the anxiety for people who are waiting for information to know just when things will start to change. And I, for one, have been promoting the heck out of the indicators and saying that when we meet these 5, that's when we'll be able to roll back significantly. I've tried to assure people, and if I'm not correct, I need to know it now, that we're not intending to keep shelter in place going until there's a vaccine or a confirmed treatment. But I fear that, with the tremendous sacrifice we've asked people to make, and with the worsening economic duress and stress every week, we have to do better than saying we need 4,000, but we don't really need 4,000. We want of tests, or maybe we need more, et cetera. I don't want to repeat myself as I'm on the clock here.
Let me try to jump in and see if I can answer your question. I think the answer is basically from a resource perspective, we're keeping up with the need, and we are opening up the community. Basically, at this point, the only things left that are still a challenge and will be a challenge for a long, long time are large group get-togethers, such as sports or entertainment events as one. Number 2, the office needs of individuals who are in the quote non-essential group, which is actually quite small, and then indoor religious facilities or activities and indoor restaurants, which are again a subset of large gatherings. So I think we're making considerable progress, and we are putting a huge amount of resources into it. We will continue to put a huge amount of resources into it. And I don't think that the message is that shelter in place will continue forever. It will not, nor will it continue until necessarily there's a vaccine. But the goal is to contain the virus and contain individuals who are contagious so that it doesn't spread. And that issue will continue to be the priority until something can be substituted for it.
I need to, I'm out of my 10 minutes, but I need to reclaim like 30 seconds of time.
Actually, you're almost at 15 minutes. You started your clock.
That was so many, those were long answers.
So I'm going to let you.
I'm going to come back on the second round then.
No, Susan, listen, I'm going to let you finish your last question. I'm going to open it up for 15 minutes for everyone else. And then we'll come back. So you have like literally a minute.
Okay, so I just want to confirm, Dr. Smith, with the types of businesses that are open. Sports are obviously not open for spectators, but are sports organizations open for the purpose of bringing their non-athlete office personnel into their facilities to start doing whatever work sport people do to get ready for a season?
I have contacted the 49ers to talk to them, and we have another discussion coming up. It's very fact specific. The current ordinance allows operations that are necessary for continuity of business. And so it depends on exactly what they're wanting to do. So one can imagine that if there is outdoor practice, that would be totally
right. I don't want to use the time to go into specific details. The general question is office operations. So whether it's people working for the 49ers or working for a law firm, we're talking about office workers in an office.
So I'm going to ask for a one-sentence answer on that, and if we can't get it, I'm going to ask that I'll add it to my time when it comes to my questions.
Okay,
Dr.
thanks so
Smith,
much.
One sentence on when do we think, what you're asking is when will office be able to open up?
Right now, you can use office if it's for maintenance of operations, and further opening will be in the future.
Okay. I don't know what I was thinking of the great Karnak for some reason popped into my head. Am I aging myself there? Okay. So I thank you, Susan. And to my colleagues, I didn't interrupt. We're going to be at 15 minutes a person. I'm going to ask you to use your own stop clock so I don't have to be Mother Superior, although I will be if necessary. So now Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me just ask first of Dr. Fenstersheib and or Dr. Smith on the testing front. To Supervisor Ellenberg's point, we had said 4,000. We were then a little more precise and said 3,800. We said that as an end of month target. We are clearly well shy of that, even allowing for the fact that some additional results may roll in the course of the next few days, understanding that that's how it works. And ultimately, of course, we're looking for 15, 16,000 a day, as I recall. So my question is it fair when we get questions from the public, or if we're asking ourselves, to say simply, we haven't made quite as much progress as quickly as we would like, but the rate of growth is dramatically better, and we're still shooting for those targets? Dr. Fenstersheib, Dr. Smith?
Yes, Dr. Fenstersheib. Thank you for that question. And I I think the rate of progress has been phenomenal. And I commend Valley Medical for stepping up and all of the testing that we're providing. Again, we're focusing on the highest risk, and I think in that regard, we have done quite well. A little disappointing that, again, I have to say the hospitals have not stepped up in many regards to do the testing that we really require per our guidance. So we're working on that, and those numbers will go up. So I think that we have the potential, and I would say that we're on the right track, and we didn't quite get to that number. And but as I say, I think I'm really proud of the work that the county has done. I'm proud of the fact that we are in the areas where the people who live with that are in the highest risk categories are. And remember, our positivity rate is very, very low. So I think that's a good thing, and that helps us in moving forward with shelter in place. And remember also that the 200 per 100,000 was a self-imposed number. The state indicator is at 150 per 100,000, and we are at that point, at least on a couple days.
I'd like to augment that answer a little bit. The 200 per 100,000 was, as Marty points out, as a self-imposed number that was based on the positivity rate when we first started this. The concept being that if you continued with the same positivity rate, you would need that many tests a day in order to identify where the virus is in which populations. However, because our positivity rate dropped precipitously and is now very low, and because it's particularly unexpectedly low in the east side and other areas where the virus is known to be prevalent, that was a good enough reason to move ahead without actually getting to the 200 per 100,000, but by getting to the 150 per 100,000. So I think the answer to your constituency would be, we thought we knew we needed more, but we did such a good job with shelter in place that we could make decisions to relax shelter in place with less testing.
Thank you. That being said, I want to join and keep pushing on testing. And just to underscore that, I want to say again, please keep pushing on testing. We can't be surprised that the reaction from the community is not a good one when we say, well, the path forward depends on testing, but then we say, we're not doing quite as well on testing as we wanted, and that's the basis for not moving forward more quickly. I absolutely share the concern about making sure that we are not putting people at risk that Dr. Cody alluded to, particularly more vulnerable populations or populations where there's a disparate impact. But we can't be part of the reason why we're not moving forward in terms of moving the number of tests we need to move. At least a couple times now, there's been reference to folks who are not testing at the level we might have hoped to help us get to a better number. Could I ask, who are we talking about, please? Could you just say it out loud? That's what an open and public meeting is for.
Thank you for that. We're looking at Kaiser. Kaiser has the potential with the new opening of a laboratory in Berkeley, so their potential and their capacity has gone up. But I think in looking at our numbers, that they could be doing more. And so it's not that we aren't in constant conversation with them. We're working closely with them to ensure that they are able to do that type of testing. In additional, a couple of hospitals, regional comes to mind. We haven't seen good numbers out of regional hospital, and they are in an area where there are a lot of high-risk people. We've had some anecdotal information about people who have been turned away. And we're in conversations also with PAMP. And again, they have a great desire to do the testing, and they have had some issues with reagents and other testing barriers, so we're working with them too. So some of the things, some of these are not in their control. Others, I think, are improving, and it's a work in progress. But I think there's a lot of potential there for increasing our numbers just in those hospitals and their associated clinics alone.
So I'm going to be a little bit less tactful, Dr. Fenstersheib, and say, is it your hope and expectation then that in the days and weeks ahead, we'll see stepped up testing from Kaiser, Regional, and the Palo Alto Medical Foundation?
Yes, yes, I can say that. We're working with them in a positive way. It's not my intent to shame them on this phone call, but I want to encourage them and help them in any way that we can to get their numbers up.
Excuse the interruption. If this is all hands on deck operation, then we need to say all hands on deck. And I don't think it's at all inappropriate for us to say, here's who we need help from. If we're all in this together, then we're all in it together. And I understand everybody's got challenges. I've been critical of our own county's performance in the early days, and I so appreciate the efforts that have been made by so many to step it up. But if there are others we need to engage, this is not week one. It's not month one. We're 2.5 months in now, and if not longer. And so I think it's totally appropriate to say, let's step it up. Having said that, I understand, as I say, that the appropriateness of testing in hotspots in particular. But if you test in hotspots, Dr. Fenstersheib, doesn't that mean that we're going to end up without a sort of a true county-wide picture for epidemiological purposes? You've talked a lot about how important the positivity rate is, but by definition, if you only go to places where the problem is severe, the positivity rate's going to be higher, I should think, than if you did a county-wide assessment. Can you help me understand that a little bit better, please?
No, you're absolutely right. You certainly want to go to the places where you're going to see the highest potential rates because those people are at highest risk, but you still want to have an overall look at the entire county, which we do. Again, we have 46 different sites for people to get tested, all the way from your district up in the North County all the way down to Gilroy. So our positivity at this point, countywide, looks about 1%. If you go into the high East San Jose area overall, it looks to be about 3%. Both of those numbers are very low, which is good. But our intent is to cover the entire county with some additional focus on those high-risk areas, just to make sure we don't have additional spread of the infection by some of the frontline workers. And that's in areas in your district, such as areas in Mountain View, areas in South County and Gilroy, East Gilroy, and certainly in the east side of San Jose.
Yeah, again, I appreciate that and agree entirely that that's appropriate. You want to get to the problem where the problem is, but I want to make sure that when we're looking at numbers, we have good data for the entire county so that we have a county-wide response that reflects what we have in the county, not just in areas of greater need where there is an understandable and appropriate focus of time, energy, and resources. Let me go to the tracing issue, and I had asked for at a prior Health and Hospital Committee meeting, and appreciate having gotten information. I know in the early days of this effort, we were, as I understand it, at least using written isolation and quarantine orders that had the force of law for folks. But my understanding is that these days we're not doing that so much. We're relying essentially on verbal direction for folks who need to either self-isolate or quarantine. Is that a correct understanding of where we are?
That's correct. We are not issuing legal orders of isolation or quarantine.
Does that mean if they're oral, if they're not in writing, that they lack the force of law, then that they're strongly urged or requested, but that they don't have the force of law because they're not in writing?
They do not have the force of law. What we are doing right now, because it's been successful so far, is a health education support approach to getting people to isolate and quarantine. So it's interviewing them about what's any barriers to safely isolating or any barriers to safely quarantining, and then helping to assist to remove those barriers.
And how do we know that folks who are asked to self-quarantine do in fact self-quarantine? That's a lot of folks to keep track of, which is why you're looking for so many contact tracers.
That's right. I'm actually going to let Evelyn talk in a little bit more detail about the follow-up of those in quarantine.
Sure, thank you. So we do follow up with individuals who are contacts and in quarantine because they are asked to report symptoms to us periodically over the length of their quarantine period. We are able to ask, and again, it is still relying on self-report. But what we have seen is that the vast majority, almost all individuals, are committed to protecting the health and safety of their family, their friends, and their communities. So we've seen voluntary willingness to participate in quarantine and isolation is very, very high because our community, the members of our community are very committed to that effort. And when there are barriers,
Two quick questions. When you say very high, what percentage do you think push back? Because even 5, 10, or 15% saying, I'm not going to self-quarantine could be a significant issue in terms of risk. So do you have an estimate you could give us?
I don't have a number in front of me. I'm happy to provide additional detail on that on Thursday. But what we've seen anecdotally is, as we have.
And Evelyn, I'm sorry, I'm going to just jump in because I know he only has a couple more minutes. I want to let him ask all his questions if he can. Thank you.
My next question is, I assume there's no way we can actually verify with a request for a voluntary quarantine whether people do or do not comply and stay within their home and within the property line lots. We just have to take that on faith, yes? Somebody?
Oh, apologies. I thought you heard me. Yeah, that's correct. We ask them to report if they are staying at home.
Okay, but that's essentially an honor system, yes?
Yes.
Yes, we rely on their
you.
reporting.
And remind me how many contacts we think a person who has the virus typically has?
Sure, on average right now, because
25,
most people are sheltering. Well, most people are sheltering in place currently. We are seeing an average. Can you hear me? While most people are sheltering in place currently, we are seeing about 4 to 5 contacts per case. And in situations where they are working outside of their home, that number can increase to 10 to 12 close contacts. And we are also prepared to track for in certain environments and settings where they could have up to 40 contacts, such as a healthcare worker.
So as things loosen up a little bit more, you're going to be looking at the need potentially to ask tens of thousands of people to self-quarantine? Yes, no?
As it would be the number of contacts associated with the number of cases that we are seeing daily. So that could be thousands of people.
And we're going to hope that they do that voluntarily because there's both a desire to have a light touch and an administrative burden associated with issuing formal, written, enforceable quarantine orders. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, and it's not just hope. We use health coaching and other practices and motivational interviewing to encourage individuals to and give them the resources necessary to be able to safely quarantine and isolate.
All right. I think you can see where my questions are likely to go on Thursday at our contact tracing meeting. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to all who were able to respond.
Thank you, Joe. Mike?
Thank you very much. Just writing down my time here to make sure I stick to it.
Oh, I'm timing you too.
There we go. Oh, good. Thank you, Madam President. For Marty and Sarah, please, first of all, this was the best positive thing that got put out in the last 10 weeks. And great job allowing so many different businesses in the business and government agencies and the education, childcare, children's activities, religious, cultural activities, outdoor recreation, including Frisbee. Great job. Great job doing this. I know there's a lot of questions coming your way regarding youth soccer, but I wanted to say great job on this. This gave a lot of people hope and optimism. And then as Supervisor Simidian says, On the other hand, businesses that can only be open 25 to 50% will not be able to survive. So the sooner that percentage, if it's outdoor dining, the person per square footage can be increased, the better. Dr. Cody, I heard you say, you know, we're letting so many things out at one time, we need to wait 3 weeks. I'm hoping if you get positive data sooner than that, that maybe some businesses can be added to the list. Speaking of the list, I'm holding up this, and I hope all of you can see it. This is what I found on the California Department of Public Health. And my first question is, exactly where are we? We seem to kind of both between early stage 2 and expanded stage 2. I look on the early stage 2 list, and it seems like we've done 6 of the 7 things. The only thing left, and Supervisor Ellenberg brought it up, was office-based businesses. Office-based businesses are not yet allowed currently under our public health order. And be that law offices, be that whatever it is, there's a whole lot of people I've been hearing from. And interesting enough, some cities are taking our not allowing office-based businesses to say that they're, for instance, their planning and building departments cannot be open for in person. Everything has to be submitted electronically or done virtually. And I would argue that construction has been deemed essential and allowed, so something construction related like that office could be open. And I think at the end of the day, if I remember what James said, it's up to each individual government agency to open up more if they want to or not. But my question to you is, exactly where would you say we are? Because we've done everything in early stage 2 except for the offices. And to your credit, you've done a whole bunch of things that are in expanded stage 2. You've done the destination retail, the shopping malls, the swap meets and all that. The dine-in restaurants we're not doing, but the outdoor dining we are. The schools with modifications, I know you mentioned summer school. So if I could have a quick answer, please, where would you say we are? When somebody says to me, are we in early, expanded, where are we?
Supervisor Wasserman, this is James Williams. I'll take this question. We're basically in expanded stage 2, I think is the best way to frame it. You know, the state order is a challenge at times, and I know we've talked about that from time to time before, and things shift a little bit. But yes, I mean, basically, the vast majority of items that could be opened consistent with the state order
Wonderful.
Now are. The other thing I just wanted to address is your earlier question about the planning department office. Ever since the beginning, the first order, the orders have always allowed each individual governmental entity to determine for itself which of its functions are essential functions that it believed needed to be maintained and how to maintain those functions. And so that's a choice for each city to make. That's a choice that the county's making through the COOP process. And that's a choice that all the other special districts or other governmental entities need to make for themselves.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to cut you off just because I got a time limit. I got some other questions. Thank you for that. Dr. Fensterscheid, as far as the hospital issues that you mentioned, and not calling anybody out, is it a question of cost? Do they not have the little swabs, the tests available? Do they have to pay for the cost, or do they send them to a lab? Do they have to have their own lab? Short answer, please. What do you think is resulting in our not getting as many tests done currently through the private hospitals as you would like to see?
Short answer would be a little of all of those things. So a little bit of the availability of the reagents, the testing kits, their own desire to follow our guidance, and yes, they can test. They can send them elsewhere also to a different lab.
Okay, so every patient that walks in the door at any one of those private hospitals, they don't automatically swab their nose?
No.
Huh. Okay, because I know a lot more procedures are being allowed now. Now would just, I would scan their forehead and I'd swab their nose, and it just, well, hopefully that'll catch on. Thank you. And thank you, James, for your answer about us being between stage 2 and stage 3, because that's how I interpreted what the state said. And that's what I'm currently saying now. Thank you for reinforcing that. As far as being between a stage 2 and a stage 3, I know that in stage 2, certain things such as personal services, nail salon, yoga, tattoos, gyms, fitness studios are not allowed in stage 2. I will say for the record, as we're currently between early stage 2 and expanded stage 2, I hope at some point going forward sooner than later, based on the data that you're receiving, that we can dip our toe into the stage 3 pool, which would include things like the personal services. I know about yoga gyms, for instance, where each person brings their own mat with them and lays down and then takes their mat with them. And that to me is entirely different than a whole bunch of people at a stadium yelling and screaming and passing churros to each other, where you've got the one-on-one. I do love churros though, for the record. One-on-one. So I look at the low contact, as in when I hear the words low contact, I think of low number of people per hour. When I think about a barber, when I think about the office-based people in their cubicles or with a mask on, the contact between can be very much limited by rules, of course, that we impose, how many people can be in the salon or the shop or the yoga tattoo place, or the yoga place at any one time. The state on their site groups the one-on-one personal services along with casinos, movie theaters, concert venues, theme parks, pro sports. And for myself, I hope going forward, I know you're given some degree of leniency, at least to file a request with the state PHO. I hope going forth that you can pull things out of stage 3, similar to how you pulled things out of expanded stage 2 before we're there, and allow them. And those to me would be the low contact, the personal services, the offices, those kinds of things. The risk of one person transmitting, if they have COVID, to another, if they're sitting in cubicles or plexiglass between them, or somebody's got a mask on while they're cutting your hair, is altogether different than pro sports venues, concert venues, theme parks. And I won't even get into what the bathrooms and stuff are like at those places. So that would be my request of you as we move forward. And again, I hope we don't need to go out 3 weeks. I understand, Dr. Cody, you're mentioning the 3 weeks because you've released so many businesses at one time, again, for which I thank you. I just hope we can go out a couple of weeks, things look good, and maybe we take one step further. Maybe it goes from 25% seating to 50% seating. Maybe anyway, look at it step by step. I would appreciate that, as you have been doing all along. I guess what I would say, and I would leave this for the doctors, without a vaccine, how does this ever end?
Well, I thank you for the question, Supervisor Wasserman. It's almost a philosophical question as much as it is a question about infectious diseases. But I'll just stick to the infectious diseases part. And that is that our community has done an amazing job here. And we have protected a lot of people. And I think that the way we're moving, where we're going in a slow and phased approach, so far is working. And that's how we're going to continue. I like your questions. They sort of speak to the risk. And I think that in the future, we may be able to shift from a shelter-in-place framework to a risk-based framework, where we try to understand with the best evidence that we have to date what the risk of particular activities are, and then make our decisions based on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to give my 5 minutes back to the chair.
Thank you. And I'm gonna go to Supervisor Cortese, and then I'll go to myself.
Thank you, President Chavez. Just one question, and thank you to my colleagues, by the way, and the respondents for the Q&A that's been going on. It's all very helpful. Certainly saved me from asking questions. That was my hope. But I do have one, and I'm going to ask the question and give a specific example that would fall under the orders, like most things do. But it's an example to get to a broader question. And the question is, let me set up the question this way. We've gone from early on almost a strictly essential versus non-essential criteria in terms of who stays open, who does not. Since that time, there's been risk analysis applied. And thank you very much for sorting through all of that, all of you over at the EOC, the attorneys, everybody that's been putting countless hours into getting people opened up, basically by helping to write protocols and restrictions that are less than shelter in place that allow things to happen. All good. It seems to me that soon, short of a complete lifting of shelter in place, if we're going to continue to set forth protocols that impact people disparately, that we're going to have some kind of an equity overlay in your analysis, meaning the EOC analysis, the public health analysis, but also on the Board of Supervisors side. And let me explain, and I'll give my example. I'm not going to get into the equity overlay on the employment side in terms of the rank and file resident of Santa Clara County yet. There's a referral coming up later on the agenda, and I can talk about that there. But strictly on the business side for a moment. Currently, there should be people very happy, and many of them have expressed that already to me, and I'm sure to my colleagues and to some of you, about restaurants being open up for outdoor dining. But not all restaurants are situated the same. And from an equitable standpoint, when you open up a restaurant that has no outdoor space, I'm sorry, when we say that you can open up outdoors in one restaurant, restaurant A has no outdoor space, and restaurant B does have outdoor space available to it, it strikes me, and it strikes my business constituency, that there's a basic issue of equity there. One business owner has to look next door, down the street, or across the street while he or she struggles to do takeout because they don't have outdoor dining space at a friend, a colleague, a competitor across the street who happens to have, either by way of city zoning opportunities, parking lot space, existing patio space, whatever that may be, somebody that has that capability. So I'm saying inadvertently, we're creating not just economic consequences, but consequences in terms of basic equity. And I just would like to know if that discussion has begun. You don't, in the EOC, have your meetings in an open, transparent way like we're doing today, but you are here today. So I'd like to know what discussions have occurred in terms of disparate impact like that. How do we explain to restaurant owner A versus restaurant owner B why the rule is presenting an extraordinary hardship to A, but not to B? And further, I know we get into perilous territory, but it's the same question. When restaurant owner A, who is still essentially shut down because the rule doesn't work for him, and he sees other retail businesses opening up for inside activities, or businesses that sell food that have been opened up since the virus got here and have never been shut down. How do we address that? I'm submitting that at some point the Board of Supervisors needs to wade into that issue, because it's beyond a public health issue. It starts to become an equity issue. And I'd just like to know what your thinking is on that. I understand the argument that came at the beginning of this 8 weeks ago. You know, these rules weren't meant to be fair. They're meant to keep people home. But we're beyond that now. Now we are allowing some people to go to restaurant B outside, and some people, and yet people can't go to restaurant A because there is no outside. So we're well beyond a discussion about whether people can go out to eat. We're now into a discussion about how long are we going to be able to justify a stranglehold on some businesses from an equitable standpoint and not others. And I'll take that from Dr. Smith, if you would like to take the lead as our key guy that is in the EOC, Jeff, or anybody who would like to tackle that question. But I think it's a precursor to a larger discussion that's going to happen pretty soon if the rules aren't relaxed, more extraordinarily.
I'll give a try at an answer to that. Because of the great diversity of actions in the county, not all offices are the same, not all restaurants are the same, not all businesses are the same. There's by definition going to be disparate effects of any rule, just like when we do general plans for land use. So in the public health context in the EOC, we've been grappling with all of those things, trying to make sure that the rules are as equitable as possibly can be decided. But I must say that the most focused issue of equity has been the fact that the virus predominantly affects people of color the most severely, and that they die at a higher rate than is representative of their population in the county. So that's been sort of the disparity that's been looked at the most. But I agree with you, there is disparity. For example, government institutions are deciding on their own whether they're going to open an office or not. The public sector could reasonably argue that offices that are open in the government do similar things that with similar risks that they're not allowed to do. Legal office being one, for example. So there are built-in disparities that we're trying to mediate and moderate and be aware of, but we're not going to eliminate them at all.
I understand that explanation, and I appreciate your mention of the broader impact on people of color. And again, there's at least one referral that came from my office that speaks to that on a later item, and hopefully we can have that discussion then. But I just want to say, as a general rule, and I don't want to get into a legal analysis right now, but when I say equity, I'm really talking about economic equity, social equity as well, geographic equity, but also the legal principle of equity that is the basis for a lot of our laws, including eminent domain, that whatever we need to do as a government in terms of regulating the use of somebody's property should be done in the least intrusive way possible. And if our rules are creating an imbalance there to where the same rule impacts one operator in like circumstances, in a like situation, in the same business, very differently from the person across the street, it's going to be pretty hard, I think, to argue that our policies were thoughtful enough to approach the problem the least intrusive way possible. So I just think that's a discussion the team should have, the attorney should have, and again, as some of my colleagues have said, I can hold that thought, until the next meeting and the next discussion. But thank you for responding.
Thank you, Supervisor. I have about 5 questions. I'm going to go through them relatively quickly, and just hopefully the first one's more complex. Everything else should be relatively simple. The 46 sites for testing, I do not believe are all on our website. I'd like to get them all on the website, along with who's testing what, based on what we know. And is that possible to get done?
Yes. I thought that they all were, and we'll make sure that they're all up there with all of the phone numbers. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think that many of them are, but not with the detail that you outlined. And I also think it would be important to put them, to distribute them across the county, because I think there is a little bit of maybe a challenge with knowing what's accessible in what part of town in terms of medical offices and the availability, or what part of the county, the availability of tests and to whom. So if we could get that by geography, something that people can click on would be great. And then I would better understand how to address some of the concerns raised by Supervisor Simitian. Second is that, are we able to use a health order to regulate under what terms and conditions tests are given?
I'll jump in on this question. We does have authority to do regulation. What's happened so to date is that guidance has been issued to all healthcare providers outlining the categories of folks who should be tested, and with some prioritization. But there certainly is some ability to issue orders and directives with respect to testing.
I'm going to recommend that that be considered, is particularly given the urgency of the time frame that we're dealing with. And if that discussion could come back to the board, and if it must come back in closed session, that it be scheduled for closed session for discussion. Especially given that we have other kinds of relationships with these institutions, it makes sense to me that it may need to be a closed session item, and I'll leave that up to you, Mr. Williams, to let us know the answer to that. Second, the calendar that was put out by the mayor of San Francisco, Mayor Breed, I think outlines broadly what the goals of the county are, not directives to the county. Have we considered doing something similar?
Yes. If the goals are not clear, we will double down and ensure that they are. We have, of course, we don't have a timeline laid out like San Francisco.
That's what I'm asking for, Dr. Cody.
But you want to, it's difficult. I think that it's nice to have the dates and to know what's coming next. I think that it's also difficult to know about whether you can make the change on the dates simply because you just don't know how the pandemic is progressing. But we will do our very best to signal what's coming next. I know that will be very helpful. I would say that it is our hope that ultimately every business will be able to open. And I think there's no reason that businesses can't start to begin to prepare there is state guidance that should assist with that.
So the reason we're doing that 2 sets of hearings is to make that clear, because as much as we feel and you feel like you've been shouting from the mountaintops, there is such a lack of clarity that the city of San Jose spent some of their council meeting today confused and concerned about us springing on to them what was open and their lack of readiness to be prepared for that. And I actually understand a little bit of that confusion. So while I understand there are risks to not wanting to be in a position of overpromising, I think the alternative is to leave people feeling foggy, and I want people to feel not just hopeful, but to have plans that lead them to a date, along with a community plan that gets us moving. I think you've done a very good job of the community plan, but the internal plan, I think, is hard for people to understand. If you're not comfortable using a calendar, I would be interested in an alternative method that we could know a little bit more about by end of week, and in part because this has been a discussion that's been ongoing since the whole situation started. And I think our ability to bring clarity to the public is probably more important today than it was yesterday and than it was the day before. And I think it becomes more important as the days go on.
No, I completely hear you. So let us work on that and be as clear as we can.
Thank you. On R&D was not called out specifically. At least I didn't see it in the new grid, but I thought I saw it previously on some of our guidance. Is R&D open also?
All manufacturing is open.
Thank you. What I would just request is if we could, in the guidelines, just call it out, and everybody who's got an attorney, no disrespect to all the attorneys on the phone call today, but everybody's got an attorney I feel like has called me to ask me about their R&D. Key, I'm very interested in the work chart for the hot and warm handoffs relative to isolation and quarantine and the housing work that you're doing. Could you give us a graph of the process that happens when someone's identified from contact tracing to needing isolation or quarantine, and how specifically they'll be connected to services either from the county or from the city they're in?
Yes, I'll work on that with the contact tracing team and send that to you as soon as possible.
Thank you. And then on communication, I put out a referral that's for a couple weeks from now, because that's when we have another meeting. But I may maybe we'll put it on the special board meeting, but it's got an outline of communication options. And one of the things that I'd like us to ask all the cities for is for them to take responsibility for taking the health orders, particularly the new one you did. The graph is so go to the freezer, get the box, that I'd like to ask each city to send it out via their business licenses and other communications to all of their communities. And I would like us to make sure that we're translating those and partnering with the different business organizations, particularly the ethnic business organizations, to make sure we get that information out to them, including the clarity about how to get access to the form to fill out and then what to do with the form once it's completed. I raise that for my colleagues because it's something that I think as we're doing a lot of really amazing work, and our staff has just been outstanding. I know they haven't rested, but our inability to get above the noise, just given all of the cacophony of confusion from the federal government down, has been a challenge. So I'd like us to be much more targeted and specific based on the information we're trying to convey. And that's what the referral reflects. The last point I want to make is that, I am also very concerned about how we're dealing with low-income communities. And one of my biggest concerns is that I put forward a referral, I know it was only last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, that has been deferred till June 23rd. And as we look at risks of peaks, I think the only way to address that is really going to be through face-to-face, people-to-people 6 feet apart, socially distanced, wearing masks, but really having conversations with how to make sure our businesses, particularly the smaller businesses, are open safely. And since we don't have an action now, it'll come back with, a recommendation on the 23rd. And I just want to encourage the staff that when this comes back on the 23rd, that referral have a financial timeline to it, along with a recommended nonprofit partner, because I think if we don't hit the ground running with that, we are going to see more people that get sick and die because we're not having conversations with people. And I place that as a sense of urgency, because as I was hearing Dave talk about the risk-based assessment, and then hearing Supervisor Simidian recalling the importance of the hotspots, but also being broad beyond the hotspots, it just helped me realize that if in fact we really are lifting up communities of color or communities that are more at risk, we would bring forward strategies that really do speak to them. The Promotora strategy really does, and that's why I'd like it to come back. My colleagues can vote it up or down, but with a financial, not a report, because I thought the report would come back this week and we'd be able to take action on the 23rd. Now we're going to have to be able to take action on the 23rd. Are there any problems, do you think, from a time frame and research body of work, Dr. Smith?
No, I don't think so. I think the Promotora, the way we interpreted the Promotora referral was that we should move ahead doing it and come back with the funding. If that wasn't the intention.
That's perfect, Dr. Smith. No, that's perfect. I may have misunderstood a conversation I was having with the staff person on that. So thank you for that. That clears that up. All right. Well, those are all my questions. How did I do on time? 11 minutes. I was trying to get to 10. All right. To my colleagues, I'm going to go to the public. We have a few public speakers on this item. And then I will move on to the next couple of items. If I could have, please. Sorry about that, Colin.
Our first speaker is Brett Bymaster. I'm unmuting you. You'll have 1 minute to talk, and the timer will start when you begin to speak. Brett, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Brett Bymaster.
Oh, Brett, we just lost you.
Thinking about how we. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Brett. Can we start his time over and then Brett? I don't know what you need to do to be heard there, but okay, we're starting again.
Okay. So my name is Brett Bymaster. I'm Executive Director of Healing Grove Health Center, and definitely interested in hearing about the concern about disparity. I think it's really important that we take a data-driven approach and use modern science to figure out how we proceed through the shelter-in-place conversations. Here's the issue. There's no question that at the beginning, the shelter-in-place saves lives by preventing the spread of the virus. But we know through social determinants of health and adverse childhood events that poverty creates death. There's a direct linkage between living in poverty and premature death. And the down goes on, the more poverty we create. And the more poverty we create, we know that that's going to kill people, both in the short and the long term. I think what's happening now is we've hit an inflection point where the death rate from coronavirus has been reduced sharply, and poverty is increasing sharply. And in the balance, we are going to see more people die. We think, according to our analysis, they're going to die of COVID. And I think there needs to be a larger public health conversation around the trade-offs between deaths due to poverty and deaths due to coronavirus.
Next speaker is Janet Diaz. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Janet Diaz, a patient business services clerk at VMC, a chapter president at SEIU Local 521. SEIU and the county are focused on state and county budgets because this is going to impact everyone. SEIU has taken the lead in a statewide effort called Invest in a Healthy Future Now. Our goal is to resist the call for austerity as a method to deal with the deficits, as we are aware austerity will only continue to hurt the most vulnerable. Together with the county, we acknowledge the need to find how to open the economy, get people working, and keep teleworking as a new norm. We also cannot afford to be unprepared. We need to have systems in place, including contact tracing, as it's a means to interrupt the chains of transmission. To staff, the county asked departments to relay information to employees, but the noted low participation prodded findings that several departments never shared, few passed misleading information. Many employees meet most qualifications such as confidentiality, customer service, multilingual, and already work remotely, yet never given the opportunity. We want to participate. We ask the
Next speaker is Lupe. Oh, she just dropped off. The next speaker is Mary Gloner. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, President Chavez and supervisors. I especially want to thank Dr. Cody for her compassionate and deliberate leadership and the Public Health Department with the response to the pandemic. My name is Mary Gloner. I speak to you as a resident of Supervisor Ellenberg's district and a child of immigrants who dedicated my life's work to promoting health parity, including supporting a network of community and free health clinics in the past, and now youth mental health and suicide prevention. As we're convening, the local NAACP is holding a press conference recommending solutions to the pandemic's impact on Black communities. This is an opportunity for us in positions of power to amplify, rethink, and fund how health disparities are addressed in Santa Clara County. Racism is a driving force behind social determinants of health. Racism undermines public health promotion and prevention efforts, wasting valuable investment of resources, funding, time, and goodwill. Thank you for your leadership and your partnership.
Our next speaker is Melody Massanai. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I am Melody Masani, resident and voter in D2. On behalf of the Pacific Islander Coalition, Fa'afetai Lava to Dr. Cody, and Fa'afetai Lava to committee members of Health and Hospital Committee for your responsiveness, which has been beyond our expectations. Highlighting Supervisor Simidian as former Assembly member and State Senator, representing our community for many, many years. We are small in numbers, but we feel seen and heard. The Pacific Islander Coalition has factored all of you into our outreach plan. We will send you materials that we hope that you will distribute electronically and in person, and that your staffs and your community partners will also help. They should be appropriate for the Native Hawaiian South Pacific Islander audience, and will include the opportunity at Antioch Baptist Church, which we feel we will respond to because it is faith-based. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mike Rogers. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thanks for your time. I'm Mike Rogers. I'm Vice President of I360 Healthcare, a local startup. I've been here in the Valley for close to 40 years. Just to be focused here, Marty's done a great job on expanding the testing and targeting things. One suggestion or thought is, as a former manufacturer here in the Valley at Intel Corporation for many decades, as we expand into lots of other operations that are allowed to occur again, there are some that are higher risks, and we've seen evidence of that elsewhere, such as the groceries have done really well outside of one grocery in Oakland, but food preparation, warehousing, manufacturing may have higher risks. And I wonder if we should target some of the testing or make it available to those risk activities. Another thought along those lines are, if you're going to go to the next level and allow children's soccer or other types of outdoor group activities, I think testing ought to be rolling around with some of the higher risk areas so that we can eliminate stuff. Thanks.
The next speaker is Wesley Mukoyama. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. This is Wes Mukoyama, Behavioral Health Board member and SourceWise Advisory Committee meeting board member. Outreach is not enough going with mobile centers. You cannot wait for people to come to you. You have to go out to the people. I would suggest a more aggressive outreach with like Promotores and the contract tracing. They need trust in the community. So using other agencies like CBOs and also behavioral health to bring them in would be the best way, because you're not getting at the people who really need it most: undocumented, homeless, who will not come into anything, and ethnic groups who do not trust government agencies. So please consider outreach to those communities and go out there instead of wait for them to come to see you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Definitely multitasking today, doing a little painting. I probably shouldn't be up on a ladder doing public comment, but might make you all happy if I do a header off this thing. So what I'm trying to get at, the impact of the COVID situation on the homeless community, the mentally ill, the poor, that are basically just dying on the vine downtown. Everybody already knows this was happening prior to COVID. And now we add the COVID thing onto it, like these people didn't have enough to already deal with. Now with the rioting that's going on, the protesting, I feel so bad. I mean, it almost brings me to tears to watch a mentally ill woman running away from riot bullets and running away from tear gas. And the fact that our county and city couldn't help pull these people out of what is like a war zone down there right now. They're being hunted, and please pay attention, figure out some way to protect them out there. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, Robert Aguirre here. I agree with the commenter that said about the people that are unhoused. We're not doing enough testing in that population of people, and we don't know how bad the situation is, and they aren't the ones that are going to be coming in to get tested. They're not going to volunteer to do that. And I think one of the things we can do at the same time that we're going out and testing, we can try to get census information on these folks, because again, they're going to be less likely to volunteer that information on their own. And another thing we could possibly do at the same time is do voter registration, because there's a lot of people that are being disenfranchised just by the system as it is. And I think we need to do more to reach out to some of these folks and give them a voice. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go back to the board as I promised I would. I'm going to this time ask each board member to be within 5 minutes if they have a question or a comment. Supervisor Cortese, do you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thanks. Yeah, I want to make two quick comments. First, I want to thank Brett Bymaster and a number of other speakers today who really emphasized what I think is just a critical point. And to the extent that we are using the value of equity to hang on to the continued shelter in place, based on the very real fact that low income and people of color are being disproportionately impacted by the virus, it's more complicated than that, clearly. Of course, it's true that the virus doesn't impact people equally, and the disproportionate impact is a result of generational poverty, more limited access to healthcare, the whole list of things that Brett mentioned. But these are also the workers that are least likely to work from home, most likely to be confined all day in crowded living spaces, least able to socially distance. So really the same argument could be made to lift the order more quickly. And I just want to make sure that on no level do we confuse equity with being patronizing. We can't claim that we're protecting people who are struggling most through the shelter in place by noting that they're the most likely to get sick. I think that our proper response is knowing that a particular population is the most likely to get sick or to be impacted as the shelter in place lifts. That's where our greatest obligation is, to have all of the supports in place, the robust contact tracing, the isolation and quarantine, the partnership with CBOs, the connection to services. That should already be in place and widely available. The second thing that I want to address here, oh, I forgot to set my timer, Cindy, so just let me know.
Oh, we're on it.
Okay. Our message from the beginning of the pandemic has been that we are all in this together. But I want to highlight where I think we are not really walking the talk. And at today's City of San Jose Council meeting, as Supervisor Chavez indicated earlier, the council and administration there are feeling frustrated that the county has been unresponsive, specifically recently around restaurant reopenings and wraparound services for support of isolation. We asked today to send a letter to San Jose to have them match some funds. Back in March, Dr. Smith, you and I had a conversation when we learned that San Jose would receive significant funding from the CARES Fund due to their size, effectively reducing the county's share. And you expressed concern at that time that that could hurt us and that perhaps the city should designate some of those services to, some of those dollars to the county. Per my request at the time, you said that you would reach out and seek better partnership and communication. My task force proposal was in part due to the fact that we weren't having those two-way conversations with governments or businesses and the county, and I heard that frustration. We're doing a good job pushing out information, phone calls, FAQs, emails, but we're not doing a good job in terms of real partnership. So what I'd like to finish with is a question for Jeff. Can you tell me, as of today, what specific communication feedback loops are being set up with the City of San Jose, the city that of course represents more than half of our population, and what is our plan to partner more effectively? Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. I've had phone calls initially every day and then 3 times a week with the city manager and the mayor and the chair of the Board of Supervisors for a number of weeks. I think it's been over a month.
Yeah.
James has been meeting and having phone calls with Kip Harkness on a regular basis, 2 or 3 times a week. Miguel has been working with Lee Wilcox for weekly. All of our operations team has been coordinating with the police chief and fire. We've had nothing but communication. So I'm not sure why they would say that we haven't been communicating. We've been talking about food distribution and working with them on trying to come up with an MOU, which is still in process. So
without having been in the room for any of those, I can't evaluate the different interpretations of communication and whether it's sharing out information or actually partnering in, if not decision-making, implementation of plans, advance notice. It's hard to be on the outside of that, but I see the tension and I see the really different perceptions on both sides of this. So I'm hoping that there's a better way for us to communicate and to have the council members and the supervisors feel confident that that two-way communication and partnership is happening in a meaningful way. Thanks.
Okay, Supervisor Simidian, and we're all doing 5 minutes this round, and then Supervisor Wasserman.
2 what I hope are quick questions. Dr. Smith, I don't know if we have anybody from environmental health on the line or if this is a public health question, but oddly, at least it was odd to me, there's a question moving around about restaurant reopening and whether or not there needs to be essentially a de novo, a new inspection of each restaurant or food service establishment before they can reopen. That has not been my understanding. Is that the case? It doesn't seem likely, but I just let me ask.
No, we're not asking for a new we're not asking for a new inspection. What we're tasking our environmental health staff with is helping with any of the questions they might have about the order or the application thereof in particular issues. There's been quite a number of questions about how do we do this and how could it be done effectively, and particularly there's a question about alcohol outside in the street. So we've asked our head of environmental health to work with the restaurants to try to clarify that. Obviously, we have control over part of that. We don't have control over the alcohol issue.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. And my other question is just to briefly circle back. When we were talking about folks that we hoped might be able to further ramp up their testing efforts, Kaiser Regional and Palo Alto Medical Foundation, PAMF, what percentage of our county do those folks cover? I think it's important to understand how much we are or not missing if we can't find a way for them to ramp up their efforts.
Kaiser has, well, you know, they call it lives in the managed care sector. They're responsible for about 40 to 45% of the lives in the county. So one would hope that that would mean that they were providing 30 to 40% of the tests. That's not happening. The hospitals obviously don't, you know, they don't own a health plan, so they're not in that sense responsible for particular lives, but the health plans are like HealthNet and others. So we would ask them to step up. And we find actually that a number of doctors' offices actually are providing tests, at least the ones that are open. The doctors' offices are not prohibited from being open during this shelter in place, but some of them have decided not to open or to open only for emergencies. But there are a number of private physicians who have small laboratories that they can collect blood and send it off to, collect swabs and send them off to large laboratories. So I think without trying to shame anybody, I would just love to see Kaiser do more.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Madam President. I mentioned earlier about businesses that are open, back to restaurants again, and to the point that was made about having a patio area or not having a patio area. The ones that don't have a patio area, relying on takeout only, even though they're open, will not be able to survive. And the ones with patio areas will be able to do better. I don't know. It'll take time to see whether or not they could even break even or survive. But I do know the people that can't be open, whatever small percentages of office businesses are not allowed yet to be open, whatever percentage that is the personal service people. And again, I'm going back to the nails and the barbers and the yoga and all the others. They have no income at all. And 50% of something is better than nothing. And a lot of these people are also caught in between a rock and a hard place, because the money that came to them, PPP money that came to them, was allowed to be used for payroll and for rent. But if being open causes them more, in a way, there are some people that have received the PPP money choosing not to use it because their sales of being curbside only or being so limited in one respect or another is negative, and so they're staying closed. And you can't spend it for just your rent and not your payroll. Then it becomes a loan, not a grant. So I like the idea that Dr. Cody said, and Dr. Cody, I appreciate the fact that you said going forward you'll continue to look at a risk analysis of the various occupations. Because I remember when all this started 10 weeks ago, a report came out and talked about the lowest contacts. And a lot of those personal service businesses were the lowest contact, but they're the ones that are still closed. So hopefully, and again, I guess it goes in a little bit to the equity question that Supervisor Cortese raised about restaurants with patios and without patios. There's those professions that are not open. And hopefully we can get everybody open a little bit. And again, I certainly understand, the stadiums and the people yelling and screaming for sports that I hope returns someday soon. But the other stuff, the mom and pops, the smaller businesses, I hope there's a way that we can find those and maybe pluck those out of what's currently considered stage 3 and allow them where we are in a few weeks. And my last question would be for Dr. Marty. Marty, I was asked this and I didn't know the answer. It was a couple days ago. Are we turning down anyone who wants to be tested?
And the answer is no. Even though our guidance is targeted to people at highest risk, that doesn't mean that anyone else who wants a test cannot get it. So the answer is they will offer a test to anybody that wants.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I thought that might be your answer, but now I can tell them what it is. And I certainly echo what Dr. Smith said. If Kaiser's got 45% of the people, if they could help us out in this testing, I think we'd get right to those goals that we're all looking for in number of daily tests. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. See, no other questions from my colleagues. What I'd like to do is move on. On item 18, I do not believe we need a vote to receive the report. Do we, James?
No, ma'am. Whoop.
Okay. Mike Wasserman just said we don't. All right. So with that, I'm going to move on to the next item. And let me, as we wrap up and as we say goodbye to some of the staff who've been working on this, I just want to reemphasize something that I've heard Supervisor Simitian say, which is that, the hard questions are not intended to not respect the high level of work that's being done by each of you and all of you working in the EOC and really across the county. It really is because we want to make sure that we're doing all we can as you are to really get our communities back on track and pull ourselves back together. So thank you for all of those reports. We're going to go on now to item, item 19, and this is to ratify our agreement with Haluna Health. I'm going to see if there's a presentation from staff or if my colleagues would prefer to ask questions.
There's no real presentation. This is an action required by ordinance. The contract with Haluna was entered into in order to provide the support for contract tracing, as you heard earlier. And this action asks for the board to ratify the agreement.
So on this front, what I would just like to ask, so first of all, let me just see, are there any comments from my colleagues? And I'm going to start with Dave and go to Susan. And so I'm going to go, nothing from Dave. Then I'm going to go to Susan. Oh, Dave, are you good, Dave?
I'm good.
All right. Susan, then Joe, then Mike, and then myself.
Thanks. In referrals, not mine, in referrals on April 21st and May 5th, I pressed for more clarity on our plan and our spending to support the contact tracing work and other tools so that we can move out of the shelter in place. I understand that we don't need 1,000 people today, but I do think we need to show urgency in meeting the accepted national target of at least 15 tracers per 100,000 population, which would be about 300 for Santa Clara County, which according to this schedule, we should meet by next Monday, June 8th. And again, I am a broken record on this, but if we're serious about this strategy as a condition for safe reopening, and if we care about equity and representation in the workforce that requires trust and engagement with our diverse community, we need a core group of at least 300 that are paid to lead this work. I'm looking forward to seeing a specific breakdown of the workforce as they're onboarded, including demographic distribution and language skills to match our community, including disproportionately represented populations. This current contract funds 85 positions. And until I see that we have reassigned and trained county staff that are in place or identified other paid workers to get to at least 300, I'll continue to push that we need to pay workers and bring them on faster to meet this need. I support and appreciate the willingness of community volunteers and partnerships with universities for student service learning, but again, their contributions need to be met with commitment from the county. So to that end, and because I believe that the board as a whole has a responsibility to provide oversight of progress on this indicator, I will make a motion to ratify the contract today, but without the delegation of authority. I would like this contract to come back on June 23rd with any necessary cleanup due to changes in the data platform or housekeeping items, a revised confidentiality agreement with a more clear focus on case and contract privacy protections, not on restricting any other aspects of free speech. These policies should be consistent with other county policies for staff that work in similar health roles in the county. And finally, consideration of adding funds to assure that the county can meet a target of 15 paid contract tracers per 100,000 population, consistent with state and national recommendations. And if we don't have 300 paid staff assigned by June 23rd, then I would expect to see funding for that in the proposed budget. Was that all clear, or was that too fast?
One thing I would ask is, I think it's fine, Susan. I am going to allow for questions of that. I'm not allowed, but encourage questions if people don't understand any part of that. So we have a motion from Susan Ellenberg. Is there a second?
And to be clear, it's to ratify the contract, but not the delegation of authority.
Yeah, and I'm confused by that. I would have almost expected, based on the feedback you gave, it to be the opposite. Because, yeah, so I don't think I understand the outcome that you're trying to get.
The work is already happening, so I don't want to send a signal of panic to Helena that they're not going to keep doing this work. But I want it to come back to us so that we have an opportunity to evaluate when, how much more is needed, how soon. I don't want it to happen out of the eyes of the public, because I think that this is really important for us to keep track of. And without the delegation, it just simply means that in order to expand or change the contract, it needs to come back before the board, which is what I would like to see. In addition to the changes in the non-disclosure contracts, the NDAs that people are being asked to see.
So Susan, let's hear a little bit from our colleagues, because you don't have a second, but and then we can come back and maybe it will help with the recommendation of a motion.
Thank you. And I was going to second, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Purposes of discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second, and then I'm going to go then to Supervisors Committee and then Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that there's a motion on the floor, if I could take the opportunity to ask the maker of the motion, Supervisor Ellenberg, whether she would anticipate a delegation of authority at the next meeting as being something that was appropriate to consider then, once we got some greater clarity about some of these issues between now and that meeting.
I would certainly be happy to consider it then.
Yeah, I just my colleagues will know over the years I've always been anxious about making sure that our delegations of authority are not too broad in terms of subject matter, too expansive in terms of funding, or too long in terms of their duration. I do, however, think in this instance, a delegation of authority is probably going to be appropriate, indeed even necessary, just given our desire to make sure that the county executive can move forward quickly to address these issues. So, but I'm open to continuing the item with no delegation at this point, have the item come back, and then consider the delegation at the 23rd. I would like to hear from Dr. Smith in a minute or two as to how he feels that would or wouldn't work. But before we do that, as long as I'm going to ask him to weigh in I think I'd also like to ask Madam President whether this expense is eligible for reimbursement by the federal government. Supervisor Ellenberg, I think, hinted at an important question, which is this the right amount of money, or is it in fact going to require more? And if so, do we anticipate that there'll be another visit to our board asking for additional funding? I would like to know, and forgive me if I missed it in the materials, but how Haluna was chosen to provide this function. And I have no cause for concern. I'm just, from a good government standpoint, would like to sort of know what that process was. And then if anyone from staff or Haluna wants to talk about the issue that I raised earlier, which is I just want to make sure we're thinking ahead, looking around the corner on the issue of folks either in self-isolation or self-quarantine, with or without a formal order, what kind of compliance we're likely to get, what kind of pushback we're likely to get, particularly if people are excited about the possibility to sort of go back to their work and their employment, only to discover that at some point in the future, they're being asked to pack it in again for 2 weeks. I just think we should be thinking about that ahead of time. Thank you. I know that's a lot to throw at you, Dr. Smith, but if you can answer 2 or 3 or 4 of those 5 questions, that'll be a start. Thank you, Madam President.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I have to be able to remember them first. Let's see. Let's start with how Haluna was chosen. Haluna has a long experience working with CDC and has expertise in this field, is well recognized as a leader in the field. And so since we were in a hurry, we felt that that referral was a reasonable step to take during emergency. They're also California-based and nonprofit. The issue of delegation of authority, I have no heartburn about. That's fine. In terms of the paid staff issue, I gather we weren't clear this afternoon when we pointed out that 300 of our tracers are county employees who are being paid, but reassigned to a different role. So I do think we've met those criteria. They just aren't on board yet. All of them, I should say, are not on board yet. So we certainly will make those criteria, but I wanted to make sure that we were clear because maybe that got confused in the process. In terms of the issue about the health orders and quarantine orders, we are aware of it, and I think as Supervisor Smidian points out, it could certainly be a concern. And at this point, we haven't had a problem with people not voluntarily restricting their progress or their, staying isolated and quarantined. But certainly we're ready at a moment's notice to make it a legal restriction. And I think I might have missed one other question.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I wasn't even suggesting that it should be a legal restriction. I was just trying to make sure, as I say, that our staff, who's so busy with the crisis of the moment, is thinking ahead on that issue. If somebody has been out of work for 3 months, and then they are told, oh, by the way, our contact tracing reveals that you were in touch with somebody who had COVID, the coronavirus, and now that you're able to get back to work, we actually want you to stay home and not get paid for another 2 weeks. I can see how that would not be well received, not to put too fine a point on it. I can see my colleague, Mr. Wasserman, smiling on the screen here. So I just think we need to be thinking that through. I understand the staff's notion of light touch, and I heard the communication clearly about making sure folks are trained on how to communicate in a way that is effective in terms of engagement and collaboration and cooperation. But I think if these numbers start to become significant with hundreds of contact tracers reaching thousands or even tens of thousands of people, that's going to be a challenge to manage. And I want to make sure, as I say, we don't suddenly go, oh my gosh, we've got an issue. I did ask whether or not the $12 million amount is likely to be enough, or if there's more in the way of requests coming over the horizon, and also the whether or not this is federally reimbursable, as we understand the rules of the road right now.
I'm sorry, now I remember. We're going to try to charge it to FEMA and, take the risk. I'm not sure that we can get a straight answer from FEMA about whether it's reimbursable, but that will be our stance. As you well know, bills to FEMA because of disasters oftentimes get challenged 2 or 3 or 4 years later by the federal government. But in the meantime, that will be our approach. Whether or not there will be more money requested, I think depends upon the extent of the need for ongoing tracing. We still, as we've talked about, are not able to predict accurately exactly how long this tracing will require us to have oversight. However, at the same time that we're asking you to approve this contract, we are also building our internal skill set to be able to take over the job. So we would hope that we would not be coming back for any more money for the Haluna contract.
Thank you. I threw a lot of questions at you. I appreciate the range of responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I did have one other comment.
Dr. Smith, could you be, I just am pushing everybody to be a little brief because I know we still have like 100 items to go. So go ahead. You get the last word to Supervisors Committee, and we have a couple more folks that would like to raise some issues.
You probably should raise this question with the County Council, but part of the motion that I have written down has to do with the confidentiality agreement. I don't think that's actually noticed on this issue, on this agenda, but that's up to County Council to decide.
Well, if it's part of the contract, then I'm going to presume that it's part of being able to discuss it. Isn't it a component of the contract?
I don't think
I think the reference was to the agreement for the people doing contact tracing. So it's different, slightly different issue, but that's how I understood it.
Well, then what we can do is, as part of Ms. Ellenberg's motion, then we could bring that item separately to the next meeting. Is that appropriate?
No, I understood it as being part of the scope of this contract. Did I misunderstand that?
No, you didn't understand that, as we are looking at asking people to sign new NDAs going forward. They need to be more limited in scope to just the medical and personal health information, not related to the workplace or the environment around them.
But so James, is that something that needs to come back as a separate discussion item for the next meeting?
No.
Okay. All right, Supervisor Wasserman, do you have anything on this contract?
I have one question for Evelyn, please, on the tracing. Supervisor Ellenberg had brought up the state's number, the ratio per 100,000. And I thought I heard in a previous conversation, but perhaps I'm mismatching two thoughts. But I thought it was said that because I know the state's number is a round number that's applicable throughout the state per 100,000, but I thought I heard earlier, and it might have been from Dr. Marty, about we have plenty of people available given the positive testing that we have. And as long as we're in the 1%, 2%, 3%, we're already there. Now, I don't know if the state's requirement supersedes ours and we can't move on. I don't know, Evelyn, if you can comment on that. If we haven't met the state's requirement, which I'm sure Supervisor Ellenberg is correct, but that we're still okay based on our positive testing rate being so low. Any comments would be appreciated.
So regarding the 150 contact tracers per 100,000, we will be meeting that within the next week and a half to 2 weeks with the workforce that is a combined county employee and volunteer workforce. So we will be meeting that within the next 2 weeks. And we are on track with the pipeline that we have. As it relates to the testing rate, we currently have sufficient capacity to do the contact tracing and case investigation for the cases that are coming in daily. And we are slightly overstaffed, in fact, in anticipation to stay ahead of any case growth.
Wonderful.
And just to clarify, it is 15 contact tracers per 100,000.
Yes, which gets us to the 300. So being overstaffed and having plenty of ventilators and plenty of beds is a good place to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other Supervisor Smithian?
Sorry, just I can't believe I neglected to make this comment before. Dr. Smith, can I just on the record ask that you and your team work closely with Haluna on privacy concerns and considerations? I don't know if our privacy department is the right folks to pull in Mr. Shapiro and his small team or others. But once we have a conversation about contact tracing, we need to be having a conversation about privacy as part of that. I'll follow up more fully, Supervisor Chavez, at our contact tracing meeting of the Health and Hospital Committee on Thursday, but wanted to make sure it was sunshined with the full board.
I appreciate that. And I do want to ask Dr. Smith, is the motion by Ms. Ellenberg that's been seconded by Supervisor Wasserman, is that clear to you, and do you have any concerns about it?
No, I was thinking that she was referring to the current non-disclosure agreement.
I meant the overall motion.
Oh, no, the overall motion's fine.
I just want to make sure it doesn't slow us down. I will share my my biggest concern is that what I would like to see when this comes back to us is the workflow chart, because I do have a concern about this body of work relative just honestly to the size of our public health department and how massive this is, and wanting to make sure that the ability to operationalize just this massive amount of research work and staffing is that I understand who is the board understands who the leadership is and who's accountable for that work, how it reflects the work of the public health department. I'm in part responding to one of the issues that was raised by Ms. Ho earlier that talked about the public health department keeping the policy framework, Haluna keeping the operational operations. And I'm fine with that. I just want to know who the lead department and person is that's responsible for contact tracing for the county and managing that contract and managing public health's integration with that contract. I don't want to know it verbally. I would like it in writing because I want to be able to digest it and also, frankly, better understand how to hold who accountable as we proceed. And then one other thing is that I would really like to get from Haluna the process that they're using when people volunteer, how quickly someone gets a return call. What does that, do they get a response back saying your email's been received, we're going to call you in 4 days? The only negative feedback I've gotten from the volunteers who've raised their hand is just a very inconsistent follow-up. And we'd like to make sure we're consistent in the follow-up. And then the last thing I'll just say to my colleagues, I think if we're going to be in this business for a year or a year and a half, I'm actually very appreciative that we're going to be using volunteers. I think people in our community want to help. I think they want to help here. I think they want to help with the Promotora program. I think if those programs are structured in such a way that allow us to engage our employees, and you heard one of them saying, please call on us, we want to be part of it, along with the public, I think that's all to the good. And I'd really like to see the contractor play a leadership role in being welcoming and inclusive. And that I want to just encourage our staff, if we haven't had a conversation with our unions about this, that we do. And any department that is not putting people forward, I think that that Dr. Smith, you should let the board know who is playing a leadership role in helping us get the people we need and who isn't, because I think that is a reflection on that department as well. So those are my comments. We have a motion, we have a second. Dr. Smith, any last feedback you want to make sure we have, or Dr. Cody?
No.
Everybody else is okay? All right, we have a motion and a second. We have no speakers on the item. May we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes, thank you. We're going to move to item 20 and then to item 22. And oh, sorry, Supervisor Simidian, did you want to chime into something now? Did I miss you?
No, ma'am. Thank you, though.
On item 20, we're going to have a presentation, and then prior to us, well, we'll have a presentation. Then I'd like Supervisor Simidian and I have to have an opportunity to share what we are interested in with item 22. And if I could have the staff take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Supervisors and Board members. Thank you for allowing us the time to present. I am Patty Irwin, Chief of Staff of Social Services. Here with me to present, I have a panel of presenters from Second Harvest. I would like to present Leslie Bacho and Tracy Weatherby. From Health Trust, Michelle Liu, and then from the City of San Jose, Angel Rios. The purpose of this report is to provide a brief update about the food distribution efforts in the trends in Santa Clara County, as well as to provide the board an update on the dashboard being developed by the City of San Jose. As the impact of COVID-19 and the slow process of resuming normalcy that is taking place, it is likely emergency food resources will continue to rise. This report and brief updates from staff will provide you the collaborative partnership and the food needs that are out there right now. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Leslie and Tracy, who will be presenting.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. So thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about Second Harvest's response during this pandemic. As soon as the shelter-in-place order went into effect, we faced two big challenges. The first was that we saw an immediate and dramatic increase in need. And I've been doing this work a very long time, and I have to say this has really been unprecedented to, at a just single moment, find so many people out of work and really desperately seeking assistance. We have a hotline where folks can get connected with our food services and also with CalFresh. And on average, we usually get about 150 calls a day. But right away, we started getting 1,200 calls a day, again, mostly from folks reaching out who had never gotten food assistance before and really feeling so much worry over having enough food to feed their families. The other big challenge we saw was that we had to really make a complete overhaul of our operations to make sure that our clients could receive the food safely. Typically at our distributions, well, we have over 300 nonprofit partners who are shelters, soup kitchens, after school programs, but still the majority of our food goes out as groceries at distribution sites that kind of look like mini farmers markets where folks can walk up and select the food they need. Right away, we made a change to begin boxing all the food at our warehouses. And this was the same time we had a 95% drop in our volunteer force. Fortunately, we were able to bring in the National Guard with both the city's advocacy, the county's advocacy, and of course, support from the state. And we've had 150 National Guard members at 3 of our sites. We also hired 80 temporary staff members. We have 25 city employees who have been helping us with boxing and data entry. And now we are packing 1,000 boxes every single week. This is what these boxes look like. Most clients are receiving both a beautiful box of produce and also a box of other staple items. Most clients also receive a bag with some frozen proteins, such as frozen chicken. Another big change is that we started standing up these drive-through distributions. We converted a lot of existing sites to drive-throughs and also set up some new drive-throughs. So before the pandemic, we just had 3 drive-through distributions across both Santa Clara and San Mateo counties, and now we have 96 drive-throughs. We also were getting lots of calls from seniors who had no one to pick up food for them. And so we started doing more home delivery for seniors. Now, through a partnership with Catholic Charities and other partners, we are providing food to 6,000 seniors a week. Of course, this required also securing additional warehouse space, more trucks, more drivers, just really ramping up to be able to meet this need. We are now providing food to more than 500,000 people. This is an 85% increase versus how many people we were serving just in February. In May, we provided 70% more food than we were providing pre-pandemic. And I just want to emphasize that even when people begin to go back to work, we know that for most of the people we serve, it will take a long time to recover from this kind of economic event. So we are making plans for how we will sustain this level of service over at least the next 12 to 18 months. With that, I'll turn it over to Tracy.
Thank you. And I just wanted to share a little bit about how we got this done. And it really does come down to partnership. We have over 300 partners, as Leslie mentioned, that help us distribute the groceries or provide us with locations where we can distribute the groceries, all of which we provide for free. And then, of course, Catholic Charities helping us with home delivery. I also wanted to give a shout out to our county school districts and the Office of Ed, because they really turned on a dime and started delivering grab-and-go meals to children using federal meals programs. And that was a huge lift, and they did an absolutely fantastic job. I also wanted to touch on the next slide on our funding sources and our investments. I think we are so grateful for the outpouring that we've received from the community and from foundations. A lot of people don't know that only 6% of our support in a typical year comes from the government. And this year it will be less than that, given the generosity of our donors and the increased need we're meeting. We do get food from the USDA, and we've gotten some more food from the state than we normally would. And of course, we're incredibly grateful for the National Guard, although I'm going to come back to that at the end in my next slide. In terms of investments, we were able to spend some of that funding by putting $1.3 million into some of our partner agencies for infrastructure and operating expenses. But also our food costs are way up. And we do have increased labor costs, even with what has been free labor from the National Guard. As we look down the road, there are a few things we just wanted to point out as being really important. First off, from a policy perspective, CalFresh is paramount. The food bank can't feed everyone by ourselves, and CalFresh is such an important resource, and SSA does a great job with that, and we all need to keep pedal to the metal on getting that out. A lot of our folks sign people up for CalFresh as well. And we need to continue to invest in school and summer meals, especially universal school meals. It's such an important source of nutrition for many of our families. And then something we'd note structurally, I think that our recommendation would be that in future emergencies, the county retain the role around food coordination. It just sits there more naturally. The county already works with so many of the CBOs that are in the ecosystem. For instance, we co-chair the Safety Net Committee with SSA, and we work with so many other parts of the county government. So it's just a really natural fit, and it allows people to hit the ground running quickly and be able to cover also all the cities. The other topic that I think we should kind of touch on is that Second Harvest may be coming back to you with some requests for assistance, because as Leslie said, the expansion is unlikely to, this expansion of need is not going to go away. And right now we have a temporary warehouse that we got through some corporate partners who found it for us for free, but we may need a more permanent solution in order to deal with this much food. And then the second one is that Actually, as we speak, we are in the process of losing the National Guard from our warehouses. The majority of them, we did not expect them to be pulled. We lost 50% today. We are likely to lose a lot more tomorrow because of events on the ground, as they say. And while we completely understand that, it's something the city's been doing a great job working with us on. But also longer term, we may need to turn to the county and see if there are county employees that might be able to help, or if, for instance, maybe there are nonprofits who can't do the work they're supposed to be doing, and their contracts and their staff could be repurposed to help us get food out in the community at the food bank. So thank you so much for letting us share a little bit about what we've been dealing with, and thank you for your partnership.
Thank you. And the next up is Michelle Liu.
Good afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michelle Liu, CEO of the Health Trust. We are one of the Meals on Wheels with a capital M and a capital W, one of the Meals on Wheels providers in Santa Clara County, along with the County Senior Nutrition Program, who is a wonderful partner. I first want to thank our sister nonprofit meal providers such as City Team, Hunger at Home, Loaves and Fishes, Martha's Kitchen, Recovery Cafe San Jose, Salvation Army, Sourcewise, Team San Jose, Vegilution, and the robust nonprofit network of County Senior Nutrition Program partners. I'm just trying to move my slide forward. So when the shelter in place took effect, all of the nonprofit meal providers immediately sprang into action to meet the growing community need, despite significant drop-offs in volunteers that Second Harvest described. This chart shows the dramatic growth in meals delivered just for the Health Trust. So you can see in February, we're delivering just under 8,500 meals. And last month we delivered nearly 48,000 meals. That is more than a 500% increase. Our sister nonprofits have seen similar stats. In addition to our pre-COVID clientele of homebound, isolated seniors and people with disabilities who have difficulty preparing meals, the Health Trust began enrolling COVID positive and other medically vulnerable adults in week 1 of the shelter in place, as well as individuals who are homeless and now temporarily housed. One of our newer clients, Richard, is a homebound adult who lives in an apartment complex that has not allowed any visitors since the shelter in place began. While Richard does have a government caseworker who had been visiting him pre-COVID, Richard has no telephone. And since he can't have any visitors, his Meals on Wheels driver is the only person who Richard sees now. Fortunately, she's the one who's able to keep Richard's caseworker informed about his well-being. Going forward, like Second Harvest, we welcome county leadership of food distribution as soon as possible. While the city of San Jose is currently overseeing food distribution, this is one of the city's areas of learning. One immediate challenge for our Meals on Wheels program is the funding uncertainty to sustain this dramatic 500% increase in meal deliveries. While the city housing department provided some short-term CDBG funding to support meal distribution by 3 nonprofits through May, the city has yet to execute additional pandemic meal distribution contracts with any of the local nonprofits I mentioned earlier. Even if we do execute a contract, the city has informed us that that contract would end on June 12th. In closing, we really look forward to strengthening the countywide food and meal distribution network with the county, Second Harvest, and many other partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the end of the presentation?
We have one more presenter for Angel Rios from City of San Jose.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Pat, if you can go to slide 3 on the PowerPoint. So when the emergency response was activated, one of the first things that we did from a EOC perspective, right, working in close coordination with the county EOC, was really identify 3 very specific overarching objectives. And first is to focus on making sure that our most vulnerable have access to food immediately. Second, to make sure that we're maximizing existing food networks. And thirdly, to really begin to scale for a widespread food crisis, because at that point, we weren't sure kind of about the magnitude in terms of food insecurity. We already knew there was pre-existing food insecurity, but we didn't know about the magnitude. If you go to the next slide, we did that, and I want to really clarify this because we did that in the context of really focusing on formalizing countywide coordination. There was never any attempt to become Second Harvest Food Bank or to become or to get directly into the food distribution business, but rather our focus was how do we support those that were already doing this work, and 2, make sure that they don't go offline, to make sure that our most vulnerable have access to food. And so our focus really was around providing that strategic support. And to date, we've issued over $1 million in different support, whether it's PP&E, supplies, just forklift drivers, over 140 city employees that we've deployed, a number of strategic support that oftentimes is behind the scenes and not oftentimes kind of highlighted by others, but I think it's very important because it provides, it ensures the security of the safety net, and that's something that we really wanted to do intentionally, and we wanted to do this in the context of not recreating the wheel and not trying to become something that we're not. Quite frankly, getting into this, we were a little apprehensive at first because food coordination really hasn't been a city function. And so, but in the spirit of partnership and in the spirit of addressing this need, we stepped up and took that role on as best we could. Moving forward, one of the first things that we did, and we noticed that there was definitely good information, but there wasn't formalized or centralized information. Second Harvest Food Bank had an excellent GIS map and bank. What we did was, building on that, we basically loaded in all the school sites countywide, all the senior congregate sites, any other formal and informal nonprofit food distribution sites, so that there could be kind of a one-stop shop that you would get. If you go to slide 5, the next slide, where if you go to siliconvalleystrong.org, you can literally plug in your address and it'll take you right to the available sites closest to your address. This has received thousands of hits and has really served us real well during this COVID response. If you go to the next slide, slide 6 here, this is really the food distribution dashboard here. And again, what this basically does is it captures all the work of all the different partners, and starting with our premier food provider, which is Second Harvest Food Bank, right? And what you'll see, and this is the latest food distribution dashboard ending 5/29. On a daily basis, through this whole countywide food network, we are collectively serving over 500,000 meals per day. Weekly, that translates to 2.6 million meals per week. And the various food streams are noted there, right? The largest one, Second Harvest Food Bank. Second, we have city, county senior nutrition sites. The city runs 13 of them. We have 26 county-wide, working in close coordination with the county on those. Keeping those up was very important because in the first couple of weeks, some of those sites were in jeopardy because they lost volunteers and access to people to provide the service. We were able to maintain all of them. And also we were able to support the Senior Meals on Wheels support. You heard Michelle and her team stood up in a really heroic way. One of the big challenges they had early on was the loss of volunteers and drivers. And so working with the Health Trust, we facilitated a contract with DoorDash and negotiated a pretty good deal there to make sure that services remain seamless and continued, and that has actually increased over time. And then working very closely with Dr. Dewan and school sites, again, working in partnership with them, making sure that we're tapping into the USDA funding streams, and then also identifying where there were gaps, right? And so there's a number of school districts that were actually providing adult meals as wraparound, since USDA is limited to funding certain meals. What we've done is we've kind of come around and wrapped around through other vendors the provision of additional food, especially in very low income neighborhoods and communities countywide. Something that we're also really proud about is the coordination and working very closely with the county as well, is making sure that those that are unhoused that have been placed in either motels, hotels, shelters, have access to food. And so we created a food stream and food delivery directly to them. And so working with various partners, the Health Trust, Team San Jose, Hunger at Home, a number of different placements. That number continues to increase, and we've been able to ensure that our unhoused populations, newly sheltered, have access to food. And then more recently, there's also the specific CBOs that there are instances where there are specific isolated seniors or those that have been exposed to COVID that need direct food referrals outside of any structured food distributor. We also have been able to capture them and provide direct services to them. And then more recently, we launched one of 6 statewide, our own version of the Great Plates delivered. As you know, that was the governor's pilot aimed at really stimulating some economic recovery on the restaurant side, but also addressing those most in need. And we launched that very quickly, literally in a matter of about a week's time. But lastly, you know, the real story is this. And if you go, Patty, if you go over to slide 12 and 13, Michelle already alluded to various organizations getting some CDBG funding early on. We did move very quickly, and we used $1.2 million of CDBG funding to fund the Health Trust, Loaves and Fishes, Martha's Kitchen, First Five, to provide diapers and wipes to members of our community. We moved pretty quickly to allocate those funds to make that happen. Yes, there are definitely contract issues. I'll be the first to say there's valid reason for nonprofits being frustrated with our internal process around contracts. All I could say is that I own that, and we have got to do better, and we have prioritized getting this funding out to our nonprofit partners because Lord knows they need it. They have stood up in a big way. But this is really the true story. This is not a story about what the city has done or hasn't or what. This is a story of really the city, county, working together with nonprofit partners, faith community, private sector, coming together to make sure that the most vulnerable in our community get access to food. Now, the challenging part about all this is that every organization, every organization I mentioned has a different culture, a different preferred way of doing things, and we all think we're right. And that's kind of the challenging part of all this, right? But I really think that, you know, it's very important that we don't miss the point, and that this is a county, this is a valley where we all came together and really made sure that there wasn't an interruption or the inaccess of food by those most vulnerable. And I think that is a really proud moment. And again, we couldn't have done that without the help of all those partners that I mentioned. I also want to kind of call out the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, which served as our point, distribution point. A lot of our PP&E and supplies, we collected, we got to them, they turned around and distributed much of that to the nonprofit partners. So that's really the big story there. I will stop there.
Thank you.
I knew we have 19 slides, but I'll stop there.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. And I apologize. This meeting's so long that we could just have talked about this ourselves. I want to stop there and see if there are any, we have some comments from the public. I'm going to take those comments and then I'm going to see if there are any questions from the board. I do want to remind my colleagues that really this was an opportunity just to better understand where we are today, because I do think we're going to be in the food business for some time. And so this is a little bit of a taste. I'm going to ask that on this item for my colleagues, we're going to do 5 minutes each, and then we'll go back around if people have more questions. And anyway, so with that, I'm going to go to the public. I'll ask the clerk to begin calling names.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Scott?
Scott, you there? All right, I will go to the next speaker. The next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Oh, Robert just dropped off. Let me go. The next speaker is Brett Bymaster. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Brett Bymaster, Executive Director of Healing Grove Health Center. So we're doing pretty large scale food distribution. In fact, today you can hear the noise in the background. We're distributing food to 200 families today that came from the food bank through Cathedral of Faith's reaching out. And I just want to say how incredibly huge the need is right now. We can't overemphasize it. You hear the numbers, but those numbers are each individuals that are struggling. And again, we come back to this issue of how much poverty is affecting families. These are families that have never come and requested food before. This is their first experience of being in a food line. These are hardworking families. And, you know, when you see the shutdown having such an incredibly big and negative impact on families, it's clear that we need to take action to do poverty alleviation. We've moved from an issue where we're fighting against a disease and now we're fighting against poverty. And I hope we take action in that direction. And I hope that we really prioritize food distribution in this difficult time.
The next speaker is Maria Marcello. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Ready?
Yes. Maria, are you there?
Hello?
Yes.
It's me, no.
It's you.
Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, it's you. Oh, hola, mi nombre es María Marcelo y hola Cindy. Realmente para mí es preocupante ver la situación de la comunidad. Hay muchísima gente que tal vez no dice en voz alta, tengo hambre, tengo necesidad, pero nosotros estamos con Brenda ayudando a la comunidad y servimos alrededor de 300 familias cada semana. Estamos dando arroz, frijol, azúcar, maseca, aceite, jabón, chile. Y aparte lo que nos da el Food Bank, como el Food Bank nos dona vegetales, leche, huevos, y aún así a la gente no le alcanza su despensa. Entonces yo pienso que es bien importante tomar en cuenta la necesidad que realmente tenemos como comunidad hispana, que muchos tienen miedo de pedir estampillas o ya no califican y tienen necesidad de que les llegue la comida a sus casas.
Next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Scott, you're up.
Hello, everybody. Scott Largent. Sorry about that. I've been, like I said, multitasking. Was on the other line with got a call from a New York Times reporter, which was pretty interesting about what's been going on downtown. The reason I'm chiming in about the food service, I'm not familiar with all of the get down of everything, but the meals that they provide the seniors down at Roosevelt Community Center, I wouldn't even feed that meal to my dog. I mean, this stuff is just, it's brutal. And Elias, which is the war veteran that's out in your hallway, he has lunch there every single day. And sometimes he'll also go in the afternoons. And so that's how I've been able to see this food, kind of look at it. And I mean, the poor guy, it's just like giving him a little snack. It's like giving him a bag of chips and saying, hey, these people need wholesome meals, like a good solid meal, like a big meal, fill the tummy up, I mean, we got the dough to handle this stuff. So I just don't know if somebody's listening to this. Why don't you guys go try to eat one of these meals? Then you'll know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
The next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I didn't realize you could drop off if you lowered your hand, so now I know. Anyway, I would like to thank all the organizations that are distributing food. I think it's a wonderful thing to do. I would just like to remind the thousands of people that are now coming out for food distribution, to help them, to keep them fed, and to keep them from, all the other things that have been put in place to keep them from becoming homeless, to realize that for years, a lot of these same people have been turning their nose down at people that have been on these types of programs, that have been receiving funding from the government or getting whatever help that they can to help them in their situation. And the myth that there's this welfare moms that are out there that are just trying to get as much as they can from the government, I hopefully believe that they will, at this point, realize that they themselves are in the same situation, requiring the same kind of help that people needed before this COVID-19 hit, and that they change their minds and their attitudes.
Thank you. We have no other speakers on the item. I'm going to go to my board colleagues. We're going to go through 5 minutes, and mostly 5-minute questions, and not because this is a small topic, but because I think this is the beginning of our conversation. I'm going to start with Supervisor Cortese.
Well, I appreciate the overview, and I really don't have any questions about it. It's about as thorough as you could possibly be. It's great to see all the coordination that's going on in outreach and delivery, and obviously it's happening while we're meeting and while we're speaking. So I'm grateful for that as one supervisor. I would only say I agree with your comment. I know it wasn't just made in passing, President Chavez, that we've been in the food business for a while, but we're going to be increasingly, I believe, in this business based on all the economic indicators that we're seeing. And then also just anecdotally, we have people on the street corners literally selling apples, like in the Great Depression of the 1930s, or the crash after the crash of 29. I mean, that's happening now, and that is not about delivering food. That obviously is about the degree of poverty that's already starting to set in. That people are setting up, makeshift efforts like that to make money, at least in an above board legitimate way. Nevertheless, it's an indication of what's to come. So that's all I have to say. Just a comment, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I want to thank all of the partners who made the presentation today. The work that you're doing is really just heroic and critical. So thank you for that. I'm also going to just lift you all up as a tremendous example of what our CBOs can do in partnership, and how your nimbleness and ability to access funds and access operational systems is really a tremendous asset to all of us. So I appreciate the partnership, and really appreciate that you're doing all of the heavy lifting on the ground. Thank you.
Supervisor Smidia.
Thank you. I would just add my thanks as well, and echo Supervisor Ellenberg's comments. I will say, I think this is an important moment for us to sort of be mindful of the fact that the food distribution network / network of nonprofits and our city partner could only ramp up the effort because they were already in place. And, at some point we'll make our way through this pandemic and there will be a temptation to, quite frankly, take for granted the work that these organizations have done, not just through the pandemic, but for years and in some cases decades previously. And that would be an immense mistake, because there will be another crisis of some sort. There will be another recession, and people will once again need to know that they can rely on an existing network of folks with expertise and compassion and the ability to ramp it up when need be. So thank you, which can't be said enough in this case, but also just to sort of, as my colleague Supervisor Chavez would say, to put a pin in it, Chavezism, I just want to put a pin in it that we need to make sure you're still there and still strong the next time we need your help so desperately. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Supervisor Westerman.
Thank you. I just want to echo what everybody else has said. Fantastic job, 500,000 meals in a week. I look at some of the familiar faces and some new ones. Hey, Michelle. And I wish you all the very best, and I thank you very much for all that you're doing.
Thank you. So with that, I don't think, let me just ask James, do we need to take a formal action on this item?
It's just to receive report, so up to the board.
Thank you. What I wanted to say is I wanted to really, to the Second Harvest Food Bank and Michelle, the Health Trust, and all the nonprofits that you're representing, and Angel, I know that you all, you did a miraculous thing, and if it hadn't worked, we'd be knowing all about that. It would be the #1 thing we were talking about, honestly, if the food system wasn't up. And I think that having food available to the public is partly how we've been able to maintain community calm outside of this last week while we were doing the shelter in place. So I just really want to highlight how much I appreciate the leadership and the work. I will be asking staff if we could follow up with the board on offline, and it can be an email, but I'm very interested in making sure that Second Harvest Food Bank doesn't suffer for not having enough support and staffing over the next couple of weeks. I think that's particularly challenging given the current situation in our community. So how, as a county, we can provide support and county staff in particular. And second, we're going to have another discussion about food and the role the county is going to play in it. But in the meantime, I know, Angel, that the county and the city are working out what kind of relationship and partnership to have. I do want to make sure that for our staff that we're really looking and I'm reflecting on the point that Supervisor Smitty raised, that we're really looking at investments that build the long-term infrastructure of that which we will be relying on, I believe, over the next year and a half. That is separate of another incident. That's just what we're dealing with right now. And to that end, as we consider the next item, I'll ask that that the staff in the meantime get back to us on strategies around strategic investments from both the county, the city, and other resources that we need to be considering as we move forward. So with that, I do want to thank all of you very much for joining us. I apologize, it's such a long, ridiculous meeting. We could have talked about you all day, but thank you for joining us. With that, we'll be moving with my colleagues to item number 22, and this is the food, agricultural, and health access referral. We're just now getting into really deep into board referrals. Let's go team, yay. So on the board referral for item 22, I'll begin and then ask Supervisor Simidian if he wouldn't mind weighing in on this. I'd like to just say a couple of introductory words, and then I'll go to Supervisor Simidian. The COVID-19 pandemic has really revealed the need to do even more to address food insecurity, waste, and sustainability, and as reflected in the report we just had. And as our county navigates through this crisis, it's presented us this incredible opportunity to reevaluate the overall approach to food, agriculture, and restaurants, and looking at how we knit our policies better together. This crisis has made it evident that the county must create programs that are sustainable and look at leveraging those programs that already exist and reinforcing them. There is a need, obviously, for environmentally friendly decisions across agency systems, leveraging existing programs and support to our community's health. So this referral requests administration to create a countywide food, restaurant, agricultural, and health access initiative to report back to the board with a work plan and timeline on how to evaluate the county's current food system to realign the partnership with public and private entities that we best serve in the community. This work plan should include key players, next steps, availability of sustainable funding sources, and the metrics to measure progress. To inform the work plan, administration should convene county agencies working on agricultural and food systems, as well as the restaurant industry, community-based organizations, including but not limited to the Santa Clara County Office of Education, the Center for Good Food Purchasing, the Health Trust, Hunger at Home, Sustainable Agricultural Education, Second Harvest of Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, Spur, Vegilution, and Valley Verde. And then I'll turn to to Supervisor Simitian, and then I'll just add one more comment.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. I appreciate the opportunity to co-sponsor the item with you. And I had colleagues, I had been particularly mindful of the role that restaurants play in this conversational mix for a couple of reasons, because I think this is more complicated than may be readily apparent. And I just want to highlight a couple of issues that I hope our staff will be able to consider as we go forward. First, I think it was Mr. Rios earlier who, from the city of San Jose, talked about the importance of assessing different factors, and one of them was the existing food distribution network. For better or for worse, as more and more Americans and more Santa Clara County residents, rely on local restaurants of one type or another for at least one of their meals every day, often with their families. The fact that they are suddenly or have been suddenly no longer readily available actually has had an impact and continues to have an impact on the food distribution network. So I want us to be sort of mindful of that, think about what that means in terms of how folks access their food here in the county. The second thing is, from an economic development standpoint, the restaurant sector is a pretty significant factor in a lot of communities, both directly but also indirectly. I represent 8 of the 15 cities and towns in the county, at least in whole or in part. And for many of our smaller communities, the restaurant sector is not only a significant part of their local economy, but is also a sector that they rely on to bring people back to their downtowns for the larger vitality. And while it may be different, certainly in terms of scope, I think you can say the same thing for the city of San Jose, at 10 or 20 times the size of some of the smaller communities that I'm talking about. So it is part of the food distribution network. It is an important part of the economy. It is part of the attraction for many of our downtowns in terms of economic development. It's also a place that employs significant numbers of lower wage workers. And so their inability to make a living during this difficult time is tied to the inability of local restaurants to be open in a meaningful way or in a more meaningful way. Having said all that, Supervisor Chavez, as our staff is thinking about all of those issues, I'm frankly also concerned, though, that we don't want to put many of those lower wage workers at risk, because while people might be sitting outside enjoying a beautiful day and a lovely meal, there are folks back of house, so to speak, who are doing the work to make that possible. And we just need to make sure that they are not at risk. Again, these are often populations that are disproportionately affected by the virus. So all of that, I just lay out in connection with the referral. Thank you for including me in the referral. And I want to ask that staff work carefully with our own environmental health folks, plus IEM, plus people in the industry, the restaurant industry, who have the expertise to chart a path back that is both economically sound, but also sound from a healthcare standpoint. Much appreciated.
Thank you. And I wanted to just add, the only other thing I wanted to add for my colleagues is that I also think that in addition to IEM, we should be looking at connecting this food referral with our ag strategy. And so, one of the organizations that I'd really just like us to consider partnering with is SAGE, and only because they're incredibly good researchers and they've been doing a lot of work on the food system in the community in our valley. And if anybody's interested, I don't think we tagged the report, but I'm certainly happy to get it over to you. So with that, Supervisor Simitian, would you like to make that motion for this item? Item 22. You're on mute, so I'm gonna assume that was oh, he turned it off again.
There we go. So move.
Second. Is there any discussion on the motion? I'll start with Supervisor Cortese and then go down the line.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Chavez. And this is really just a request for information sort of on the record that kind of straddles the last two items, meaning that I'm not asking for any kind of an amendment to your referral per se, but for some information to come back in August. But because the item is a little more pressing in August, I want to make sure that I'm kind of sunshining it today. One of the programs that we've been funding the last couple of years that does very much what a lot of folks have been describing who have spoken, Michelle Liu and others today, is out in the heart of Little Saigon with a charity called Huitt that has been working with social services through the senior nutrition program or the nutrition program, and serving a little over 2,000 meals a month now for some time. I think it's going on 2 years to be exact. That said, that has been funded on a year-to-year basis, and we just got notice yesterday in my office that in the proposed budget that we'll be looking at, it is not included this year, and it would therefore then expire at the end of this fiscal year, which is less than 30 days out, obviously. So I wanted to ask, and this is really directed to the county executive, that program be looked at as to whether or not it fits within COVID response now. It has always been treated as sort of an adjunct program administered by the nutrition program of the county, but not part of the overall RFP process because it came in off cycle. But to take a look at that program, the entire cost of running it is about $22,000, give or take, per month. It's a meal cost of about $10 per meal. And you could do the math on that. There's somewhere well over 20,000 meals per month per year that are being served. So if that can be looked at in the near term, I will also, just for appropriate procedure, file a referral so that we have the opportunity to discuss it on the 23rd, just as a standalone referral. Again, that's another reason I don't want to ask for any modification, nor do I think I need to, of this referral. But since we were hearing the two items together today, I thought it was appropriate to bring that request up, sunshine it, and I don't know if there are other specific programs like that the county has that might be important and already administered, but perhaps not general fund budgeted at this time, that might need to be looked at as COVID response critical at this time, given everything that we've been discussing today.
Great. Thank you for sunshining that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thanks. Supervisor Cortese, I appreciate that call out as well. I was going to make the same note about the senior nutrition program. So thank you for that. What I would like to ask when the report comes back, just recognizing the urgency and complexity of this work, both during the COVID response and beyond, that I think it will be important to look both at short-term and long-term roles for this initiative with as much clarity in the report back as possible on the deliverables and the partner roles in this. I don't think that requires an amendment either. Is that all right?
That's great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wasserman?
No, ma'am, nothing.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Can I get and we have no public speakers. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian?
Smidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes, thank you very much. We're now going to move to item 23, and this is the public internet utility. And this is a referral from me to my colleagues asking that the staff investigate the let me grab my notes. That we investigate the opportunity to have, thank you, a public utility that addresses the need for the community for broadband broadly. And this is a legal analysis of options that would allow us to create a utility, an internet utility, and to determine how the county can work in partnership with other organizations such as VTA and Caltrain to consider their public property and our public property as part of an approach to getting broadband. I brought this referral forward because I'm interested in the county being able to create a community internet utility that allows us to use purchasing agreements to buy internet access at a low cost so we can pass on those savings to the public. This would be similar in structure to the Silicon Valley Clean Energy organization, which is an area nonprofit public electricity agency that we participate in order to source clean electricity at cost below what PG&E's comparative rates are. I'd like the administration to come back to us in September to give us these options from a legal perspective. So I'll stop there, and I know there were questions from a couple of my colleagues. I'll see if I'll start with Supervisor Cortese. Seeing none, I think Supervisor. Oh, Dave, do you have any comments or questions? No. Susan, I think you took this off consent.
I did. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Supervisor Chavez. You're diving into some potential solutions to expand internet connectivity to all areas of the county. And I was very glad to support Supervisor Cortese's referral a couple of weeks ago to have administration report back to us with options to partner with the County Office of Ed to provide equipment and data coverage, among other things. That report is expected back on June 23rd. In advance of that, my preference would be to hold off on moving any further without that first set of input from our administration. But I also want to share a couple of specific concerns about a few of the details of the referral, because this is clearly a really big lift. And I want to make sure that we have our eyes as wide open as possible. First, just in some reading and conversations that I've done, the Fort Collins example has been shown to really not be a great example of municipal broadband success, and that they've had problems scaling the project. The issue with Fort Collins, Tennessee, and a number of the other municipal broadband cities is that while they're building fiber deployments to the neighborhoods, that works decently. The complexities have shown up when those fibers have to be split into multiple lines and then attached, literally strand by strand, into people's homes. By the way, this is why I love this job. I knew nothing about any of this months ago. But what I have learned is that wireless is a much more economical last yard strategy, which is why many of the newer ISPs are using wireless. Using VTA and Caltrain lines for the backbone is super creative, but still doesn't address the challenge of how we would get from those right-of-ways into people's homes. As I said, I've read more about this than I ever thought I would, and learned that even Google, with its vast financial resources, couldn't get fiber into San Jose, and that they've had trouble sustaining operations in other cities. This is a super specialized area, and one where I think we would be far better suited at some point down the line to partner with industry for a greater chance of success. I absolutely agree that expanded connectivity is critical, and it's become clear that we can't depend on the commercial ISPs to create digital equity. I would really like to see the county support others' efforts as opposed to getting into this line of work ourselves. And I want to make one final comment, just an observation about the comparison to Silicon Valley Clean Energy. Also something I've learned about just over the last year and a half. The difference between what you're proposing and SVCE is that Silicon Valley Clean Energy operates at the energy buying and selling level, but they use PG&E wires and pipes. In the case of broadband, we would be talking about basically having to build our own wires and pipes. So I'm super intrigued by the idea, but not comfortable at this time with the details or the timing, and really interested to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you. And on that front, let me just respond to one point that you raised, and that is that the referral asks for us to consider both options of either looking at broadband but also looking at the purchasing agreement component to it. So part of the legal analysis would help us understand what the opportunities are. I think you're right that the technological debate or discussion would be happening concurrently. So I wouldn't expect one. I don't think that this is only a slice of understanding how to better position the public sector to play a leadership role. Because frankly, I don't think the public-private partnership has been as great as we would like, or the meetings that have been going on for 20 years would have resulted in not having so many dead zones in our own, like in the capital of Silicon Valley. So I appreciate the point you raised, all of the points you're raising. But the issue for me is more, how does the public sector play a greater role in making, creating opportunities for affordability? But I appreciate all the points you raised. They're smart. You're a smart gal. And I appreciate the research. Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to ask if you would be willing to consider postponing this item indefinitely. I'm looking at the crisis we're trying to manage on a moment-to-moment basis. We still have our other county duties. This I know is limited to a referral to the administration and the county council for analysis, but to come back with something thoughtful between now and September, I just think really pushes other important pressing matters off the to-do list. This one's been rolling around the back of my mind for a long time, so I really do applaud you for bringing it forward. But I think the timing is wrong on this one, and if need be, I'm afraid I'll have to offer a motion to postpone indefinitely, just because I just think the crisis of the moment requires our more focused attention, including the county council's office, where, as we know, we've got our own county council and his second in command over at the EOC all day. Same with so many of our county executive staff. So just ask you to think about that after we hear from other colleagues.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you. I think it's interesting with this issue that we argue we don't have enough bandwidth at the time. Yeah, I certainly agree as far as priorities and the crisis du jour, all of that going on. I supported Supervisor Cortese's referral a few weeks ago, partnering with the school districts. I then heard from the Gilroy School District, Morgan Hill School District, what they were doing about ensuring that all of their kids have access to the internet. They're now working on all their kids having a laptop or an iPad, some sort of device to get on. I think we're headed in a good direction to partner with the school district and with the city of San Jose on getting, I'll call it the last mile, but those 15,000 people that have been identified, most of which are in San Jose, that don't have internet access. I could not imagine not having internet access with my job on a daily basis. And then when we tell those kids, you can't go to school, you've got to study at home on a screen, et cetera, and they don't have a screen to study and listen to their teacher and can't go into a library at this time, et cetera. I think what we directed President Chavez a couple of weeks ago is what I'm comfortable doing at this time. And perhaps we revisit this at a later date and do that. But I just kind of see us circling the wagons rather than expanding out on things that we might venture into doing.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public, and then I'll think about what you've all just said. I mean, I'll go to the public, and then we'll come back for further action. So could I ask the clerk to to call on folks?
Sure. We have 3 speakers right now. Gladwin D'Souza, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Supervisors Chavez, Smith, and Cortez, Ellenberg, and Wasserman. I'm Gladwin D'Souza, co-chair of the Conservation Committee of the Loma Prieta chapter of the Sierra Club. We support item 23 and urge your support. Today, you apply for a job, do an interview, start a new job online. You go to school online, check in with your doctor for telemedicine, and order essentials online, but only if you have robust, reliable, high-speed internet service. Teachers are saying they have to dumb down the curriculum to adjust for digital access. We know that sheltering in place has resulted in a severe drop in traffic that has cleaned up the air. Ancillary benefits like decreasing rents have also been noticed. The unrealized goal has always been for clean air and equal access. However, while many are able to work and learn, many more lack coverage. The digital divide represents a failure of the monopolistic corporate model on top of the missing mass. A public internet utility commit.
The next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I agree with the previous speaker, and going to that same point, I would like to say that many of the people that are unhoused have no access to internet where they are. If we have a broadband system that's available to people that are living outside of a home and where they can get regular wired services to their home, they would be able to connect. And right now, a lot of people are having to go to places like 7-Eleven or not 7-Eleven, to McDonald's or other places like that where they can get internet. And right there in 70 West Heading, the internet is so poor that if you step outside of the doors, you lose the internet that's available to the public there on the premises. And I think we need to increase the amount of service for more people because they don't have that access. So thank you.
Next speaker is Devin Conley. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Devin, can you hear me? I don't believe I can get any audio from Devin. I'll move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is going to be Mimona A. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Oh, just dropped off. All right, I'll move up. Maybe she's back or he. Let me check. Mimona, are you able to hear?
Yes, I am. Thank you. This is Maimona Afzal-Berta, Vice President of the Franklin McKinley School District and public school teacher at Allen Rock School District. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Digital Equity Coalition. This issue is really a matter of affordable and reliable connectivity, which we know is vital for the success of our residents, our schools, our libraries, our businesses. It has really become a need that is essential, just like other utilities, water and power, right? As the county moves into the next phases of the COVID-19 response and recovery, businesses and schools may permanently increase remote work for employees and distance learning. And it's really important that we create a foundation for a public internet utility so that a community option will continue to be available long-term. Vice President Wasserman, I appreciate your support in addressing the 15,000 families. And I think we have to acknowledge that we will have to be able to think about what happens when districts can no longer support the long-term of what this internet connectivity looks like. So I urge all of the Board of Supervisors.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. I do support the item right now. I mean, I understand timing wise of doing these expansions for our Wi-Fi broadband. The current system that is kind of in place at a lot of the county buildings and the courthouses, it is just it's old school stuff. And like Robert Aguirre was just saying, your guys' Wi-Fi at the county building in Santa Clara County, Silicon Valley, Leader Tech Innovation, doesn't even work past the door. You don't even have functioning Wi-Fi over at the sheriff's department for the public. Half the courts don't even have Wi-Fi. So it makes it just very difficult when you have a limited data plan like myself. That's why when you guys are leaving work at 5 o'clock, I'm out there on the back patio, rested up against the side window, trying to access the internet, trying to utilize a broadband connection, an internet connection. So it does make it tough. And the homeless community, they have no access to libraries or rec centers or anything right now. So thank you.
The next speaker is Guadalupe Gonzalez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello?
You're on.
Okay. Hi, my name is Guadalupe Gonzalez. I'm the chair for the board of directors of the Mayfair NAC. I'm here representing the Mayfair community. And as a more than 40 years resident of the east side of San Jose, we've been hit hard with this pandemic of coronavirus, and the county is failing us because we don't have the required resources and the information needed. I know you opened some testing sites through the city, but the outreach you're doing is not right. You need to go back to the grassroots neighborhood groups or neighborhood associations, not to the nonprofit agencies, to contact people through our communities, because we live here and we know the resident, and the principal issue is they trust us. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to just go back to my colleagues on this item. Let me just say, I want to make a motion to proceed. I want to ask the staff what the legal opportunities and legal frameworks are. I recognize the timeline of September may be hard, and I do recognize that there's a need for a public-private partnership, but this would have been done had it been urgent, or could someone have made money off of it? And it's not. And so, and I'm okay with people voting no. It's just that I feel like the communities I represent are just so, just so underserved right now that I want to move forward. And again, 3-2, I'm fine with that. So I'll make, or 3-2, I'm assuming, Dave, that's not fair. But I'll make a motion to move forward with this referral, but give the open date in terms of when the staff could come back, not necessarily September, but have the staff let us know when they could come back with the legal analysis. And that would be my motion.
I'll second the motion. If I can comment on it very briefly, just to
please
explain my vote on that. And we haven't talked, by the way. I'm looking at this referral on paper. From time without any background, but what I like about it is it has struck me for an awful long time, and starting with my very first year as a member of the San Jose City Council, that we are at the mercy, so to speak, of a very good free market system, a very good capitalistic system, but that doesn't provide wall-to-wall coverage in this county. And early in my first term, the City Council, I convened Joint Venture Silicon Valley, the leadership group, and every mayor in Santa Clara County as part of the Cities Association. Mike, I don't remember if you and I were working together at that time, but we did something you might recall to try to put a common singular ordinance together to basically require, for all intents and purposes, the citing of adequate coverage in the county, so there wouldn't be gaps. And interestingly, it was really the employers at the time who were saying, of all the things that we have control of as local government, this was the one thing that they wished we would help with, because they have a real problem taking full advantage of telecommuting and even conferencing with folks who are on the move because of, drop signal, drop Wi-Fi, drop whatever. So I think if nothing else, and again, I don't ever set anything up as a bluff, and I know none of you do either. And I know our legal department and our county executive wouldn't want to do that. So this shouldn't be taken in that regard. But I do think that starting to move forward with the research on this might get us some attention. It might get some attention from private sector partners out there and providers who could step up and close this gap if they wanted to, and really shoulder the burden of the cost because they're in the for-profit market. Now, whether or not we really need a utility to do that or not, Supervisor Chavez, I think it's right to question that, right to question whether we really want to go so far as to stand up a utility. But I think if we don't say that we would in the name of equity, then things are likely to continue the way they're going. And I don't blame the free market. I just think it's a situation where the free market hasn't been motivated to close these gaps. And they might be if we suddenly leaped into the stream of commerce and said, well, if you're not going to do it, we might do it. Again, I think it might draw some attention. So a good attention in a good way. So that's why I second it. I would ask if any of my colleagues would at least consider holding this out there until the fall to give us an opportunity to see if we do get any willing partners to step up and maybe take the burden away from the county executive and push this on the private sector side.
We have a motion and a second, and any more discussion on the motion, Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you, Madam President. I think what I'd like to do is offer a substitute motion, which would be to postpone indefinitely. And if I get a second for that motion, I will speak to it.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Madam President, the reason I'm offering the substitute motion to postpone indefinitely is because, quite candidly, I don't want to vote against the motion that you have put on the floor, because I share the view that I think you've articulated pretty well, which is there's a need, it's an unmet need, and at some point, if we can play a constructive role in addressing that need, I'm open to it. And you may or may not recall, I was actually the champion for Silicon Valley Clean Energy on our board in the early days, and was the founding member of that board precisely because I believed there was an opportunity for a county-wide effort to address needs that were going unmet. But the task you've identified is, I think, as you know, and a Herculean one. I live in the town of Palo Alto, where they've been having this conversation for literally 20 years without an awful lot to show for it. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but if ever there was a place that I should be able to make a go of something like this, a prosperous university town with lots of tech expertise would be the place. And yet 20 years later, it's still a conversation. The city of Berkeley, I know, has been having this conversation for a very long time. Fort Collins is actually a place I'm familiar with. In a younger, more foolish day, I hitchhiked through Fort Collins. So I do know a little bit about their experience there. And again, it's not that I think this is a bad idea, quite the opposite, which is why I want to offer a motion to postpone indefinitely. But right now, we've got to be focused on saving people's lives, putting people back to work, managing a budget deficit in the hundreds of millions of dollars. We're routinely asking our staff why they aren't doing more and doing it faster on issues as big as contact tracing or COVID testing. So I'm hoping one day in the not too distant future, I can be an ally on this with you, because I think it's a fascinating and important issue, but not today. And so I'll be voting to postpone indefinitely.
So we have a motion, a substitute motion. So we'll vote first on the substitute motion. Is there a second for that?
I second it.
Thank you. We have a second. Any discussion on this motion? I just want to say one thing. I appreciate the point. I think postponing indefinitely is not necessarily a better message than just voting no, that the time's not right, because I think what it lacks for me is a sense of urgency about the problem, because what I'm concerned about is saving people's lives too, telemedicine, people being able to get jobs online, kids missing whole semesters of school. I know you're all concerned about this as well, but postponing it indefinitely to me doesn't have the urgency. And part of the reason I want the research, I literally want the research to know whether or not this is an avenue that should be pursued. So I won't be supporting the substitute motion. If there are no other comments, I'm going to go to Supervisor Ellenberg, and then I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. Or Supervisor Wasserman, you too?
I just had a quick comment to make when you were done.
Okay. Go ahead, Susan, and then Mike.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate the urgency too. I would just like to see a different approach. One of the inventory items that we approved today on consent was my funding a relationship between the joint venture Silicon Valley and the County Office of Ed to explore this further and to start to look at real solutions neighborhood by neighborhood. I do feel the urgency. I am very much in favor of looking externally for solutions. What can't get me to yes on yours today is that I just can't support having our county staff, particularly our county counsel's office, be working on this right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My only comment, and I guess it made more of an impression than I thought, was a couple of weeks ago, the list Jeff gave us and the 50 departments at the county, and you combine that with us being negative $300 million, and we can't even open up our offices at 70 West Heading for people to come inside. So I'm in favor of putting this off as well. I'm in favor of pursuing it at a later date, and hopefully, as was just said, the high-tech people can get involved and pick up the ball. Maybe we put a scare in them. But that's my reasons for that. And I'm sure I'm going to rely on this several times over the next 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 meetings.
Well, we still have this meeting to finish, so you don't even have to wait for another meeting. Okay, let's focus here. Okay, so we've got a substitute motion. We're going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Joe, you're on mute.
Thank you, Madam President. Semidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
No.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
No. Thank you. Thank you for that conversation. So we're now going to move to item 24, and this is a CalFresh Maximum Benefits. This is a referral for our staff to take a look at, pardon me, to have the staff look for options of consideration to ensure that households receiving regular monthly CalFresh benefits are given the maximum allowable allotment based on the household size during the pandemic and possibly beyond. I don't know if folks want any more of a discussion on that. If unless people have questions for me, I would like to make a motion to have the staff take a look at this item. Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. I'm gonna start with Dave if there are any comments or any questions. None? Okay, Susan, you're okay? Supervisor Smith. Joe, you're on mute.
Thank you. No, I wasn't sure what order we were going in. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I just, if you could help me understand, perhaps my colleagues do, but it's not clear to me. Let me start by saying I'm hoping we're going to get to yes on this item, and I am nothing but enthusiastic about helping people access and maximize their CalFresh benefits. So, but it's not clear to me what the goal of the referral is. I'm sorry. I read the 2-page memo, but in your effort to be brief because of our long meeting, I'm afraid I'm still not picking up. We're hoping we can do what, how. Forgive me, I just need a better understanding of the motion on the floor. Thank you.
So
and if you want to go to staff, that's fine too. I
can respond to this. Okay. Actually, I even asked for a pilot program. So what happens now is that we have 175 veterans that don't get the maximum allowable amount from CalFresh that we could make possible by locally lifting the cap that goes up to whatever that state cap is. That's how I understand what our limitations are. And so what I would like to be able to do is our veterans right now, if we have 155 single veterans, they get $127 a month for food. The maximum allowable benefit for a single head of household or a person of one is 194, and we just haven't made that adjustment. So what I'm asking the staff to do is take a look at least starting with veterans. But for me, food is so critical. And frankly, if we want to start getting some people out of the food lines and getting them into the grocery stores, one of the ways to do that is actually to increase the CalFresh benefit. So what I'm asking the staff to do is come back to us and let us know, one, how we should do it, what would the cost be, and then the board can have a conversation about that.
And is this a general fund issue, or is this about a state or federal cap? Again, forgive me for just not knowing, but or is this about a state or federal cap that we simply haven't accessed for some reason?
There's a minimum, as I understand it, there's a minimum that can be that we can contribute. That we can receive money for. You're right. If we go above the allotment, what my understanding is that is a general fund investment. And right now, the county can provide they have the capacity, they have the ability to be able to provide an increased amount during the COVID-19 situation. And like I said, I think we're going to be in this for a while. So I'd really like us to take a look at whether or not we can increase those benefits.
Well, I'm certainly happy to support the item today as a referral to get a report back. But I would ask staff and, forgive me if I'm the one member of the board who needs greater clarity on how this formula works and how we might adjust ours to good effect. But if it does come back, and I hope that it does, if we can get that information from staff, that would be clear. And if there's a general fund impact, obviously would like to know what that is as well. We do struggle a lot here in Santa Clara County, as you know, Madam President, with the challenge of being a high cost county and both state and federal formulas often being sort of starkly out of touch with what costs are in our county. It's an issue that we've all dealt with at the local level for years, and I used to deal with as a state legislator trying to effectuate
where we live, right? And I would say too that some of the federal legislation is allowing for more money that the feds would actually put in for the allotment too. So it's a little bit of a moving target, which is why I asked for the administration to come back with a report, because I don't know all the details. Yeah. So it's very simply a report back. All right, so I will make a motion to move this forward. Did I have a second already? I can't remember.
You did for me.
Oh, thank you, Susan. All right, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments on the motion from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'm going to go to the public, and then I'm going to go to a roll call vote.
We currently have 3 speakers. First speaker, Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Gary here. I just want to say that I amount is $194 a month, and I run out of money before I run out of month. And I can't imagine people that are getting much less than that able to survive off of it. I have a friend of mine that gets $6 a month in EBT, and he goes to the grocery store one time and he runs out of money. I don't understand his financial situation, so I can't comment on that. But I just know that there's a lot of people out there that would be better off if they could get more money through this program. I know I certainly would. And I just hope you guys move ahead with this, because there's a lot of people that even beyond this period of time of the COVID-19, they're still suffering at all times. So thank you for that.
The next speaker is Guadalupe Gonzalez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Guadalupe, are you there? All right, having a problem getting in contact with Guadalupe. I'll move on to the next speaker. Next speaker. Oh, there.
Ayer me llamó.
Oh, she got cut off.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Scott Largent. I do receive food stamps, EBT. I get about the same as what Robert Aguirre gets, $196 or $204, something close to that. It is very helpful. The problem right now is not having access. I live in a van. I am back and forth homeless right now. I can't utilize the microwaves, for instance, that were in the downtown cafeteria area at the county building, the microwaves that were over at City Hall, rec centers, libraries. I would normally kind of get some food together, even canned food, even bread, and I could kind of put my sandwiches together, crack open a can of food, heat it up in the microwave. I can't do any of that right now. So that's all cut off, and there's no place to really prepare food if you're in a situation like mine. So you end up going down to that 7-Eleven and you burn your EBT card out on food you just really shouldn't be eating. So thank you.
Thank you for that. See no other comments from my colleagues. I will ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese. Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes, and Supervisor Cortese, did you record him too?
I was an aye. I don't know why my
Yeah, your screen went off for a sec.
phone was delayed or something.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We'll look forward to hearing back more information about that. All right, so now we're on to item 26, and this is again my referral. I will apologize to my colleagues. This referral really seeks to get the staff to take a look through our Measure A funds at the long-term care facilities in our community. They've been heavily impacted by the pandemic, and a number of them, particularly those that are located on the east side, are located within neighborhoods. Those sites could long-term be housing, while long-term care facilities are I think going to need to be rebuilt as part of what we're experiencing in this pandemic. So what I'm asking really is two things. One is to have our staff, particularly using their Measure A eyes, work with developers who may be interested in developing permanent housing to see whether or not any of those properties become available. And the second part of the referral question requires a little more reflection. And essentially, would there ever be a circumstance under which the county would be in a position to begin either purchasing long-term care facilities or actually running them? And that's a much further question. And I really just want to leave that up to staff to consider as they consider the operations of the healthcare system, and also as insurance and other issues continue to evolve with the new president. I just knocked on wood. So with emerging circumstances. So we don't necessarily need an answer to that question right away. That is a strategic discussion that really should come back to us after December. But in the meantime, I would like to ask staff to make sure that we're examining long-term care facilities that may be available for housing. That is my referral, and that would be my motion. Could I get a second on that for discussion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions from my colleagues? I'll start with Supervisor Cortese.
No questions.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. There's already some work going on in this area that I want to share. The DePaul Center in Gilroy has been discussed since last summer as a possible long-term care facility option. That was on the table prior to COVID. And I know that Dr. Smith has bumped up the timeline for repairs to have that site ready as an option. What I would like before we start with new facilities is to have this report, which I'm glad to support today, come back first to HHC so that we're not having different departments operating in parallel without knowing what the other is doing.
So the housing department would then also report to health and hospital concurrent with health and hospital on this subject.
Yes, please.
That's a great idea. Good, thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. Thank you for your introductory remarks, Madam President. They were helpful to me in fleshing out a little bit more fully what the intent of the referral was. It did sound to me like you had two thoughts in mind. One was sort of the longer term, bigger picture question of whether or not there is a role for the county in being a long-term care facility provider. Did I get that second part right?
Correct.
And the first part, and I don't mean to be inartful about my language, but the first part sounded like we should keep our eye out for sites which may be, I'm going to use the phrase, in transition, and that might therefore be available to provide Measure A qualified housing. Did I get that part right?
Correct.
And the first, the part that was the Measure A qualified housing, it was not, was it your intent? I shouldn't say it was not your intent. Was it your intent to change the pretty rigorous criteria that our board approved some time ago? I'm thinking back to my own foray.
No, it would be the same. Yeah, here's what I mean. And let me give an example. We have some facilities, particularly on the east side, that have been hit by COVID-19. And one of the challenges with them is they're so old that either the property owner at some point would actually need to reinvest in the facility itself, or they may be looking at reinvesting and or needing to rebuild facilities in total. So as an example that Ms. Ellenberg raised, if we were going to be already looking at the DePaul Center for opportunities for skilled nursing facilities, and we purchased using Measure A funds, one of these properties, moved the people that were at that location into something that we were already building, we could use that for Measure A housing that would fit within the criteria that we've already established. So it really is an intent for us to, I think Susan raised it well, to really merge the two different bodies of work into one.
Thank you. That part of the reason for my query was I remember my own rocky foray into trying to use Measure A funds for developmentally disabled housing for people with developmental disabilities. And while the board was, I think, sympathetic and in some ways supportive, there was no enthusiasm for using Measure A funds, even for that very worthy.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting we change the purpose.
Got it. Okay, got it. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thanks again.
Any other comments on the motion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. May I get a roll call vote? I have no speakers on this item.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, colleagues. I think this will be fascinating, and I'm glad the Health and Hospital Committee is going to wrangle with this. So thank you for that. If I could go now to item 28, this is COVID outreach, and Supervisor Cortese, this is your referral.
This is, thank you, President Chavez. The subject of this referral is COVID-19 Community Outreach Plan for Health Equity. I was speaking a little bit about equity earlier in terms of having some kind of an equity framework over some of our decision-making processes coming out of public health. This is really specific to equity in the zip codes 95116, 95122, 95148, and 95127 that have been identified in the COVID-19 cases dashboard and in the information COVID-19 case rates by zip code. So there's no dispute that we have an overrepresentation in terms of transmission of the virus in those areas among Latinos, particularly large numbers, as well as African American and Asian. I mean, technically African American is, as I recall, 2 to 1 over population as a ratio, albeit a smaller percentage of the population overall. This would be asking the administration to come back at the next board meeting with a plan and funding recommendations to increase community outreach efforts to target and educate at-risk communities about current updates around the novel coronavirus public health emergency, particularly focused on the testing side of things. I know that we've had over the last couple of weeks, as this information has become more evident to us and more apparent to us, and popping up on the dashboards and discussed in our meetings, that we've taken and started to invest in a couple of different approaches. But if you look closely at the background here, this is calling for very much a grassroots kind of an approach. There's an A through F in the background, which basically says the Office of Public Affairs should take a leadership role in community outreach that provides the public with accurate information about the current shelter-in-place guidelines.
Oh, see, yeah, there's
Local.
going to be hearings on Friday. There's dashboards.
I don't know who's jumping in there.
Shelter-in-place guidelines, local government response, and available resources, including testing. B, the community outreach plan will include coordinated efforts to identify vulnerable and at-risk populations. I think that's already underway. C, the community outreach plan will be bolstered with a strategy for public service announcements, mass media strategy, paid and earned media communications. Some of that is already underway based on the reports we've received as recently as today. And I do acknowledge that this referral was drafted 8 days ago. The D, the community outreach plan will create an infrastructure that includes grassroots outreach efforts, including phone calls and text messaging. That is basically modeled after efforts in San Francisco, which we've referred to a few times separately. E, the community outreach plan would utilize a vast network of community-based organizations in Santa Clara County that already deliver service to those that are identified as hard to reach or vulnerable populations. To me, this is the most key paragraph in my own referral, and a piece that I'm at this moment still completely unsatisfied is underway. It may be underway, I don't know, but again, a report back on the 23rd will let us know. And F, the administration would provide an assessment of resources required to implement the community outreach plan and present the board with funding recommendations and future budget appropriations for the board to consider. I do want to note under F, two things. One that I've said 3 times already in explaining the referral. I believe, and I know some of this work is already underway, therefore some appropriation is already, or expenditure is already underway, because we've been hearing reports, particularly from Dr. Marty Fensterscheib, about the expansion of mobile units, pop-up units, work that's been done out in Story and King, at least 2, maybe 3 occasions so far. And I think some of you have heard my questions to the good doctor in terms of what it would take to expand that work further. And he's indicated, as has Dr. Smith, that they are in fact working on trying to figure out what it would take to ramp up that kind of community outreach work. But I do believe the community agencies that are out there need to be leveraged, and I believe they're willing to do so. Whether it's on the business side, the Chamber of Commerce, the Story Road Business Association, or on the community-based agency side, Siren or IRCC, which does a lot of work with us in the Asian community as examples. I didn't list them specifically. IRCC, I held out as an example in the background here, but those are examples of at least 24 community-based agencies out there that have indicated to me they have databases, they have people, they are willing to carry message. They just need more coordination with us here. Lastly, the last sentence talks about recommending a budget appropriation of $250,000 to $500,000. I'm not asking my colleagues or anyone to commit to an appropriation at this time. That's why those numbers are not in the actual recommendation. The only thing I'm moving today is the recommendation itself, but I wanted to give a range of what I thought expenditures would need to be, a minimal range. And again, to the extent that we are already well into that kind of a budget, I will be, somewhat satisfied to have the county executive come back next time and tell us where we are in terms of expenditures in these areas that I have just read off, A through F. But the recommendation is without fiscal impact at this time. It says that clearly under fiscal implications, and I'd appreciate my colleagues' support to make sure that we have a focused response to this particular referral when we come back on the 23rd. It can certainly be part of our overall COVID report. I believe it should be. It doesn't need to be separate, but it doesn't need to be on a separate agenda item, but it certainly needs to be a separate focused discussion. And I think that's what the constituencies in these zip codes right now deserve and are expecting from us. So I would make the recommended action, paragraph 1 of this referral as my motion, Supervisor Chavez. And I don't know if we have public comment, but I'll defer to you on that.
Yes, we're gonna, we do have some public comment. What I'd like to do, since you've made a motion, may I have a second on that motion?
Second.
We have a second from Supervisor Ellenberg. We're gonna go to public comment and then I'll come back to the board. So if the clerk could call the public speakers.
Sure. Looks like we have 3 speakers currently. The next speaker is Monica Rodriguez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Monica Rodriguez, and I'm calling in on behalf of San Jose Councilwoman Sylvia Arenas in support of this item. Many of the most at-risk families are also those families most disconnected from traditional communication methods. While we may wish those families were more connected, wishing does not help us solve the crisis. If we want to end the epidemic in our county, we must embrace the communication strategies that will actually work. I'm so glad that Supervisor Cortese included in his referral looking at mass media methods like targeted radio ads in multiple languages, as well as grassroots strategies like targeted phone calls and text messaging. It's only aggressive communication strategies like these, combined with robust testing, contact tracing, and support and isolation in the hardest hit communities, that will resolve this epidemic. Thank you for your commitment to our community, and thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Guadalupe Gonzalez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. I believe I lost connection with her. Move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Maria Marcello. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I think it's very important to make sure everybody for the low income has the corona test. That way, that's the only way can wanna finish this one. I think it's very, very important. Everybody can take you. The best can do it for this one. See, I have a Lourdes with me and she's wanna share a little bit.
Yeah, I think if we have the opportunity to test everybody, it will help to know in our community how we can approach the situation and also help the community, especially the low income people.
We are working here together with Angie Bymaster, the doctor. She's made the COVID testing today. She's made 20 people today here on the community, and I planning to do tomorrow again. So I think that's the best way we can support in the community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Brett Bymaster. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Brett, are you there?
Yep. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Brett Bymaster again with Healing Grove Health Center. So we have developed a high volume call center that we're using to reach out to undocumented folks. We're also doing mass SMS texting with Autobot technology. So there's some really great platforms that we can use to reach out to undocumented people. And then like Maria Marcelo and Lourdes for sharing, also do high volume testing, which really requires a lot of outreach. So I want to support this and ask that you move forward on this, and both from a funding side and from a process side. I think there's a lot of community partners. Healing Grove is a good example of one that has deep experience in working with the undocumented community. and building trust within that community so that the people who are most risk at contracting COVID, particularly if there's a second wave, can be reached with the information they need, and particularly be reached in a culturally appropriate way with people that they trust. So I know Healing Grove would love to work with the county and share some of our best practices. Of the thousands of people in our network, we have not had a single hospitalization or a death among really low-income Latinos, and that's because of the great work we're doing.
Next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, Robert Aguirre here. I'd like to echo everything that everyone else has said, including Supervisor Cortese. Would I also like to add that one of the things that we can do to reach undocumented people is to reach out to the churches, because they go to the churches and they listen to their priests or pastors or whoever they go to. And I think that's a stone that's not been turned over. And we could certainly reach a lot more people by opening up our minds and looking at other resources that are available to us. And I'll just let it off at that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Yvette Castro Farias. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name's Yvette Castro Farias, and I work for Somos Mayfair, which is a place-based organization in East San Jose. And it's also a landing pad for immigrants from around the world that contribute every day to our cultural richness and robust economy. And as you all know, East San Jose has also become the epicenter for COVID-19 in the South Bay. As such, I'm affirming that CBO should get funding for community outreach because we have the community trust and effective strategies in community engagement. I would also like to affirm that our beloved and trusted network of promotoras are on the ground and best equipped to do this work at the community level, not only as workers, but also as community leaders that they are. At Somos, we have pivoted, swiftly shifting our work to doing COVID-19 emergency response due to the disproportionate impact in our community, and have had to divert funding to those operations as there is little support for this work. We are counting on your leadership to ensure our community's health by not lifting shelter in place until we...
Our next speaker is Wesley Mukoyama. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Wes, are you there?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
I would like to suggest that the faith-based training from NAMI would be a great partner. I think this is an opportunity for collaboration and partnership and in meeting the needs of our ethnic communities, language, church, as been stated before, and promotoras, which would be very good. Please consider collaboration with these agencies. Thank you.
That concludes the speakers.
She's not on the list. So I do have, the clerk has let me know that we have another speaker that I can't call up, and that's former Assembly Member Nora Campos, but I actually don't see her on the list.
I do not see her either.
Okay. If she does call in, we will we'll ask her to speak on that item. So we have a motion and a second. And any more discussion on the motion from any of my colleagues? Supervisor Smidian.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion. I would like to ask and underscore when staff comes back to us with this, if they could integrate their thinking about this request or referral and the referral, Supervisor Chavez, that you submitted previously about outreach into the community. I think there's clearly some common purpose here and some overlap, and I mean that in a good way. I want to sort of see how the pieces fit together rather than talk about these two different proposals in isolation. Also would appreciate the staff's best assessment of what kind of resources are necessary for such an effort. And if we could also, at the time we have the conversation, actually have somebody on the line who can walk us through the cumulative cases by race and ethnicity, which is a part of our dashboard. I'd like to make sure that our decision is informed by a good understanding of that data. And one of the areas that I'm particularly interested in, just so staff can be thinking ahead, is we've got some numbers for the API community, the Asian American community, that might take us in one direction unless we stopped and remembered that within the Asian and API community, there are subpopulations who do not fare as well as other subpopulations. So we may or may not have data at that granular level, but I do want to at least have that conversation with someone who feels like they can speak authoritatively about what we can or can't or should or shouldn't infer from that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this motion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes, thank you very much. We are now going to take a 10-minute break. See you back in 10, everybody. That will be at 5:55. All right, everyone. If we can get folks back. And I will ask, I think we have to do a roll every time we reappear. So I'll ask the staff to do a roll call vote, just to make sure everybody's ready to go.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm back.
Supervisor Simidian.
Present.
Supervisor Cortese.
Here.
Vice President Wasserman.
Here.
President Chavez.
Here, thank you. We have a quorum, and then I'm going to go to Supervisor. I'm sorry, Dr. Smith, I keep calling you Supervisor today. If we could go to item 33, and this is a county executive's report. Dr. Smith? So what I'll do is we'll come back to Dr. Smith's report, and we'll look at items 34, 35 are the are issues relative to the fairgrounds. And so I don't know if there's a staff member that would like to make comments on 34 or 35 before we go to Abe. So maybe
Madam President, it's only a minute after the 5:55 allocated time. Maybe we want to give our staff another minute or two to collect themselves.
I know they're responding to some activity as well. So maybe we'll do that. If folks can just hang out, we won't go away, so we don't do a roll call again, but we'll start in just a moment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello?
He's back. You're muted, Madam President.
Thank you, Mike. Dr. Smith, we were just going to go to your report, and what I'll do is I'll see if I can, I'll invite my colleagues to come back. We got here a little ahead of you all. So if I can,
right.
No problem. Supervisor Simidian reminded me that I only gave you 1 minute. So Dr. Smith, do you want to go ahead and give your, the county executive's report, and then just as fair warning to the rest of the staff, we'll move on to 34 and 35.
Yes, sorry to be late. We were looking outside the window because there's apparently a protest going on in front of the San Jose Police Department. There were about 200 people there earlier today. They dispersed. Now the indication is that another 200 and the first 200 will show up again in a few minutes. So I was trying to figure out what was going on, so I apologize. We don't know what it is in terms of what the issue is. So with that, I think I will be quiet, and we've talked about everything else that's occupying our time.
No problem. And Dr. Smith, was there anything else that you wanted, as part of your report, you wanted to make sure we were thinking about? If not, that's all right. I just will then go to my colleagues and see if there are any questions from any of my colleagues for Dr. Smith under his report.
No, ma'am.
Ms. Ellenberg? Nope.
No, thank you.
All right. Then none from any of my colleagues? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Smith. We're going to then move on to item 34. And yes.
I'm sorry. I thought there was more reports still coming. I do have a request of the county executive on his report.
Thank you.
I'm sure everyone's hoping that wouldn't be the case, but Dr. Smith, we referred to it indirectly a couple times today as a board, but the digital divide referral, it is it was decided not to come back today for a response, but it'll come back later. Is there any, can you give us any brief verbal update on the staff's ability to start gearing up to get the information needed on that?
We will definitely put together as much information as we can. I think the main issues will be legal and obviously financial, but we'll get you a report as thorough as possible, as quickly as possible.
Okay, I'm going to go with that. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Chavez.
Thank you. And that was really the only other question I was going to ask, was just the timing on the digital divide report. What I would like to make sure of when this comes back to the board, that if it's possible to have an action item, that the board has an option of a report or the action item, just so we're not waiting until, waiting too long for families to have access to Chromebooks and hotspots and the like, as we were talking about earlier today. So that was all great.
We'll certainly do that.
Thank you. So if we could go to item 34, this is the fare cancellation recommendation. And I want to just ask the staff if there's anything that they'd like to report that is not in, thank you, the written report.
President Chavez, members of the board, Glenn Williams with Asset and Economic Development in the County Executive's Office. We have nothing further to add to what is already in the report, but I'm available to answer questions, as is Mr. Abe Andrade, the Executive Director of FMC.
Thank you. And I do have a couple of questions for Abe, if I could. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see if there are any questions from my colleagues. I'll start with Supervisor Cortese.
I'd just like Abe to speak to the capacity of the organization under the current circumstances, to take on the work that we have assigned them over the last 6 months or so. We've given them a pretty heavy lift, as everyone likes to call it. And I just like an honest, candid response as to what their capacity is. And I'd like to hear that also from Jeff Draper, who's really our counterpart here on the fleet and facility side. Thank you.
Supervisor Cortese, I have nothing to add to the report either, just so you know.
I was asking a specific question, Mr. Draper, as to your assessment of the capacity of FMC under the current circumstances to continue moving forward with the work as been outlined thus far.
Yeah, I think my understanding from Mr. Williams and Mr. Andrade's reports right now is that FMC has been pretty much decimated by the ongoing COVID crisis, and they need any help that we can offer them.
Thank you.
Any other comments or Supervisor Ellenberg, Supervisor Simidian, or Supervisor Wasserman?
Yeah.
So I just have a couple things, Abe, if I could ask you these. First of all, I wanted to say how much I appreciated your jumping in for Verily, and just you've been cooperative with Verily and with our housing department, and you guys have just really been amazing. You've let us house trailers there, and I know you're not able to do any venues and events, and I know you were really moving on to getting some really great stuff going. What I'm wondering is, and this is actually a question also to staff. I'm wondering from staff whether or not we should be looking at a way to provide resources to the fairgrounds. And what my understanding is that normally the fairgrounds spends about $850 a month in operations. Is that accurate, Abe?
That is correct, Madam President. That is correct. We spend approximately between $850 and $890,000 for operations, and as a result of the complete shutdown of all of our events, which all require mass gatherings in order to be successful, we have had to take the unfortunate move of reducing our we went through a reduction in force right at the beginning of May During the months of March, April, we tried to keep the staff full. However, with the months of March, April, and May not providing any revenues as a result of our off-track betting, our bingo, our events, which triggers our food and beverage, and also our parking, all being shut out as a result of the pandemic and shelter in place and the restrictions on large gatherings. It has decimated us here to the point where we had to go down to a skeleton crew of 6 admin and 4 maintenance.
So one of the recommendations I'd like to make is I'd like to move that we accept the report, but that we give direction to the staff to look at opportunities for reimbursement for the activities that are there for Verily, and especially because that's a state an opportunity for a state contract there, but also as we're housing homeless folks, how much of that can be FEMA reimbursed and CARES reimbursed that might also be able to reimburse the fairgrounds. And if that could come back to us on the 23rd with an update on what's possible and if there's a plan in place, I would appreciate it. Mostly because I just want to understand if there is an opportunity for us to get FEMA and CARES money, that we don't that we don't negatively impact FMC in perpetuity. And then second of all, I would also like, Abe, from you, just a plan that recognizes that, working with the county, a plan that recognizes how long we're going to need the facility for public use, which this is why we have these public facilities. So I don't want to negate that, but better understanding how long we think we want to keep these activities on, and therefore what are the impacts to the fairgrounds in terms of events, even as we come out of COVID-19. So that would be a motion. Could I get a second?
President Chavez, if I may, I'd like to add something to your conversation. We certainly understand those issues, and I wanted to let the board know that we have, in fact, we currently are billing the use of the OSH funds for housing to for the CARE program. Also, we've been informed that we cannot bill to Verily because of the fact that the contract was not with the county. The contract was with the state.
Right, and I understand that. I think there may still be an opportunity. And the other thing is that I would want to include security costs, maintenance, and utility costs, which I do not think are included yet in any of our contracts. So that would be a motion. May I get a second? And then I'll go to the board for discussion.
Second from Cortez.
Thank you. Dave, you have any other comments?
Oh, I don't.
Susan, do you have comments?
No comments.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. Madam President, I just want to be clear because the conversation's been fairly wide ranging. We are on item 34, which is headlined or identified as consider recommendations relating to the cancellation of the 2020 annual Santa Clara County Fair. Yes?
Yes.
And we are not yet taking up item 35 or combining the items, or are we?
We are not combining them because they are pretty distinct. Yes.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure we were on the same page, literally and figuratively. Thanks so much.
I know there's a lot going on here. All right. So we have a motion and a second. No more discussion on the motion. We have one speaker on this item, and then I'll go to back to my colleagues.
The next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I too, like Supervisor Simidian, aren't really clear exactly which one we're talking about right now, but I'll go ahead and speak to what I thought it was. There are, I think, like 109 trailers, FEMA trailers, that are now over near Happy Hollow, and they're looking for a place to put them. And I think, I don't know if you can still hear me, but they're looking for a place to place them. And I think the fairgrounds might be a good place to put them, even if they're temporary, because if they're going to have to shut that down because they're going to open up Happy Hollow, the fairgrounds could be used for that purpose. I'd like to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go back to the board. Is there any more discussion from the board? Seeing none, I'll request a roll call vote on that last item.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Committee and I.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes, thank you.
Hang in there, guys.
Nice. All right, so we're going to move on to the next item, and this is relative to the Fairgrounds Master Plan. This is a recommendation to accept report and authorize administration and FMC to vet the LOIs and negotiate. And I'll remind my colleagues that the reason this is coming back to this to the board in this at this phase is as the action we took actually required us to be involved early in the process. And so what I'd like to do is see if there's any report from the staff on something that, any additions to what is in writing before us. And maybe, you know what, because it's been a long day, if I could ask maybe Abe, if you could just talk a little bit about each of the opportunities and where we are in the process.
Yes, if I may, thank you, Madam President. It's with great excitement that I bring forward today the 3 letters of interest received this month, providing the proposed development of soccer complex by the San Jose Earthquakes, the build out of a cricket stadium by American Cricket Enterprise, and thirdly, the phase 1 proposal for an indoor-outdoor kart racing and phase 2 build out of a family entertainment center by GAN Racing Inc. The LOIs presented to you today have been considered from the land use perspective, being in compliance with the board's set of guiding principles for development of the Fairgrounds property. I believe that all the uses proposed today are consistent with those guiding principles. I also want to disclose that the Cricket Group is also evaluating a smaller scoped project in the city of Sunnyvale, also on county-owned land, and that's something that we'll be reviewing as well as we move forward. The LOIs have not been analyzed from a financial perspective, nor have any negotiations taken place. It should be noted that the uncertainty associated with the pandemic still makes the financial evaluation of any of the proposals difficult and subject to wide variance, depending on the assumptions used in developing the financial models. For today, I am simply presenting what was submitted to FMC and requesting the board's authorization to enter into discussions with the 3 proposers to prepare an analysis and report back to the Board of Supervisors in the fall or the 4th quarter of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. What I'd like to do, if it's okay, is open it up for, I'm sorry, we have 1 speaker on this item. So I'll take the speaker and then I'll take questions from my colleagues or feedback from my colleagues.
The next speaker is Abrar. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Abrar Ahmad. I'm a cricket player from my younger days, and I still play cricket. And I happen to founded organizations in San Jose Cricket Group, Milpitas Cricket Academy, and also Bay Area Cricket Alliance. And I support the initiative that's being on this proposal to have a cricket stadium, whether it's at the fairground or in Sunnyvale facility. And I think it would be a great addition to our community, and it will provide alternate to the youngsters to play another sport. And as you all know, and as you all promote, the healthy body carries a healthy mind. And I think more sports can be only beneficial to our grassroots level and to groom and grow our youngsters to be good citizens and play a vital role.
Thank you. We have no other speakers on this item. I will now go to my colleagues. I'll start with Supervisor Cortese. Are there any comments?
1 second. No, I don't need to speak.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Nothing on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you. Madam President, I'm going to be an abstention on this item today because since our last discussion, the concerns I raised have grown greater rather than lesser. So I'll abstain on the theory that I want to try and keep an open mind for a good proposal if and when it arrives on our desk. But I think having been through an extended series of discussions about the property, and colleagues will recall that I had an extended series of conversations about the property in the late 1990s, which ultimately did not come to fruition either. I sort of thought we got as a county and a board to the place where we said there are a lot of different possibilities floating around out there, but frankly, none of them are ripe for pursuing. So let's find some interim uses that would allow us to land bank. That's my take on where we ended up. Others may have a very different view. At one point, we talked about 10 years, and then I expressed concern when we entered into an agreement with the FMC for 20 years. Now we're looking at proposals here, and I understand they're only letters of interest, but that's why we're having this conversation. So I can go on record saying, you know, the soccer folks are looking at 50 years plus 20 years plus 20 years. It may be a great use for the site, that's to be determined, but tying up that property for 90 years on a lease that produces just $6,000 an acre, hard for me to believe that's the best use of the site in terms of the public interest. I'm not talking highest and best use in commercial real estate terms. I'm talking about best use for the public. Similarly, the cricket site is looking for 25 years plus. The cart site is looking for 30 years plus 10 years, which is 40 years. That is a long time to tie up an asset of this magnitude and potential benefit to the community for pretty modest compensation. So call me continuingly skeptical, but open-minded. But based on what I'm seeing today, I am less inclined to think I'm going to get to yes on this one rather than more inclined. And that's why I'll abstain today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those comments. And I'll move to Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. I have I'm unmuted. Thank you. This has been a battle for me all along. The people that have had to go, the people that have come in, the different uses. I normally am a fan of very long leases, and I understand the people making this type of capital investment want very long leases. I'll be interested to hear back after your meetings what it is you bring back. I think you're hearing from each of the supervisors kind of what they have in vision. You know, when I think about property 10 years ago that sold a little ways from here for $4 million an acre, and I hear about us renting out property at $6,000 an acre, it's like 20 years, 30 years, you know, how are things going to be? So on the one hand, the place has been underutilized for a long time. And you've done a great job recently, starting, I think, with Cirque du Soleil, in bringing a diversity of uses to that property. And I think what's important, what I like most of all, is the variety of things that you've got here. I know how big soccer is, and I know how big cricket is. And these are opportunities for that to happen. I'm going to be supporting the motion. I just want to say I'm looking forward to what you bring back and what you negotiate with them. And I don't want to give away something for 90 years. It was 90 or 80, I forget which one. That's too long for me. But myself, if you had a 20-year lease and a 10-year option, that gives flexibility on both sides. If there's annual or every 5-year increases built in, or if it's tied into a CPI, if there's some sort of inflation adjustment going on, because God only knows what the world's going to be like in 10 years. I think that's fair and reasonable to both sides. I think at the end of the day, the fairgrounds will be self-sufficient. The fairgrounds will be self-sustaining. They'll offer the people of Santa Clara County and the city of San Jose in particular all kind of options and varieties they haven't had in decades. So I'm looking forward to seeing what it is. My chief of staff, John Gibbs, tells me he's been at this for 30 years. So I'm looking forward to a little conclusion of some sort. It's not going to be perfect for everyone, but I think if we've got some variety in there, there'll be an opportunity for us and for these people and for all basically the children, well, children and adults that can participate in what you're bringing there. So thank you.
I'm going to quote you a conclusion of some sort. I love it, Mike. So if I could, let me just weigh in and make a couple of observations. One is, as a reminder, there were 3 big chunks of actions that we took in the last 2 years. One was to broadly come up with a very broad vision for the fairgrounds. And a big part of that broad vision was around places that people could gather, recreational opportunities, places that family could go, and including that we wanted to make sure that we maintained some ability for people to be able to rent, facilities low cost for graduations or quinceañeras or that kind of thing. So that was kind of the big picture vision. The second 2 pieces, one is when we did the management agreement with FMC, you may recall that we built in a number of triggers that give the board ultimate say-so over even how long the agreement is with the Fair Management Corporation. So it's a long agreement with many outs for the county, and that was done in part because of the issues that were raised by all of you. And then let me just say the last thing about these offers. You, the board, wanted to make sure that we saw everything. And actually, this was in large response to you, Supervisor Smitty, because you said, look, do not back me into a corner with a done deal or a finished product. And I agree with you. Now, all of you, my colleagues will know that I don't like leases longer than an hour. And I really want to protect the flexibility of the county to use assets as it deems necessary to do. And saying that, what we really are saying is that this is an opportunity for Abe and our staff collectively to do analysis and negotiations. And I appreciate too that we're going to keep Charlie involved because I think he's very good. But that is to say to you all that without a clear, I would want to clearly understand the amortization that goes into the investments that any of our partners are making, and then having a rate of return that allows us to build out the park because the fairgrounds, because in some ways, if in fact it's going to be a community asset, it really requires a rate of return that comes back to the organization. So with that, what I would like to do is, I think we had a motion and a second. I think I made the motion, Dave made the second. Could we do a roll call vote if there are no other comments?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian abstains.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes. And that passes unanimously and gets us closer to.
No, ma'am, it's 401.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Wait. For what? 401. Thank you. Thank you so much. I was going to say, and that gets us on our way to a conclusion of some sort. I love that.
Yes.
That's going to be what I leave today with. All right. Thank you very much for that very robust discussion. And I appreciate very much all the work that Glenn and Jeff and Abe, you've all have been doing. Thanks very much. And Richard.
Oh, no, sorry.
Stop it. All right. We're now moving to item 36. And I appreciate that 36 and 37 are on the agenda together. Let's begin with item 36. And item 36 is the Transportation Needs Assessment Report. And I wanted to let my colleagues know that I had invited VTA to participate in this discussion, and they were unable to participate given conflicts of other sorts. So If it's okay, what I'd like to do is let the staff give a very brief overview, and only because of the lateness of the hour, both to be brief, but just to kind of center folks on what's before us.
Thank you. Good evening. This is Janae Fortier, Program Manager at the County Executive's Office, and I'm joined today by Richard Weiner from Nelson Nygaard Consulting Associates, and we're here to present the final report of that Transportation Needs Assessment Study under advisement from a Board of Supervisors meeting in October of 2017. Administration spent some time sort of digesting and figuring out the best way to go about researching the transportation needs and challenges that clients face in accessing counting services, and ultimately selected Nelson Nygaard to complete that study. So I will turn it over to Richard to give you more of that background and a brief summary of the recommendations.
Richard, you're on mute. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Janae, and Madam President, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today the study that took a good part of last year. We completed it towards the end of last year. I'm going to see if I can pull up my PowerPoint presentation. Are you able to see that? Or
no.
No, okay. Rhonda, would it be possible for you to pull up that presentation?
Yes, one moment, we're queuing it up.
Okay, great, thank you. So while they're queuing it up, let me just say this was a study that looked at the transportation needs of the most vulnerable populations in Santa Clara County. When it comes up, I'll show you the different population groups. But in the context of the, thank you. In the context of the pandemic, transportation may not seem like the most important need, but I will say that when you see the populations that we were focusing on, the most vulnerable populations, the transportation needs that we identified will become even more acute as restrictions are lifted. If you go to the next slide, please. Thanks. So the 6 groups that we looked at were youth in the foster care system, and I'm going across horizontally, individuals with serious mental illness and medical conditions accessing county services, people who were being released from county jail, county hospitals, or community resources, community programs, older adults and people with disabilities, criminal witnesses and victims of crime, particularly survivors of domestic violence, and adults on probation. This was an unusual study for us, and it felt like a very important one. If you could move to the next slide, please. So, as I said, we have finished the plan, but just to give you a sense of the steps that we went through, we first did a demographic profile of each of these populations. We looked at what transportation resources are available in the county, both VTA services and other local transportation programs. Then we identified the gaps, and we had very extensive community input. I should mention that our sub-consultant, Ramey & Associates, which has done other work in the county, they were the ones who took the lead on the community outreach. Then we developed strategies to address those gaps, prioritize those, and put them in an implementation plan, which was finalized based on the prioritization process that we went through with the advisory committee. Next slide, please. So I've mentioned I'll skip over the first few bullets, but I just want to mention the last 4 to give you a sense of how comprehensive the outreach was. We did in-depth stakeholder interviews with 12 different stakeholders in different county agencies. We had 7 focus groups, at least 2 of which I believe were in South County, and we were able to recruit people from each of the 6 populations that I mentioned before. We had almost 800 responses to our community survey. And then we did a peer review of other parts of the country to see how they've addressed the transportation needs of these specific populations. Next slide, please. Okay, so Some of the transportation challenges that we found, needless to say, given the populations that we were looking at, cost was a major issue. The second was the first mile, last mile challenge, which is even in places where there was fixed route transit, it was often very difficult for people to get to them because of the low density of most of the county. People often live too far away from bus or train routes to get to them easily. Then the lack of same-day service, this is particularly true for the ADA paratransit program. As you probably know, this is not required by the ADA. It is actually offered by VTA, but at quite a high premium rate, which is unaffordable to most of the people in these populations. Traveling outside of Santa Clara County, particularly for those who don't have cars, was a challenge. And then for those with physical disabilities, inaccessible vehicles for many of these programs presented a challenge to them. And some of the impacts of these challenges are the clients, just thinking about it in the context of accessing community services, they're unable to get to clinics, to jobs, to family resource centers, counseling, substance abuse treatment, and social services. What this results in, as one can imagine, is a lot of missed appointments. It's purely anecdotal based on the surveys, but we heard this repeatedly. Missed appointments, which obviously drive up costs and lower productivity of the county social service agencies. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go into all of the strategies since there were almost 40 of them, but I will say that we divided them based on who would be the lead agency, the champion, if you will, taking responsibility for each of these. Not that they would necessarily do it themselves, but they would take the lead. And so we divided it by county departments, a combination of VTA and county departments, and then those that would be led by VTA. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this just gives you a flavor of the kinds of strategies that we had. We divided it by who would be responsible, gave a brief description of the strategies, and then the estimated costs. As you can see, very much ballpark costs to give you just a sense of how expensive these are in relation to each other. And these were based on best practices that we've either worked on in other parts of the country or that we learned as part of our peer reviews. If I were to mention a couple on this slide, making sure that all the transportation options have materials that are user-friendly and for people with limited English proficiency, expanding taxi vouchers and transit passes through HHS and criminal justice programs, and then looking at things like TNCs, the Lyfts and Ubers of the world, supplementing medical taxi options with TNCs, because that is the preference for some people for some particular modes. If you could go to the next slide, please. These are still the ones responsible that would be led by the county. Shuttle transit pass programs. I'll draw your attention to the fourth row.
Mr. Weiner, I'm sorry,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up. And
okay.
I gave people 5-minute limits, and so I apologize. I'm just being very bossy.
Sure. I'll just say one last thing then. If you could go to the next slide. Maybe the most important recommendation is the first one, which is that the county or VTA be designated as what's called a consolidated transportation service agency, which would coordinate all of these and have a mobility manager. That's the second one in that chart, making sure that this moves forward. And I believe you received a letter from the GM, Nuria Fernandez, supporting that and wanting it to be housed at VTA. So I'm almost done there. So I'll just leave it at that and be happy to take any questions.
You and I haven't had a chance to meet, but this was actually a referral I made a moon ago. And so part of the reason I held it up for a couple months is I did want to make sure that the coordination happened with VTA. If my colleagues are comfortable with this, what I'd like to do is move to the next item, because I think the action we can take can be for both items at the same time. The the next item, if you look at on your agenda, is the employee transportation demand management recommendations. And rather than have a report on that, just what I would like to recommend is that both items 36 and 37 be referred back to staff for a discussion, a deeper dive with VTA. VTA and the staff did have a chance to review these reports, really, frankly, in the last 2 or 3 weeks, in part because of COVID-19. It sort of slowed down the ability for them to work together. But the reason I'd like to merge them together for action is I think both studies really reflect a high level of need, and the transportation needs assessment and the transportation demand management reports create opportunities for us to be more efficient and more effective. And as my colleagues have raised with us earlier today, being effective and judicious with not very much money that we're gonna be having, I think is actually really important. What I'd like to do is refer these 2 studies back to our staff and VTA to come back to the board in August with a plan to move forward. They've already begun some of that work. So that would be for, that would be a motion for items 36 and 37.
Supervisor Chavez, this is Supervisor Simitian. I'm happy to second the motion, but would like to ask if you could incorporate a specific direction to consider the RIDE program as part of that series of conversations. I appreciate the fact that it was called out a couple of times in the report we received. And I still think there's a potential there for that sort of hybrid model to play a role.
And by the way, yes, I'm happy to include that. And also I will add that there's additionally another RIDE program that is also something that I've asked the VTA staff to consider as well. So thank you for that. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. I guess I would just ask through the chair to our CEO, Dr. Smith. You're asking to bring these back in August. I'm looking at our calendar. We've got 5 more board meetings the next 21 days. And July, I know we're not around. I don't know is VTA around in July, or do they take that off as well?
Well, the staffs don't take it off.
I know the PAC doesn't, but you were saying bringing it back before the VTA board.
No, what I was saying is that in August, the staffs have already been working together, and I think they're looking at some combined recommendations. What I was told, I had a conversation with Dr. Smith as well as Nuria Fernandez, and they thought August was the appropriate timeline. There may be another one, but that's what I was told by both of the CEOs.
Perhaps I misunderstood. I thought it was coming back to us in August and the VTA prior to that. So it's going to the VTA in August?
No, it'll come back to our board, but what we're doing is we're giving the VTA staff and our staff a chance to take both reports, combine them, and come back with shared recommendations to our board, the county board, and then they would go to the VTA board if there was anything to go back to them.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. So we have a motion and a second, and we have no public speakers on that item. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Simitian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. And that passes unanimously, and we will now move on to item 38. And this is the Peninsula Corridor Joint Powers Board tax report. This will be a 5-minute presentation to our board for a vote to happen at a future meeting. The reason we're doing it now actually was based on, again, feedback I've received from Supervisor Simitian, where he doesn't like to, and I appreciate this, we don't want to be backed into a corner where there's only one day we can vote up or down on something. So this is an opportunity to get the report today, to ask any questions that you have, and then have this come back to us at our next meeting in June, or if we have a meeting in July. So with that, I'd like to ask, I think, Seamus, you're the reporter today, yes? And
yeah,
welcome.
Councilmember Bruins is also on, and she was going to open things up.
Great, thank you. Hey, Jeannie.
Hello, thank you. Good evening, President Chavez, Vice President Wasserman, and Supervisors Cortese, Ellenberg, and Semidian. We will try to be very brief on this item. As you know, in 2017, Senators Jerry Hill, Jim Bell, Bob Wachowski, and Scott Wiener all carried a bill, SB 797, which enables Caltrain, the JPB, to, for the first time in history, establish a dedicated source of funding. It's through a sales tax measure at 1/8 of a cent, 0.125%. And that same piece of legislation also set forth a sizable hurdle that we have to overcome in order to place an actual ballot measure on an election cycle. What we're doing, and that hurdle is 7 bodies have to approve. 3 of those bodies are the 3 county board of supervisors, you guys being one of them, and then the 3 funding agencies. And that needs to happen in order for us, again, to get the green light to put something on the ballot. As you also know, we've embarked on, in 2018, we embarked on a major endeavor on a business plan, trying to set forth what our future is, what we are targeting for our service vision. We've done that, and overwhelmingly, the support we had was to go for the moderate growth, but keeping the door open for the high growth scenario. So with that, and with where we are today, having a dedicated funding source is critical to the success of the JPB as far as delivering service. Today is an information item, as the chair, as the president mentioned. And so what I want to be clear on is that when this comes before you, what we're asking for from the 6 agencies is to support keeping the window open so that we can move forward in November should we determine that it is prudent to move forward in December. Gosh, I'm already in December. In November, sorry about that. It's late. I don't know how you guys do this.
Sorry, we kept you.
So again, we're trying to keep a window open, and whether or not we actually put something forward, we will not know. And just for those that are wondering, that will be guided by us putting another poll in the field to see what impact COVID-19 and everything that we're going through may or may not have had on this effort. It's been supported highly in the polls prior to this point. So we need to kind of go back out. We have no intention as a board, I think Cindy agrees with this, but I don't think the JPB board has any intention of moving forward with something that is iffy, okay? So with that, I'm gonna turn it over, unless you have any questions for me, I'm gonna turn it over to Seamus.
I'll be very brief. I won't go through the slides that you have in your packet. I think you've all received that information in other briefings and other venues. Caltrain is going to need to rely on a dedicated source of funding if we're going to operate increased service and operate electrified service, period, when that project is ready to launch in just a couple of short years. This funding would offer some significant benefits for Santa Clara County, for the system as a whole. It's a 1/8 of 1 cent sales tax that would generate $108 million a year. That would cover, on an annual basis, the full cost of operating electrified service and growing it in a very accelerated way that's consistent with our business plan and would meet the ridership demand that exists on this corridor. It would also cover the implementation of some equity benefits that would make Caltrain more affordable and accessible to members of our community that probably need it now more than ever. For Santa Clara County, what it means is that these funds would replace what VTA contributes to Caltrain on an annual basis. Those VTA funds could be used to supplement other VTA services at a time when VTA probably needs those funds more than ever before. What Santa Clara County would be signing up for is contributing over the next several years the funding that is included in the Caltrain bucket of Measure B. Those are funds that can't be used for any other purpose. They have to be used for expanding capacity and service on the Caltrain line, and that's what we're talking about doing here. Just a couple of quick notes on the congestion side, and then I'll wrap up. We know it's coming back. I think you all have seen reports that congestion is indeed back in some places, and we haven't even seen any kind of large-scale reopening of our economy. There was a Vanderbilt study that put the Bay Area #1 in terms of regions that are at risk of congestion coming back and being worse than ever before if people decide not to use transit in the future. So it's really critical that we provide reliable, safe transit, that we grow it in a way that will make it attractive to folks during recovery and after recovery into the long term. This would allow us to do that. I wish I could say it's a sure thing. As Councilmember Bruins mentioned, we are going to make this a data-driven decision. We want to see what our prospects look like for 2020 before we make the decision to have it on the ballot, but your action would keep that door open so that we can make an informed decision when the data is available to guide us in doing that. Happy to answer any questions that you might have, and thank you for having us here.
Seamus, I'm so sorry. I know you've told this story across the Bay Area 32 times, it feels like, I'm sure. Are there any questions from my colleagues about the tax, the timeline, or the content? And I'll start with Supervisor Cortese. I don't see anything.
I have no comments. It'd be interesting to see if you have a better chance of passing it in December than November, but other than that, I have no.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
No comments, thanks.
Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure to whom the question should be directed, but if and when we see this a second time on the 23rd, will the language before us be language asking us to authorize the JPB to put it on the ballot? I think my question is, what is the question before us when we see it next?
Yeah, thank you for that. It is a little bit of a different animal just because of the process. The JPB is the agency that acts to put the measure on the ballot, but it can't do that unless the agencies that Councilmember Bruins referenced authorize it to do so. And so what you'll have before you is a resolution authorizing the JPB to put the measure on the ballot.
I forgive the further semantic parsing, but there may be a difference between authorizing the JPB to make that judgment and or authorizing them to put it on. And I know that sounds like a distinction without a difference, but I want to ask our legal counsel to work with you all to make sure we have clarity about what the question before us is at that time. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I did not mean to cut off our colleague, Ms. Bruins. Excuse me.
So each of your offices should have a copy of the resolution, and so yeah, if you could take a look at that and such, that would be appreciated. And also, I was going to mention at this point in time, of the 6 parties that have to join this, 2 have already passed the resolution.
And is it your understanding that the resolutions have to be identical?
Yes. Actually, Seamus can. Oh, go ahead, Jeannie. Do you know the answer to that?
They do have to be identical in substance. Our attorneys have let us know that there can be some variation. If there is going to be variation, I think we would suggest that our attorneys talk with county council about what that might be, so that we can make sure that we don't have to come back, because we do have a really condensed timeline for doing this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other questions? I'll follow up with the county council after I've had a chance to look at the proposed language. Thank you again.
Excellent. Thank you. Jeannie, did you want to add something? No? Okay. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. I just didn't want to surprise people if they would be surprised. I'm not going to be supporting this motion. It's just for a variety of reasons, just not something I'm comfortable doing at all. I wondered, as far as the timing goes, just with all that's going on in our economy now, and the unemployed and the recession and perhaps the depression, and they're talking about new taxes at the federal and state level to make up for all the monies that have been put out, the budget deficits here at the county, the reduction of services, the hiring freezes. I just wondered about the whole idea of putting another tax on people.
So right. I think we all share that. I think everybody involved is sharing that that concern. The challenge that we have is Seamus alluded to, is the timeline is tight for us because 7 parties have to all give a green light. So we felt the best strategy was to secure the 6 in terms of saying, if the conditions are right, then yes, you can move forward. And then those conditions, again, are driven by what, there's a lot that's going to happen between now and August, right? And so whether or not this goes on the ballot, we're not sure. But if we don't act soon, we won't have that opportunity and we will have missed, the 2020 cycle.
I understand that. Okay, thanks, Jeannie.
All right. Seeing no other questions, I don't think there's an action for us to take. This was a report out, and we really appreciate both Jeannie and Seamus staying as long as you did. I'm sure you had many other things to do today, so thank you both very much for your time. We'll look forward to hearing this either on the 23rd or a July meeting. I know you're working on that schedule a bit, and we'll circle back with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 43. This is the eviction moratorium urgency ordinance recommendation. And I know that I'd like to just get a very brief report, if it's okay, from James, Supervisor Simitian, and then go to you, because I know you pulled this off of consent.
Sure, I'm happy to move approval just to get the conversation started, Madam Chairman.
We have a motion, and I'm happy to make that second. I'll second that. So may we go, do you want to ask questions, Supervisor Simitian, or would you rather?
Let's start with Mr. Williams and his team. That may obviate the need for questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. So as the board may recall, last week the board took action to extend the county's eviction moratorium predicated on action by the governor. Fortunately, the governor did indeed take action at the very end of the week to extend his executive order by an additional 60 days. Therefore, based on the board's action last week, the county's ordinance automatically is extended for that same date. The board also asked us to come back with amendments to the ordinance regarding a repayment time frame. That is what is before the board under recommended action A. Recommended action B is no longer necessary. And happy to answer questions, but that repayment period is 12 months. And we did go and look at the input from the folks that were mentioned last time, the Law Foundation and CAA, and looked at similar action that was taken by San Jose as a compromise measure, and that's the basis for the language that is in front of the board under 43A.
All right, so are there any questions? I'm going to start with, I don't see any from Dave. Ms. Ellenberg, any questions? And then I'll come back to you, Supervisor Simitian.
I prefer that you come back to me. I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues. Thanks.
All right. Supervisor Simitian.
Mr. Williams, 60 days, this is just a little quirky. 60-day extension by the governor means that the action we took previously now has the end date being, is it July the 28th?
That is correct.
And I just highlight that because it's sort of a quirky date. And I remember my first reaction was, where did July the 28th come from? And I think you've answered that by saying it's a 60-day extension, but it's likely to be a source of some curiosity, I'm guessing, as we go forward. And thank you for the amendment, which now provides 12 months with essentially a requirement that 50% of the repayment be made in the first 6 months. Can you remind us all, the prior measure had a repayment period of, was it 4 months or 6 months previously?
It was 120 days, so 4 months.
Thank you. And I know there's been some concern, and maybe do we have speakers on this one, Madam Chair? Because I know there's been some concern by folks about what happens if folks are approached with some other kind of repayment schedule outside the confines of this particular structure by their landlord. I don't know if people are going to speak to that or if the county council wants to speak to it.
We do have 3 speakers on this item.
Well, then why don't I wait until after they've spoken? Maybe they'll elucidate the issue. Those were, and again, just because I think it's going to be very unclear, given the interaction between city, county, and state governments, Mr. Williams, the reason that we don't have to take action formally extending the measure today is because we took that action previously contingent on action of the governor, and the governor has now acted. Yes?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for me for the moment.
Thank you. We'll go to public speakers and then back to the board for comment.
Next speaker is Anil Babar. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam President and the Board of Supervisors. I want to thank the board for advancing the proposal in front of you, and in particular, Supervisors Committee for asking staff to engage the California Apartment Association for developing this ordinance. Both tenants and property owners are going through a challenging time right now. Missed rent payments are impacting the ability of rental housing providers to meet their maintenance, personnel, and mortgage expenses. The proposal in front of you develops a longer timeline. However, it does require payments along the way to ensure that tenants are making their back rent. I would also encourage the board to, as Supervisor Committee alluded to, allowing for voluntary agreements to be made between the landlord and the tenant, mutually agreeable voluntary agreements, so that if there is a different timeline that they want to adopt, they have the ability to do so. So again, thank you for proposing this measure, and I will sign off.
The next speaker is Mitch Mankin. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're on.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Supervisors, for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Mitch Mankin. I'm speaking on behalf of Silicon Valley at Home, the voice of affordable housing in Silicon Valley. I'll be brief. I think you probably have seen our letter that we sent in last week. We appreciate the extension of the repayment period to 1 year. I think it's more realistic in terms of what people are able to feasibly repay. One ask we would have is that if you're able to adopt a more transparent process for future modifications to the ordinance. Yesterday, we were all scrambling around trying to figure out what was being proposed today. And now that the moratorium is in place until July 31st, if it takes a week or even two to figure out how to make this ordinance work and how to keep people in their homes as they repay, then it's worth taking that time. There are still issues to be addressed, particularly how the ordinance should interact with the issue of payment agreements between landlords and tenants that require tenants to pay sooner. So it's very important to get the details right. And SB at Home is at your disposal to advise on future actions. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Trujillo. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Michael Trujillo, and I'm an attorney at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We'd like to thank the board for its tremendous leadership in extending the eviction moratorium as the COVID-19 pandemic continues. We also want to thank Supervisor Simidian for proposing an extension of the time that tenants will have to pay back rent unpaid during the moratorium. Many tenants have accumulated thousands of dollars in rent debt, and the proposed extension could make the difference between those families remaining housed or ending up on the street. However, we're concerned that the ordinance as written would incentivize landlords to pressure tenants to sign an agreement that commits them to pay back the rent they owe sooner than the repayment schedule in the ordinance. In general, landlords and tenants are not on equal footing when it comes to negotiation because tenants have so much more at stake and frequently have less financial resources and background in landlord-tenant law. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen many landlords pressure tenants, particularly monolingual Spanish speakers, into aggressive repayment plans. Therefore, we urge the board to clarify in the ordinance that landlords cannot abridge a tenant's rights to the repayment schedule provided in the moratorium. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeffrey Buchanan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, President Chavez, members of the board. On behalf of Working Partnerships USA, would like to thank you for the effort to extend the moratorium, and certainly thank you to Supervisor Simidian for introducing the idea of a 12-month repayment period. Would like to echo the other speakers in regards to ensuring that for those who may have not known that this action was coming and may have signed documents about a quicker repayment period, that we ensure that tenants that are lacking information right now are not locked into deals that are going to harm them in the long run. Additionally, we hope that the board continues to look at what kind of tenant protections are needed to prevent the kind of mass evictions and mass homelessness that could come. I think it's particularly important that we have around 50,000 households who could be impacted by job losses here in the county, who have around, on average, a 50% rent burden. So even over a 12-month period, it's going to be incredibly hard to be able to repay rent. Let's continue to look at what tenant.
Our final speaker is Emily Stotts-Hislop. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Emily, your account is incompatible with the current version of Zoom. I'm sorry that I'm unable to unmute you. That concludes the speakers. Oh, you're on mute, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you so much, Colin. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? We have a motion and a second, and Supervisor Simidian.
Going back to Mr. Williams, I guess I'd like your thoughts, Mr. Williams. I think, one possibility is that we could, in real time, amend the ordinance to incorporate language that indicated that prior to initiating repayment plans with their tenants who are protected under the ordinance, owners would be obliged to inform tenants of their repayment rights. That would provide some additional increment of protection to at least ensure that folks, if they were approached, were aware of their rights under the ordinance. Alternatively, we could wait until the 23rd, although I know Supervisor Chavez is reminding us that that's an even more challenging agenda than today's, which is no small statement. I'm a little anxious that if we wait until the 23rd, we've actually just created more uncertainty for renters out there in the county. You got any thoughts? That this has been, to the transparency issue, it's been a challenge just by virtue of the fact that we've been to some extent dependent on the governor's timing, and they just didn't get back to this until 12th hour. Mr. Williams, your thoughts?
Yes, and we've certainly moved as quickly as we possibly can with these short turnarounds. My suggestion would be that we go ahead and adopt it with the addition of that sentence, which would mandate that owners inform tenants of the repayment rights under the ordinance. I think that would largely address the issue, ensure that that affirmative notice is provided. Alternatively, of course, the board could defer the item and we can come back with that and with any other analysis.
Supervisor Chavez, I'm sort of inclined to take the bird in the hand rather than two in the bush. If you're amenable as the seconder, I would like to ask that the motion be amended to include an additional requirement that prior to, and I'm going to do this slowly so people know what it is I'm asking to incorporate, prior to initiating repayment plans with their tenants protected under this ordinance, owners shall inform such tenants of their repayment rights.
We would add that to section 2A of the ordinance.
Thank you.
That's amenable to me. Is there any other comments or questions? I'll start with Supervisor Cortese.
A question for council would any kind of an attempted waiver of rights, I understand the disclosure issue and I support that, Supervisor Simidian, and if this is ground that's been gone over already, then someone should just tell me, but I'm not hearing it yet. I'm kind of going more to the waiver issue. Would it be void as a violation or conflict with public policy for a landlord to negotiate an amendment to an existing agreement that causes the tenant to waive their rights under this ordinance? There's some
complicated case law on that issue. So if that's something that that the board would like us to analyze further, we could, but it's not as straightforward as it otherwise may seem.
Well, it may fit, if Supervisor Simitian doesn't mind, it may fit in the same kind of disclosure that he's talking about, but also and assuming that it's enforceable. Again, I'm just talking about, obviously, if it would be void under public policy, we might be able to save a lot of people a lot of heartache by making sure that they understand it and they disclose it, and they don't even attempt it. But that's what I'm looking for here. So I'm not sure how to go about it, but if you can get back to us on that, that's fine. You know, when the
Supervisor Chavez, excuse me, I know we've got others who are waiting, but I just want to throw out the possibility to address Supervisor Cortese's question that we might take the action today if the board is amenable with the additional language that provides an additional increment of protection, and then ask council for an off-agenda confidential memo on the legal issue that Supervisor Cortese has raised, understanding that we could then at some subsequent point come back with yet another amendment to the ordinance if it was deemed both legal and something that the majority of the board supported. I don't know how Supervisor Cortese feels about that. I just wanted to throw that out as a possibility. Forgive the interruption.
Yeah, Dave, what do you think?
That's fine. I just like it to come back soon enough to, if it's an issue of protecting people, to make sure we're moving on it soon enough to invoke the protections. That's all. But I'll trust council will turn it around, and I accept that suggestion, Supervisor Simitian.
Great, thank you for that. Supervisor Ellenberg?
I'm happy to build on Supervisor Cortese's suggestion and suggest language as Supervisor Simitian did that we might add at the end of 2A. Again, adopting today pending council's analysis that there is no legal barrier to doing this. But we might say any agreement by a tenant to waive any rights under this ordinance, including the right to repay all past due rent according to the schedule described herein, shall be void as contrary to public policy. And I think that covers what Supervisor Cortese was asking about, which gives sort of an extra hammer to Supervisor Simitian's requirement that the landlord alert the tenant to their rights beforehand. This is sort of the back end if they didn't alert, or if they alerted and are still trying to insist on a shorter payment period, they're protected.
So that's the exact issue where we'd like to come back to the board with analysis.
Can we, so for me to clarify then, are we going to, if the votes are there, approve that language pending analysis so that we don't have to come back? Or can we not do it in that order?
No, I would not recommend doing it in that order. I would recommend we come back with the analysis and then make the amendment if we can.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Joe, did you have anything else on this? You're muted. Mike, you're good?
Good.
I just wanted to clarify for the record with your current Supervisor Chavez that the motion not only includes the language that I read aloud twice, but includes the direction that was suggested by Supervisor Cortese or referenced by Supervisor Cortese and me, that council come back with an off-agenda confidential memo on the legality of taking that approach. And then, as I say, at that point, any member who wanted to come back again and put it on the agenda certainly would be free to do so. But to Mr. Williams's point, I think I'd like to see what the legal analysis looks like before we get ourselves in that tangle. So I'm prepared to take yes for an answer today on this one. I can see Mr. Wasserman laughing, and I'm ready to vote. Thanks.
All right. Anybody else? Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thanks. Just a follow-up question again for a point of clarification. The county has the legal authority to enact this ordinance county-wide because of the governor's executive order. Is that correct?
No, the county has the authority to enact it countywide under the emergency provisions in the government code as a rule and regulation directly related to the COVID emergency. The governor's order waives state preemption issues, which would preclude us from acting on certain pieces of this countywide or even in unincorporated county.
And our power extends as long as we are in a state of emergency. And when our board declares the end of the state of emergency, then we do not any longer have that power.
With respect to the application of this in cities, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
All right. Any other comments? We're going for the yes thing? Okay, good. So can we have the clerk call roll?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
I'm doing the yes thing.
President Chavez.
Yes, yes. All right. So that passes unanimously. Thank you for that thoughtful discussion. We're now moving to item 44, and this is to approve an agreement. It's a significant agreement, which is why we kept it on the full agenda for $750 million over 5 years. I thought we should have staff do a very brief presentation on this, and then we'll move to board discussion.
Good evening. This is Teresa Thorelas, the Interim Director of Procurement.
Welcome.
Thank you. So this agreement is a 5-year agreement with Vizient. We're asking the board to approve for the general purchasing with the general purchasing organization. A general purchasing organization is one of the ways that's used in healthcare to aggregate the spend and to also make sure that we get the best cost savings. So what you have before you is a 5-year agreement with a cap of spend of $750 million. It includes many options, including some additional discounts and savings, including a rebate of 69% of the administrative fee for the general purchasing organization. Historically, the county has used a GPO in the past. However, it has not been as a result of a competitive process. So a little under 2 years ago, procurement started the process of an RFP in order to award a general purchasing organization contract with the county. As a result of this RFP, Vizient was chosen, and we had lengthy negotiations with Vizient in order to reach an agreement where we have significant savings that will be over 5 years. We project over $30 million worth of cost savings, as well as enhancements in programs. Under a GPO, we'll purchase most of the supplies for the hospitals. This would include all 3 hospitals. Historically, currently, the current spend for all 3 hospitals is somewhere around $90 million. And we expect that with the integration of the hospitals, we will have spend that'll be close to $150 million annually. Additionally, in this agreement, we also negotiated to have 2 separate options for additional 5 years. And part of that agreement was based on the fact that with such a high rebate amount, it was one of the things that we discussed with Vizient to make sure that we could get the best value on this contract. One of the things that we will have with that is that it's an option. So obviously after the 5 years, if we see that it's not the savings that we want, or we would like to go back out, we also have that option to do so. And with that, I can take any questions from the board.
Thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues? I'm going to go to Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you very much. And I think this is actually a question for Dr. Smith, if he's
still available with us here on the line. Dr. Smith, we are, I know, waiting to hear back on a referral that the board was kind enough to approve that I authored some months back on the potential for us to provide some relief on 3 different sets of pharmaceuticals for life-threatening conditions. Is it possible that this group purchasing organization service might be helpful in that referral as well? I just want to make sure that the dots are being connected if they are there to be connected.
Yes, it's possible. We would probably not use the GPO in order to make sure that we got the best opportunity to utilize the drugs that you're talking about in the free manner, but we could also use the GPO. We have a couple. What I'm trying to say is we have a couple of options of how we can purchase it. This would be one of them, yes.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to check in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? No. Okay. I did want to thank the staff. And like I said, it was such a massive amount of money. I didn't feel comfortable leaving it on consent. I do really appreciate the creativity, and I like very much looking for savings in advance and recognizing that just how big these hospitals are, that this sounds like it's a reasonable mechanism. I mean, a reasonable way to pursue resources, but also very strategic. So with that, I have no public comment on this item. May I ask for a roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Semidian, aye. And could I ask for the record who the maker and the seconder were?
Darrington.
Why don't we start there? May I get a motion?
Wasserman, motion to approve.
Happy to second it. I appreciate your willingness to take my subtle hint, Madam Chair.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Wasserman, a second from Supervisor Semidian. We will begin the roll call vote. Take 2. All right.
Okay, so Supervisor Ellenberg.
Still yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Semidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes, thank you very, very much. We're now going to move to item 45, tax collectors plan for COVID and second installment report. I don't know if there was any presentation that any
Good evening. This is Margaret Olaya, Department of Tax and Collections, and I have just a couple of slides to show you as a way of an update for where we are. Wanted to let you know that we did implement your direction, and we are happy to let you know that the information is on our website for the COVID relief. We continue to post that to make sure that as many people as possible know that they have that option whenever they're visiting our website. As far as updates to you today, I wanted to just, start by just saying thank you to our property owners who made their commitment to the counties and all the entities involved. We have been able to collect $3.1 billion. We have approved over 1,000 penalty appeals and refunded over 3,000 taxpayers who paid us in advance of their penalty and cost to the tune of $1.6 million. And at the moment, we're currently focused on implementing the executive order from Governor Newsom. And with that, I can take any questions from you.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Supervisor Semidian, as this was really some leadership he played on this item. Supervisor, would you like to make any comments?
Just, I'm happy to make a motion to receive the report. And if there's a second, I have one quick question for the staff.
I'll make that second.
Thank you for that. And for the county staff, my short take or summary of what we have before us is that essentially we're going to implement the county board's approach through June 30th, but that thereafter the governor's executive order will apply. Is that an accurate summary?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think under the circumstances and given the complex interrelationship between the state and our county and the various folks for whom we collect taxes, that's probably the most sensible path. Thank you again to staff, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And thank you very much to the staff. This was really good work and very quickly done. I would like to go to comments from my colleagues. I'll begin with Supervisor Cortese.
No comments.
Supervisor Ellenberg, you're good. Supervisor Simitian, you're good. And Supervisor Wasserman.
Question, please. Hey, Margaret. What do you see as the impact? I'm going back to about a month ago, I think, when we talked about this before, and I think it was Supervisor Simitian that brought up the question about if there aren't penalties, people aren't exactly motivated to pay. And I'm wondering, going forward, what kind of risk do you see to the county? And I'm thinking about what I learned about our being a teeter county. What kind of risk do you see to the county as far as the payments that will be late after December 10th of this year? How do you interpret what the state is doing, the effect it might have on us?
So we have been working very, very closely with the Office of the County Council, as well as the Comptroller Treasurer Department, to evaluate the potential impact to the county should taxpayers not pay until May 6th of 2021.
Right.
And so far, we have been fortunate enough. The projections we have is within the region of $100 million and $500 million that could be of an impact to the county through TIDA. And so we are looking closely. We are we're reviewing the agreement that we have with the cities and the taxing entities to make sure that we have, there's a good understanding between us, and if the county needs to withdraw from TIDA, we're working on that aspect of it as well.
Thank you. So Margaret, and you, I'm sorry, James, just one sec, if that was you talking. What I was concerned about, Margaret, was the next payment due, or excuse me, late after December 10th of this year, then the next payment due late after April 10th of 2021, and this thing going through May. I was wondering, I just want to make sure we're talking huge amounts of money, most of the general fund. And I just wanted to make sure we've got some sort of provisional plans in place. I look forward to hearing from James in just a minute. If people don't have to pay their property taxes on time, and they can pay the same amount later, they'll say, okay, I'll stick my property tax payment in a 9-month CD at a thrift or an SNL and earn 1% interest in the meantime. It's not really deductible for people anymore on their tax returns. There's no motivation to pay, except there was a penalty.
Supervisor Wasserman, if I can address this issue, we are very concerned about the impact of the governor's executive order. And we are working in concert with other affected counties on this issue as well. Okay. We're doing some detailed analysis, both legal and also working with the Comptroller Treasurer and tax collector on fiscal analysis of potential impact. The prior discussion that the board had, I think it was Supervisor Simitian, very correctly pointed out that, it's one thing to reduce the interest rate, and it's another thing to bring it to zero. And that's exactly the concern that we have with respect to the governor's executive order, because it effectively brings it to zero. And so we are all over this. We are having a multi-pronged approach, both in terms of analysis and in terms of assessment of impact. And we will bring forward to the board as soon as that analysis is complete, whatever steps might be necessary to mitigate that. But the fact that the governor's executive order has such breadth is something that's extremely concerning. And I'm not sure that the various local governments that rely on property tax across the state of California have quite realized the potential significant impact.
Thank you, James. And I'll just finish up, Madam Chair. I can tell you right now, if people have payments small to large and there is no penalty, if there's no financial motivation for them to make December's payment and then April's payment, and they can pay it a year from now, there's no reason for people to pay. You're just going to stick it in an account and earn some interest on it. And that effect on us would be huge. And so if the state's law enables people to do that, especially if the teeter still exists, then I hope the state comes forward and backfills, because property taxes, 70% of them go to the state to pay for public education. They're not going to get their money for public education. So I thank you for being all over them. And I hope our state people get on this, because this is a dam about to break. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Well, let me ask you, do you want to add something to the motion for clarity, or?
Now I lay me down to sleep. Right, okay, no. Our Father, no. As far as clarity, I would just, as I've said on the record, and James is fully aware of it, and typical of James and County Council, they are all over this issue already. I'm just saying flat out, if the governor leaves the order that way and we are not reimbursed, we're going to lose a majority of our general fund discretionary money. And not only will we lose the millions of dollars we receive twice a year in penalties, we will receive the hundreds of millions of dollars a year we receive in property taxes. I would be surprised if we got 50% of our property taxes over the next 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you. So we don't need to take action on this. This was actually just a report to let the staff let us know what was happening. So if I don't need to take an action on that, I'm going to then move us to item 47, and this is the Mental Health Services Act recommendations. I will look to see if we have any public comment. And what I thought with this item that we would do is if there's any report from staff, or actually any questions from the board on this report. So with that, I don't see Dave's hand up. I do see Ms. Ellenberg's. I'm going to go down the line, start with comments and questions, give folks a chance to normally I would go to the community first, but we'll give people a moment to get online, and Susan, will go to you.
Thank you so much. At the HHC meeting, I requested that behavioral health provide an opportunity for expanded stakeholder input in the creation of the 2021 plan. Sherry did affirm that the department would present a stakeholder engagement plan in August to HHC, and I wanted to just call that out here because a lot of the concern that we're hearing from stakeholders is that the pandemic disrupted, as it did with so many things, opportunities for stakeholder engagement, and the timing didn't allow for the plan to be adopted to address the impacts to services that COVID-19 has had. At HHC, we discussed the importance of stakeholder input in the creation of the 2021 plan, and I want to really thank Sherry and the department for committing to presenting a stakeholder engagement plan to HHC in August. Given the significant and unprecedented impact that COVID has had, it really is critical that we work to promote transparency and collaboration in both the stakeholder engagement plan and the formulation of the 2021 plan. So thanks for your work. Looking forward to the August report.
Thank you for that. Other comments? Seeing none, I'm going to go to the public and ask the clerk to acknowledge our public speakers.
All right. Our next speaker is Mary Gloner. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello again, President Chavez and supervisors. My name is Mary Gloner. I'm the Executive Director of Project Safety Net, a coalition based in North Santa Clara County dedicated to youth well-being and suicide prevention And I'm also a member of the Mental Health Services Act Stakeholder Leadership Committee. I commend retired County Behavioral Health Director Tony Tullies and Evelyn Termalai for stewarding a community-centered planning process these past years. The MHSA plan crucially addresses highly stigmatized mental health issues such as suicide and prioritizes the most overlooked, marginalized, and vulnerable populations. Municipalities and school systems are defunding mental health safety and promotion initiatives to resolve their budget deficits due to the pandemic. In addition to adopting the MHSA plan, I ask you to work with state legislators and the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission to supplement these funds that will address the detrimental impact of the pandemic, racism, and violence to our community's mental and emotional health. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Wesley Mukayama. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Finally, thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg, for wanting to revise it. As a Behavioral Health Board member who voted no on approving the MHSA drafts to the State and Mental Health Services Accountability and Oversight Committee because the drafts did not address COVID-19. If you pass these two motions, please add the contingency of revision and addition in the ensuing months for final submission or before June 30th with a community meeting. There is a need for outreach, collaboration, public health, housing, and ethnic CBOs to assist in contact tracing, testing, and post-vaccination to at-risk homeless, elderly, and ethnic at-risk populations. I hope that you will consider adding that revision to your passing of MHSA draft plans.
Our final speaker is Armina Husick. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Armina Husic, and I am speaking to you on behalf of the Refugee Forum of Santa Clara County, and I wanted to acknowledge your work in this crisis. And I also wanted to speak on behalf of the refugees to consider refugee program to continue to be funded, as this is the important and crucial resources for refugees, new arrivals in the Santa Clara County, who are having many difficulties in addition to the language. They also have barriers to access the resources that is available. So it is important to keep this program funding for the next 3 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from my colleagues or any other changes that we'd like to make? Okay, may I get a motion to support this item?
So moved.
We have a motion from Susan Ellenberg, including the reminder that when this will come back to us. Any other discussion? Oh, a second on the motion?
Cortese seconds.
A second from Supervisor Cortese. Any other discussion on the motion? May I get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. I want to thank the speakers for hanging in with us so late. So that passes unanimously. We'll now move to items that are removed from the consent calendar. The first one being item 85. And this is the New Americas Fellows Program. And Supervisor Cortese earlier in the day asked for a presentation, and I'm looking to staff to see if there's information to respond to his question.
Yes, Supervisor, this is David Campos, Deputy County Executive. We're happy to provide additional information in terms of how the program will work in light of COVID. We have, and happy to provide these documents, a detailed work plan.
Yeah, thank you. Through
one of the fellows that would essentially allow them to do most of the work, telework with the exception of 2 fellows that are assigned to the EOC.
All right, thank you. Through President Chavez, if you can get us to that in a shorthand memo, I would appreciate that very much, Mr. Campos. As you well know, it's been a very hands-on, two-way communication, face-to-face, interactive type of fellowship, classic fellowship program. And we had a lot to do with, actually, as you know, Mario Lopez, who was on my staff at the time, had a lot to do with the vision and shaping it. And we were just concerned that we weren't going to lose the intentionality of it, the original vision for it, which you've done such a good job upholding over the last couple of years because of the pandemic. So it's reassuring to hear your comments. If you could just get us a one-pager on that, that would be wonderful.
Happy to do so, Supervisor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, seeing no other comments or questions, Supervisor Cortese, would you like to?
I'll move approval as submitted.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second. Second from Supervisor Ellenberg. If seeing no other discussion, I'd like a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes, thank you very much. Our last item on the agenda tonight is to receive the OCLEM work plan. Thank you. And I know Supervisor Simidian that you pulled this, and I didn't know if you wanted to just give some thoughts.
I do. Let me begin by moving approval of the recommended work plan with one significant amendment, which is to direct the monitor to pursue the work plan with particular attention to and focus on the impact of their work on addressing the concerns of communities of color. And I think that would have been timely at any time, quite frankly, but particularly at this particular point. And then I'll speak to the motion if I get a second.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I know it's a long day and I appreciate the patience of colleagues, and I see Mr. Giannakko is still on the screen with us. I want to just begin by asking, I'm looking at packet page, and for members of the public, I'm not making this up, packet page 3,842, which is page 2 of the OIR group's letter talking about critical next steps, OCLEM access, and it indicates that one significant issue that remains outstanding is the execution of information sharing understandings or agreements with County Council, Sheriff's Office, Department of Corrections, and County Executive. These are the agreements that allow the monitor to review confidential documents and understand just what's happening that might require their attention. I wonder if Mr. Giannakko can tell us what the status of those 4 agreements is as of this date. And the reason I'm asking colleagues is that notwithstanding the interruption that COVID has tossed in our way, this would be a very good time for the folks at OIR, Mr. Giannakko and his colleagues, to hunker down and do some serious homework. And that homework will, to some extent, be doable based on whether or not these information agreements, sharing agreements have in fact been consummated. So Mr. Giannakko, what could you tell us through the chair, if I might ask?
Yes, Supervisor, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
All right, thank you for the question. And to answer your question, we did consummate an information sharing agreement with the Office of County Counsel. So we do have that agreement. We've had it for a couple of weeks now. But the agreements with the Sheriff's Office, with the Executive Office, and with the County Health have not been presented to us for consideration. My understanding is that they still may be lodged in the Office of County Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Giannakko. Let me just ask again, I understand the workload with the COVID-19 challenges in the county counsel's office, but anything we can do to make sure that the agreements with the sheriff's office and the county executive's office and the Department of Corrections and or others are consummated on a timely basis would be very much appreciated and very helpful, because as I say, that is the action that allows the folks at OIR to do the work, the homework that will allow them to really be effective once we get past the current challenges. And then, Madam Chair, please.
Supervisor Simitian, the protocols, particularly the sheriff's one, has been with me for review. And you'll be pleased to know that I did finish that review during today's meeting. So it will be moving along. But yes, that's been with my office, and it's really been on my plate, and I'm moving it along as an important item. I absolutely recognize the importance of that item, which is one of the reasons why it's needed a careful review. But we will keep moving that forward. But didn't want anyone to be uncertain about where it was and what the status is.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, before we move on, this, I would have pulled this item regardless of the current circumstances and the tragedy involved in the killing of George Floyd, because for me, this is the culmination of literally a half dozen years of time and attention. I first decided to lean in a little bit on these issues in the aftermath of Ferguson, painfully enough. And at the time, there was anger, there was grief, there were protests, all of which are wholly understandable. But I remember thinking at the time, we have to do something more than express our anger and our grief and our protest. And in talking with folks in the social justice community, in the academic community, with law enforcement as well, as I asked, what can we do that will be tangible in making sure that Santa Clara County is never mentioned in the same breath with Ferguson? There were three things that were sort of rose to the top of the conversational list. One was the issue of body cameras, which at the time we did not have in significant number. The second was the issue of implicit bias training. And the third was civilian oversight. And so as colleagues will recall, I brought forward the issue of body cameras, and with support from the sheriff, to her credit, we agreed unanimously to move forward and make body cameras a part of the package for pretty much all of our folks in both the corrections and enforcement side. We then moved on to implicit bias training. Again, not just for folks on the corrections side, but the enforcement side as well, again, with support from the leadership in the Sheriff's Department. And the third and final piece that is this civilian oversight, which I view as key. And just as I was sort of getting ready to kind of tentatively make my case with my board colleagues, we had the tragedy in our own jail involving Mr. Tyree's murder. And forgive me, the lights literally just went out in my office, so that's why I'm sitting here in the blackness. And I'll stand and see if I can get some light to come back on. Thank you.
Let me help, Joe.
Thank you. Here we go. Just and so here we are finally. And anyone who says it's taken too long, I would have to agree. But we now have in place three very practical steps to try and prevent tragedy like folks in Minneapolis and in far too many communities over these last several years have experienced. Body-worn cameras, implicit bias training, and civilian oversight. Having said that, I think it's important as we approve the plan today to acknowledge that it's not enough. It's not going to be enough, and that there are systemic changes that are going to be required if we're ever going to get to the place we want to get to, where we have tackled in a meaningful way issues of systemic racism, and we have tackled in a meaningful way the cultural cross currents that have put us at odds in a way that is so painful and so disheartening. The practical steps we've taken, I think, are important. I think they will have an impact. I think they will save lives. But we have so much more to do, and I thought that that needed to be said even as we take these very practical steps. It is understandable that there is anger and despair, which I suspect many of us on this board feel, but we have to move past that with some resolve on this larger set of issues. And so I appreciate the patience of my colleagues, but I wanted to get this said in this venue and in connection with this effort, because in my view, it is part of a much larger body of work that we have been doing and need to continue doing. Thank you for that.
I just, I know that, so I appreciate that Supervisor Simitian, and he really has been laying the groundwork prior to the death of Michael Tyree in our jails. I did want to acknowledge that this is also a culmination of the Blue Ribbon Commission. And I want to say the Blue Ribbon Commission had a big falling out, almost one that almost stopped us from doing our work, because there was a division between whether or not the group should really focus on the issues relative to mental health, or whether or not we should be focused on oversight and accountability. And out of that came the Blue Ribbon Commission, and then one other body of work that's been working on all kinds of different reforms for the jails. And I just wanted to acknowledge both the entire board and in particular Supervisor Cortese, because at the time of the murder of Michael Tyree in our jails, he happened to be chair of the board, and at that time he put this Blue Ribbon Commission together. And I thought that it was incredibly important that that group of citizens who were involved in that commission actually see the fruition of their work as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I thought it was all very important work. The second thing that I just wanted to say, and this is really pre-COVID-19, and it's really a concern I have, is that at the time that we made the decision to have this contract, instead of having an employee or a group of employees working directly for us, was that the staff and many people within the administrative side of the organization really wanted an opportunity to have a contract and really to be able to work with a contractor and have a relationship that I thought was a little too far apart from the board. I say this because from my perspective, prior to COVID-19, this contract and the elements of it were really not moving fast enough, and it wasn't prioritized. And I say that because as we're looking at what's happening literally outside our doors right now and our windows, we are recognizing that there is not just a cry for justice, but a new way of thinking about power and equity. And this contract could be an important step I think for the county in that direction. So in addition to wanting to make sure we see the agreements, I also want to better understand, and I would personally like to see the work plan come back to this board in the fall after these agreements are done, because the benchmarks of the work plan, and in particular with a very specific, specifically addressing access to information, to staff, and into the internal part of the organization. So I'd like to see that come back to us in the September-October timeframe with a ton of specificity. And with that, I'd like to make that as Supervisor Simitian, you made the motion. I think, didn't I just second it? I'm sorry, it's been late. Okay, so I would like to make that as part of the motion. Are you comfortable with that, Supervisor Simitian?
And the report, the add-on would be a report back in the fall.
With a work plan that's much more specific, that includes all the mechanisms for access, because the importance of that is how does OCLEM get the information they need, how responsive the staff is to them, and understanding that very specifically so that all parties share accountability is going to be critical.
I'm happy to incorporate it through the chair, if I may. Could we turn to Mr. Giannakko and just make sure that that phrasing or that request doesn't pose any challenges we're not aware of? But I think it makes all the sense in the world, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Giannakko.
Yes, the suggestion and request that we report back to your board regarding particularly the progress of the information sharing agreements, as well as our interfacing with the sheriff's office. Hopefully by then we will have had an opportunity to do that. All has been shut down with regard to interfacing with the sheriff's office as a result of their work on the COVID crisis. So that is another piece that has not yet been accomplished, which is one of the reasons that the plan itself hasn't moved along as far as we would have hoped. We need to interface with the sheriff's office, and we just haven't had that opportunity. So asking us, in fact, requiring us to report back to you on that progress in the fall, I think is wise and sage.
So I'm happy to incorporate the chair's wise and sage suggested amendment then. So thank you very much.
Awesome. That's the nicest thing anybody said about me today, Michael. Thank you. All right.
That Michael.
The other Michael. So are there any other comments on this item? Seeing none, I'd like to then, we have no public speakers, and I'd like to do a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and thanks all for joining us. Now, we're going to go to closed session. I need to see if council needs to make any comments before that.
Yes.
I do. The board will meet in closed session to discuss items 1 through 3 as listed on the agenda for the June 2nd, 2020 closed session meeting. Item 1 is a discussion with the county's real property negotiator, Harry Freitas, Director of the Roads and Airports Department, to discuss the price and terms of payment for the possible sale of approximately 7.83 acres of real property located along the west side of Lawrence Expressway across from Mitty Avenue in San Jose. APNs 375-21-001 and 375-22-001. The other negotiating party is the City of Cupertino. With respect to item number 2, John Mills, Director of the Employee Services Agency, is the county's designated representative. Does any board member of the county executive have a conflict of interest with any item listed on today's closed session agenda for which you need to recuse yourself? If so, please indicate at this time before we move into closed session.
Are there any conflicts that anybody needs to report? Seeing none, what we're going to do is we're going to go into closed session and then we have to come back out. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, so, and you sent us the information we need?
Yes.
Text? Okay, so via text or email?
Text.
Great. So what I'm going to do is we're going to pause this meeting. We're going to go to closed session. We'll come back to open session. We will join in closed session in 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was thinking closed session was going to take a couple of hours. Were we doing a dinner break first? No, I'm serious.
Is it going to take a couple hours?
I thought we had multiple things on the agenda.
Right.
Am I mistaken? Has something been changed?
No, nothing's been changed. Should we do this? It's 7:53. How about 8:15? Everybody gets back on that call. Is that all right?
Sounds great.
Okay. Thank you. 8:15.
This is the ordinance list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, June 2, 2020. Item number 43A, adoption of ordinance number NS-5.289 and uncodified urgency ordinance number NS Rereading, item number 43A, adoption of ordinance number NS-9.289 and uncodified urgency ordinance number NS-9.289 relating to amending ordinance number NS-9.287 as extended by ordinance number NS-9.288 regarding a temporary moratorium on evictions resulting from the novel corona COVID-19 emergency within Santa Clara County and declaring urgency thereof. The adoption of this ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to sections 15060 C2 and 15378 of the CEQA guidelines. Item number 49, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.119, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, adding 4 half-time translator positions and 12 translator positions in the Social Services Agency and amending the salary schedule to add the classification of translator. Item number 66. Introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.124, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, deleting 1 patient transporter position and adding 1 3/5 time medical unit clerk position in Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. Item number 67. Introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.128, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, adding 6 clinical laboratory scientist 2 or clinical laboratory scientist 1 or medical laboratory technician positions in the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. Item number 67. Introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.125, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, adding 1 communicable disease investigator position, 1 office specialist 3 position, 1 public health nurse 2 or public health nurse 1 position, and 1 senior communicable disease investigator position in the Public Health Department. Item number 70, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.126, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, adding 2 program manager 3 positions in the Public Health Department. Item number 74, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.120, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, deleting obsolete classifications with no positions from the salary schedule. Item number 75, introduction and preliminary adoption of executive leadership salary ordinance number NS-20.01, amending executive leadership master salary ordinance number NS-20.20, relating to compensation of employees, deleting obsolete classifications with no positions from the salary schedule, adding 4 assistant public health officer positions in the Public Health Department, and increasing the salary range by 3% for all classifications, excluding elected officials and board appointees listed in Exhibit A. Item number 76, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.121, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, deleting one ultrasonographer 1C or ultrasonographer 1B or ultrasonographer 1A position, and adding one ultrasonographer 2B position in the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. Item number 78, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.122, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, adding 3 multimedia communications officer positions in the Office of the County Executive, and amending the salary schedule to add the classification of multimedia communications officer, retitle the classification of media specialist / coordinator to multimedia communications specialist, and increase the salary of the multimedia communications specialist classification by approximately 11%. Item number 80, introduction and preliminary adoption of executive leadership salary ordinance number NS-20.20.02, amending Santa Clara County executive leader salary ordinance number NS-20.20, relating to compensation of employees, deleting one chief of assessment standards, services, and exemption division position, one chief appraiser position, and one chief auditor / appraiser position, and adding 3 division chief, office of the assessor positions in the office of the assessor. Item number 92, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.129, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, deleting and adding various positions related to the county executive's fiscal year 2020-2021 recommended budget. Item number 93, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.127, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, deleting one administrative support officer 2 or administrative support officer 1 position, one office specialist 3 position, 3 senior management analyst or management analyst positions, and 1 senior office specialist or office specialist 3 position, and controller / treasurer, and adding 1 office specialist 3 position, 2 senior management analyst or management analyst positions, and 1 senior office specialist or office specialist 3 position in the Department of Tax and Collections, and 1 administrative support officer 2 or administrative support officer 1 position, and 1 senior management analyst or management analyst position in county clerk recorder. Item number 94, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-20.20.03, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-20.20, related to compensation of employees, deleting 1 chief data officer position in the Technology Services and Solutions Department. Item number 112, introduction and preliminary adoption of ordinance number NS-300.942, adding section A15-13.1 to the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code relating to the reissuance of void warrants, and amending section A15-14 relating to inventories of county property. Item number 120, introduction and preliminary adoption of ordinance number NS-1015.59, amending sections B12-33 and B12-35 of Article 2 of Chapter 2 of Division B12 of the Santa Clara County Ordinance Code relating to 35 miles per hour and 30 miles per hour speed limit zones. Item number 123, introduction and preliminary adoption of ordinance number NS-1014.45, amending sections B12-36 and B12-37 of the Santa Clara County Ordinance Code relating to 40 and 45 miles per hour speed limits. This concludes the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020.